Chapter 1: The most expensive bag in the world, and the cheapest sincerity. 7 o'clock in the evening, Tianhai City. The traffic during the evening rush hour merged into a giant steel dragon with no end in sight, slowly crawling. Lin Feng rode his squeaking electric scooter, like a fallen leaf in a torrent, nimbly weaving between the gaps between cars. After delivering the last takeaway order, he parked his car on the side of the road. Sweat had soaked through his yellow work clothes with Hummingbird Express printed on the back. He turned on the screen of his mobile phone, and the dim light reflected a tired but excited face. Bank card balance, 50,032.5 yuan. Lin Feng grinned. It took 2 full years, 2 years of wind and sun, 2 years of sleepless nights, and 2 years of frugality to get this string of numbers. He opened the photo album and on the screen was a girl with a beautiful smile, Su Chanshan. His eyes instantly became extremely gentle. Today is Chanshan's birthday. He was going to Tianhai City's top shopping mall, the Global Luxury Center. I bought her the Starry Dream handbag that she had been talking about for half a year. The Global Luxury Center is a magnificent palace built with money and desire. The cool marble floor was mirror clear, and the air was thick with the scent of expensive perfumes. When Lin Feng, wearing a washed-out yellow delivery uniform, pushed open the heavy glass door, he instantly became the focus of the entire hall. The security guard at the door had a frown on his face, and the disgust in his eyes was undisguised. The ladies and socialites passing by also cast disdainful glances at him, as if they saw a cockroach crawling onto the dining table. Lin Feng clenched his fists and then slowly released them. He ignored it all. His goal was clear, and he walked straight to the counter he remembered. "Hello, I want the Star Dream dot." His voice trembled a little, not because of fear, but because of excitement. The shopping guide in charge of reception was a young woman with exquisite makeup. She looked Lin Feng up and down, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. "Sir, this bag is 50,000 yuan. Are you sure?" Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone around her to hear clearly. Lin Feng didn't say much and took out his cell phone. Action is the best answer. Just as he was about to pay, a silver bell-like laughter came from the door, so familiar and so harsh. Lin Feng turned back subconsciously. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in his head. His girlfriend, Su Chanshan, walked in intimately with her arm around a man. The man was wearing top-notch branded clothes, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist shone brightly under the light. Su Chanshan also saw Lin Feng. The smile on her face froze instantly, and then turned into cold disgust and panic. "Brother Hao, look, isn't that?" The young man called Wang Hao followed her gaze and held Su Chanshan's arms tighter. He showed off an even more luxurious crocodile leather bag in his hand, his voice full of possessiveness. "Chanshan, do you like it? 500,000 Royal Supreme, this is worthy of your temperament." Su Chanshan's face was immediately filled with smiles again. She walked up to Lin Feng and looked down at him condescendingly. She glanced at the bag Lin Feng was about to buy, and then at the cheaply wrapped birthday cake he was holding. Bang! She slapped the gift box to the ground, and the cake fell to pieces. "Lin Feng, let's break up." Her voice was colder than the central air conditioning in this shopping mall. "Open your eyes and look at yourself, you poor guy, and then look at Brother Hao. You're just a delivery boy, are you worthy of me?" Lin Feng's whole body was cold, and his blood seemed to have frozen. Su Chanshan pointed at the Starry Dream on the counter with disgust, then turned to Wang Hao and said with a smile, "Brother Hao, look at him. He saved up for who knows how long, just to buy this 50,000 yuan piece of junk. He wanted to give me a surprise." The 3 words junk were like 3 steel needles, piercing Lin Feng's heart. Wang Hao let out an exaggerated laugh, attracting the attention of everyone around him. 50,000? Ha ha! That's not even enough for a meal with my friends. He walked up to Lin Feng and looked at him as if he were trash. "Boy, take a piss and look at yourself. Do you think a toad wants to eat swan flesh?" "Shut up." Lin Feng's blood rushed up and his eyes turned red in an instant. He stared at Su Chanshan intently. "Su Chanshan, my sincerity over the past 2 years is worthless in your eyes?" He turned to Wang Hao suddenly, like an angry beast. "Why do you insult me?" He roared and rushed towards Wang Hao. "You don't know your own limitations." Wang Hao's eyes turned cold and he was too lazy to even move. The 2 black-clad bodyguards behind him, Heihu and Taizhan, stepped forward in an instant like 2 iron towers. One on the left and one on the right, they easily held Lin Feng's arms. All of Lin Feng's struggles seemed so ridiculous and powerless in front of these professionally trained strong men. The onlookers around, far from showing any sympathy, took out their mobile phones and started filming with great interest. Wang Hao walked forward slowly with a cruel grin on his face. He raised his foot and kicked Lin Feng hard in the abdomen with his expensive Gucci leather shoes. Lin Feng groaned and fell to the ground with his body hunched over like a shrimp. Wang Hao didn't give up. He stepped on Lin Feng's right hand, the same hand that wanted to pay for the bag and hit him just now. Just this hand? He slowly exerted force with his feet, and the cold marble floor clearly transmitted the force to Lin Feng's hand bones. You still want to buy a bag for your girlfriend? You still want to hit me? Lin Feng's face was twisted in pain, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking echoed clearly in the luxurious hall. Wang Hao actually stepped on Lin Feng's hand bones and broke them. Ah! The severe pain came like a tide, and Lin Feng let out a beast-like howl. His dignity, his love, and his body were completely crushed at this moment. The passers-by around watched indifferently, and some even sneered in low voices. Su Chanxian stood not far away, her eyes cold and not moved at all, as if the person whose hand was stepped on was just a stranger who had nothing to do with her. Severe pain, humiliation, heartbreak. Countless emotions intertwined together. Lin Feng's consciousness gradually became blurred, and he felt that his life was slipping away rapidly. Just when he was about to faint completely, a cold, empty, mechanical voice without any emotion rang directly in the depths of his mind. It is detected that the host is at a critical moment in life. The strength of the mental will meets the standard. God-level selection system activated. In an instant, all the sounds and images in the outside world seemed to be paused. Lin Feng's consciousness was pulled into a pure white, boundless space by an irresistible force. In front of him, a huge, translucent blue light curtain slowly emerged. Above the light curtain, lines of cold words began to appear. The God-level selection system has been activated. Host, Lin Feng. You are currently facing a major life decision. Please choose from the following 3 options. Countdown, 60 seconds. Then, 3 options were clearly presented. Option 1, immediately kneel down and kowtow to Wang Hao, begging for mercy and letting him go. Complete this option, reward 1,000 renminbi for medical expenses. 1,000 yuan? The moment Lin Feng's consciousness saw this option, he was filled with immense anger and humiliation. My hand was stepped on and broken, my dignity was robbed, and you only gave me 1,000 yuan for medical expenses? You're treating a beggar like a fool. Option 2, remain silent, swallow your anger, and bury today's hatred deep in your heart. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Complete this option and reward, obtain the skill Basic Combat Mastery. Strength. This option made Lin Feng's heart beat violently. He desires power more than ever. But he couldn't wait 10 years. He couldn't wait even a day. He wanted to make these bastards pay the price now, immediately, right now. His eyes fell on the last option. Option 3, with my blood, I swear the most resolute oath of revenge. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold. Today's enemies will be reduced to ashes. From this moment on, I will slay any god who stands in my way, and any Buddha who stands in my way. Complete this choice and receive a Newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack? As soon as Lin Feng's consciousness focused on these 5 words, the contents of the gift package automatically unfolded, turning into lines of golden words full of infinite temptation. The contents of the novice gift package are as follows. Black Gold Dragon Card Unlimited Credit Limit. God-level fighting technique, all martial arts return to their origin. Physical strength is strengthened and all meridians are open. Boom! Lin Feng's breathing, no, his entire consciousness stagnated. Kneel down and beg for survival? Be patient and wait for the opportunity? Or, becoming a god on the spot? Do I still need to choose? I choose 3. I choose the third one. Lin Feng almost used up all the strength of his soul and roared out his choice in the pure white space of consciousness. Chapter 2 My fist is the truth. The selection has been confirmed. Newbie gift pack, distributing. The prompt tone disappeared in my mind. The next moment, it seemed as if a miniature sun exploded in Lin Feng's chest. That's not a warm current. It's fire, magma that is powerful enough to melt steel. The violent, scorching, irresistible energy originated from his heart and rushed into every corner of his body violently. The blood vessels are wailing, the muscles are trembling, and the bones are groaning. Severe pain, a pain he had never experienced before, swept over him. The pain in his right hand, which was broken by Wang Hao's expensive leather shoe, was particularly sharp. The pain was so extreme that it even caused a strange numbness and itchiness. A tingling sensation of tearing and rebirth. In his perception, the dislocated wrist bone was forcibly bent, squeezed, and aligned by an invisible force. The bone fibers made cracking sounds under the heavy load, and were instantly filled and welded with stronger substances. Click, click. A subtle but clear reset sound came from inside his wrist. A burning sensation came from the broken bone. All right. Not only is it better, it's even stronger than before. But this is just the beginning. All the muscles in the body were being savagely torn apart by this force, and then rewoven together in a tighter and more solid way. Every muscle fiber is packed with explosive power. Those meridians that were blocked due to long-term malnutrition and fatigue were violently washed and widened by this torrent, turning from gurgling streams into roaring rivers. The density of the bones is increasing rapidly, making a slight crackling sound. He could even hear the sound of his own blood flowing. It is no longer as calm as before, but a surging tide with huge waves crashing against the shore. Countless unfamiliar things were forced into his brain. That is not knowledge, that is not data. It is a picture of blood and fire, and an instinct of fighting and killing. The ancient martial arts master punched out from the top of the solitary peak, interrupting the 100-foot waterfall in front. A brave general wearing heavy armor on the battlefield waved his spear in a sea of corpses and blood, and lifted the enemy general and his horse into the air. The master of killing in the dark alley used a newspaper, a key, and a ballpoint pen to kill 5 knife-wielding enemies in 3 seconds. Fists, legs, elbows, knees, every part of his body became the most deadly weapon. Capture, fight, assassinate, escape. Countless fighting skills and countless killing instincts were, at this moment, deeply engraved into his bones and integrated into his soul. He is no longer the submissive delivery man Lin Feng. He is a monster who has survived thousands of life and death battles. The consciousness is tempered by thousands of trials and tribulations, and the fusion of blood and fire. The real world is but a heartbeat. Wang Hao's foot was still on the back of Lin Feng's hand, with a playful and cruel smile on his face. He enjoyed this feeling, enjoyed the pleasure of trampling on other people's dignity, and enjoyed the admiration and obsession from Su Qianqian. Lin Feng, look, this is the gap between you and me. Even if you fight for your life. He didn't finish his words. A terrifying force suddenly came from the soles of his feet. That was not a force that a human hand could exert at all. It felt like he was stepping on a jack that was in operation. Wang Hao was stunned and lost his balance. He staggered back several steps and almost fell to the ground. The 2 bodyguards behind him, Heihu and Taizhan, immediately stepped forward and supported him. Master Wang, are you okay? What's going on? Wang Hao shook off their hands and looked at the ground in shock and anger. Then, he saw it. Su Qianqian saw it. The 2 professional bodyguards saw it. All the passers-by who were holding their mobile phones or craning their necks to watch the excitement saw it. The delivery man who should have been like a dead dog, unable to even groan. He used his right hand, which had just been stepped on and broken but was now intact, to support himself on the smooth and cold marble floor. Slowly, he stood up. His movements were not fast, but they carried a suffocating sense of oppression. He stood very straight, like a spear that had been wiped clean of all the dust and regained its sharpness, ready to poke a hole in the ceiling. Lin Feng casually shook his right wrist, opened his 5 fingers, and then suddenly clenched them. Perfect. Then he twisted his neck slightly. Crackle! A series of bone-cracking sounds like frying beans sounded simultaneously in his cervical vertebrae, spine, limbs, and other parts of his body. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. There was deathly silence in the hall. Lin Feng raised his head. There was no longer any pain, humiliation, or despair on his face. Only cold indifference remained. It was a kind of indifference looking down on ants. He looked at Wang Hao, whose face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. His voice was soft, but it carried a chill. What did you just say? Wang Hao woke up from the huge shock, and a feeling of shame and anger at being offended instantly overwhelmed his mind. What is his identity? The Prince of Tiancheng Group. In Tianhai City, who would dare to speak to him in such a tone? The man in front of him was just a dog that he threw to Su Qianqian when he got tired of playing with him. You're having a fucking lasting burst of energy, right? Wang Hao felt that his authority was being challenged as never before. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and roared angrily at the two bodyguards behind him. Hey who? Tai Shan. Are you two blind? What are you standing there for? Beat him. Beat him to death. Cripple him or kill him. I will bear all the consequences alone. Yes, Master Wang. Heihu and Taishan looked at each other and forced themselves to suppress the inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts. They are professional thugs who do things for money. The employer's orders must be carried out. The two men growled and rushed towards Lin Feng again, one on the left and one on the right, like two tigers coming down the mountain. The black tiger was in front, with its 5 fingers bent into claws, bringing up a gust of evil wind and going straight for Lin Feng's throat. Taishan was behind him, clenching his right fist like a battering ram, attacking Lin Feng's lower body. This was a killer move they'd honed in the underground boxing ring, perfectly coordinated and incredibly brutal. It was enough to render a grown man powerless in 3 seconds. But in Lin Feng's perception, all this is too slow. Ridiculously slow. The angle of the black tiger's eagle claws was too large, and the way of exerting force was wrong, leaving the goal wide open. Taishan's powerful punch was powerful, but his lower body was weak and full of flaws. There are loopholes everywhere. Lin Feng was too lazy to even dodge. His body slightly turned to the left at an incredible angle, and he slid past the black tiger's outstretched arm as if he had no bones. The sharp claw wind only brushed past the corner of his clothes. What? Heihu was horrified that he missed his target with his first strike. He had never encountered such a situation before. At the same time, Lin Feng's left hand moved. Start later but arrive first. When Tieshan's fist, which was as big as a casserole, was still a few centimeters away from his lower abdomen, Lin Feng's hand accurately grabbed his wrist. No force, just a slight twist. Following the direction of Tieshan's force, he used a clever force to bend it. Crack. A crisp sound that makes your teeth ache. Tieshan's wrist was bent at a strange 90-degree angle. The white bone even pierced his skin. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the mouth of this burly man weighing over 200 pounds, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. On the other side, Black Tiger also reacted very quickly. Seeing his companion being crippled in an instant, he roared angrily, changed his claws into elbows, and his elbows were like knives, smashing horizontally towards Lin Feng's temple with a whistling sound. If this blow hits hard, it will be fatal. Lin Feng didn't even look back. His body and his instincts had already predicted everything. The right leg suddenly pops back with the spine as the axis. It was like a steel whip that had been accumulating power for a long time, with a blast that tore through the air. Postscript, whip kick. Bang. A dull thud. It's the sound of flesh and bones colliding. Then. Crack. There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. Heihu only felt an irresistible force coming from his knee, and his entire knee joint lost sensation in an instant. He looked down and saw that his knee had been bent outward by the kick, forming a terrifying arc. Comminuted fracture. Ah, my legs. His burly body could no longer support him, and he fell to his knees with a scream, holding his legs and wailing wildly. From the two of them taking action, to the two of them being disabled. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. Two tough guys who were considered gold medal fighters in the underground boxing world of Tianhai City were completely defeated with a crushing force by a delivery man who was groaning on the ground a minute ago. The entire shopping mall hall was in deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone's expression was frozen on their faces, as if the pause button had been pressed collectively. They looked at the man standing quietly in the center of the venue, as if they were looking at a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. Ah! Su Chanxian finally came to her senses from her daze, let out a short scream, her legs went limp, and she collapsed onto the cold ground. Her face was pale and her whole body was shaking like a leaf in the wind. She couldn't believe that the man in front of her, who exuded a cold and terrifying aura, was Lin Feng, who used to obey her in everything, didn't even dare to speak loudly to her, and handed over all his monthly salary to her. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng ignored Su Chanxian, who was lying limp on the ground, and didn't even glance at the two bodyguards who were wailing on the ground. He took a step forward. Step. Another step. Walked towards Wang Hao, who was scared out of his wits. His footsteps were light. Despair. 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 Each beat was like the drumbeat of the god of death, stepping hard on Wang Hao's heart and crushing his last bit of arrogance and courage. "You, don't come over here." Wang Hao completely collapsed. He backed away using his hands and feet, screaming incoherently. "You can't touch me. My father is Wang Jiangwo. He's the chairman of Tiancheng Group. He's worth tens of billions. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my dad will not let you go. You're dead. Your whole family is dead." His voice was sharp and piercing with fear, echoing in the empty hall. Lin Feng walked up to him and stopped. He looked down at the rich second generation who was so arrogant just now but now looked as miserable as a dog. Lin Feng raised his right foot. "No. Don't." Wang Hao let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Lin Feng's foot stepped precisely on his right arm. Snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking is so pleasant to the ear. Before Wang Hao's scream reached its peak, Lin Feng raised his foot again and dropped it. Left arm. Right leg. Left leg. Snap. 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 3 crisp sounds, clean and neat, without any delay. That's what we call equality. Lin Feng retracted his foot and said something softly, as if he had just crushed a few troublesome ants. After he did all this, from beginning to end, he never looked at Su Chanxian, who was lying limp on the ground not far away, frightened to the point of incontinence, with a water stain on the hem of her skirt. This kind of complete disregard and indifference comes from the bones. It made Su Chanxian feel more bone-chilling cold and despair than any insult or slap. Wang Hao lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, like a dead dog with all its bones broken. He no longer screamed, but only made intermittent moans like a small animal. Woo woo. The shrill alarm finally sounded throughout the entire mall at this moment. Several mall security guards in uniform, holding riot forks and explosion-proof shields, rushed over cautiously, but did not dare to get too close. Following closely behind were several police officers who arrived after hearing the news. They rushed into the hall and saw the bloody scene that looked like a battlefield, and their faces changed drastically. When they saw the 2 strong men wailing while holding their legs and wrists, and Wang Hao in the middle with his limbs twisted unnaturally, they immediately took out their guns. All the guns were pointed at the only man standing in the field. "Police! Freeze! Put your hands up! Hold your head! Get down!" The cold warning echoed in the hall. Lin Feng slowly raised his hands. There was no fear, no panic, not even a trace of emotion on his face. Force can crush the enemy. But then, it's a game of rules. Chapter 3. Welcome to my game. Tianhai City, West District Police Station. The cold iron chair, the glaring incandescent light, and the serious and expressionless faces of the 2 policemen opposite. This is the interrogation room. The police officer in charge of the trial was named Zhao Donlai. He was in his 30s, with a square face and sharp eyes. He rapped his knuckles on the table, making a dull sound. Name, age, occupation. Do you know what you've done? The Global Center intentionally injured someone. The circumstances are extremely serious, and the consequences are extremely dire. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, the cold handcuffs on his wrists not making him feel uneasy at all. He said calmly, "Lin Feng, 22 years old, delivery man. As for what crime I committed, they were the first to attack, and I was just acting in self-defense." His voice was calm, not like that of a suspect who had just severely injured someone in the city center, but rather like he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. This unusual calmness surprised even the experienced Zhao Donglai. Just as he was about to continue applying pressure, the door of the interrogation room was violently pushed open from the outside. Director Liu of the police station walked in personally accompanied by a man. The man was about 50 years old, wearing a hand-tailored suit and his hair was meticulously combed. Although his face was filled with anxiety and anger, the powerful aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time made the atmosphere in the entire interrogation room oppressive. He is Wang Hao's father, Wang Jiangwo, chairman of Tiancheng Group. As soon as Wang Jiangwo saw Lin Feng, his bloodshot eyes turned red instantly, and he rushed over roaring like an enraged lion. "It's you, bastard! It's you!" Chief Liu and another policeman were quick to act and hugged him tightly from behind. Director Wang, calm down. This is the police station. I can't calm down." Wang Jiangwo pointed at Lin Feng, his voice hoarse with anger. "My son, my only son, he broke all 4 of his limbs. He's still being treated. I want him dead. I want him to spend the rest of his life in jail. I want his whole family to suffer. After venting his anger, he suddenly broke away from Director Liu, turned around, and said in an icy tone, Captain Liu, Captain Zhao, you all know how much I, Wang Jiangwo, donate to your West District every year and how many projects I support. Now, my son has been crippled in your jurisdiction. Is this how you handle cases? He pointed at the transcript on the table. His voice was not loud, but it carried a great weight. I want to see the results immediately. Charge him with murder. Zhao Donglai's brows instantly twisted into a shape. Intentional homicide? There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the mall, and mobile phone videos taken by passers-by have spread all over the internet. It is clear in the video that Wang Hao and his bodyguards were the first to attack people, and their methods were cruel. Lin Feng's behavior can at most be considered excessive self-defense. But Wang Jiangwo, the chairman of Tianxing Group, a major taxpayer in Tianhai City, and a man with connections everywhere, is someone that a small criminal police captain like him cannot afford to offend. Director Liu winked at Zhao Donglai and said something high-sounding, Old Zhao, when we handle cases, we must seek truth from facts and follow the law. But he changed the subject and added, of course, we must also fully consider the adverse social impact caused by the case and the emotions of the victim's family. What you said is no different from farting. The subtext is, give Mr. Wang a satisfactory explanation. Lin Feng watched all this coldly. So-called law, so-called justice. In the face of absolute power, you are nothing more than a piece of waste paper that can be crumpled at will. They are ready to forcibly convict themselves. Zhao Donglai took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. He picked up a pen and prepared to sign the detention documents. But at this moment, that cold, inorganic mechanical sound rang in Lin Feng's mind again. Detected that the host is facing a critical decision. Individual strength cannot defeat class power. The God-level selection system has been activated. Option 1, fight for your rights, trust that the laws of Tianhai City will give you a fair judgment, and wait for the assistance of a lawyer. Complete this option and receive a 7-day in-depth detention center experience card and a free introductory handbook on the criminal law. Option 2, utilize your untapped network of connections and use your absolute strength to overcome this ridiculous predicament. Complete this option and receive the absolute loyalty of Qinyu, Tianhai City's top lawyer and queen of law. Looking at the two options on the screen, Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold sneer. Just? He had just experienced it. In this world, strength is the only justice. The fist is the truth. Power is also truth. I choose too. Lin Feng silently recited his choice in his heart. Selection confirmed, rewards being distributed. The system will automatically dial the exclusive phone number of Queen of Law, Attorney Qinyu. It was almost the same moment that Lin Feng made his choice. Buzz buzz buzz. In the interrogation room, Zhao Donglai's cell phone suddenly vibrated violently. He picked up the phone impatiently and was about to hang up. But when he saw the name and number on the caller ID, his pupils suddenly contracted and the hand holding the phone trembled. The head of the municipal bureau. The big boss's private number. Why would he call himself? Zhao Donglai didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He hurriedly swiped the answer button and nervously said in the most respectful tone, Leader. Hello? I'm Zhao Donglai. What instructions do you have? From the other end of the phone came the leader's extremely serious voice that left no room for doubt. Xiao Xiao, is there a young man named Lin Feng there? Zhao Donglai was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the calm young man opposite him, and his heart was filled with shock. Yes, boss. He is suspected of intentional injury. Put aside the case for now. The leader's tone was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Now, immediately. Politely invite him to your best reception room. Remember, please ask politely. Tianhai City's top lawyer, Xinyu, is on his way to you. Zhao Donglai held the phone, feeling as if struck by lightning, staring in amazement at the young man in the whitish delivery uniform in front of him. His mind was blank. Chapter 4 Black Gold Dragon Card, who is the ant? Beep beep beep. The busy tone of the phone being hung up sounded particularly harsh in the silent interrogation room. Zhao Donglai held the phone in his hand, a thin layer of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng again, his eyes filled with surprise, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. The previous second, he wanted to convict the young man and send him to jail. The next second, the head of the municipal bureau called him personally and asked him to please politely. And Chinyu, Tianhai City's top queen of law, is on her way? What on earth is going on? Zhao Donglai felt that his brain was totally inadequate. He stood up suddenly, and because he moved so quickly, the chair slid back half a meter. He walked up to Lin Feng, forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and opened the handcuffs on Lin Feng's hands with his own hands. Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Come on, let's talk somewhere else. It's too stuffy here. As he spoke, he made a pleased gesture, his attitude as respectful as if he was receiving a superior. This 180-degree turn made Wang Jiangwo and Director Lu next to him dumbfounded. Old Zhao. What are you doing? Wang Jiangwo couldn't believe his eyes. Are you crazy? He's a serious criminal. Zhao Donglai wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked back at Wang Jiangwo, and his tone became businesslike. Director Wang, this is an instruction from our superiors. An important person is coming to see Mr. Lin. Please be patient. Instructions from superiors? Important person? Wang Jiangwo was stunned, and Director Lu beside him was also confused. How could a poor delivery boy alarm any important person? 10 minutes later. Boom! A low engine roar came from afar, and a fiery red Porsche 911 cut through the night sky like a sword, did a beautiful drift, and stopped steadily in front of the police station door. The car door opened. A pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings stepped out first, wearing a pair of 10-centimeter Jimmy Choo high heels. Then a woman got out of the car. She was wearing a well-tailored high-end custom-made professional suit that perfectly outlined her almost perfect figure. An exquisite and beautiful oval face, without any makeup, is better than countless heavy makeups, with a cold temperament, like an ice lotus on the top of a snowy mountain. She is Chinyu. A legend in Tianhai City's legal profession, the queen of law who has remained undefeated in her 5 years of career. As soon as Chinyu walked in, her innate powerful aura instantly stunned everyone. The noisy atmosphere in the police station seemed to have been muted by an invisible hand. She ignored everyone, including the stunned Wang Jiangwo and Director Lu. She walked straight to Lin Feng in her high heels. Then, amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, she bowed slightly to the young man in the delivery uniform and said in an extremely respectful, even slightly fearful tone. Mr. Lin, I'm Chinyu. Sorry, I'm late. This scene made Wang Jiangwo's eyes almost pop out. Chinyu herself was also confused. Just 20 minutes ago, she was making final preparations for a cross-border merger and acquisition worth billions of dollars. But an instruction whose source could not be traced, but which she could not refuse at all, appeared directly in her mind. The order required her to immediately drop all the work at hand and rush to the West District Police Station to provide the highest level of legal services to a man named Lin Feng. What's even more bizarre is that from the moment she received the order, she developed an irresistible sense of loyalty and awe for this Lin Feng whom she had never met before, which came from the depths of her soul. It was as if he was the king she was destined to serve. But her professional qualities allowed her to quickly get into work mode. She first turned to Zhao Donglai politely but forcefully, and pointed out in a cold tone several fatal flaws in their procedures from arrest to interrogation. Then she took out her phone and clicked on a video. Captain Zhao, I downloaded this video from the internet. It's shot from a clearer angle. It clearly shows that it was Mr. Wang Hao who first ordered his 2 bodyguards to violently assault my client and break his hand. According to Article 234 of the criminal law, this constitutes the crime of intentional injury with serious circumstances. My client was forced to engage in self-defense when his life was threatened. Wang Jiangwo was so angry that he trembled all over when he saw the situation reversed in an instant. He pointed at Chinyu's nose and cursed. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know who I am? You're just a small lawyer, and you dare to shout in front of me? Believe it or not, I can tell you with just one word that you won't be able to survive in Tianhai City. Facing Wang Jiangwo's threat, Chinyu remained expressionless. Lin Feng, however, didn't even bother to look at Wang Jiangwo. He just slowly took something out of his pocket. Gently placed it on the table. It was a solid black card. It was unknown what material the card was made of. It was clearly black, but it seemed to absorb all the light around it, as deep as a black hole in the universe. In the center of the card, there is a dragon pattern outlined with dark golden silk thread. It is looming and lifelike, as if it will break out of the card at any time. The moment Chinyu saw this card, her cold phoenix eyes suddenly shrank. It was as if I had seen the most incredible and terrifying thing in the world. Her breathing stopped in an instant. The look she gave Lin Feng instantly changed from respect to a deep fear that came from her soul. Black Gold Dragon Card. According to legend, this is a symbol of identity issued by the world's top mysterious organization to the few people at the top of the world. Seeing this card is like seeing a god. Anyone holding this card can mobilize unimaginable resources and power. Not to mention a small Tianxin group, even the royal families of certain countries are nothing but ants in front of this card. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, and turned back to Zhao Donglai, who was stunned. Captain Zhao, my client doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. Her voice trembled slightly. But if someone insists on pestering us, we can only fight to the end. It's just that, the power of some of them is beyond the imagination of a small Tianxin group. When she said the word Xiao Xiao, her tone was full of undisguised disdain and contempt. Zhao Donglai is the smartest of the smart. Although he didn't recognize the black card, just by looking at the expression of Queen of La Qinyu, who looked like she had seen a ghost, he immediately understood that he had met a true god today. This Lin Feng's background is probably extremely profound. He made a prompt decision, immediately put on a businesslike expression, and said to Wang Jiangwo, Mr. Wang, based on the existing evidence and the confessions of both parties, this incident is preliminarily classified as a physical assault. Mr. Lin's actions constituted legitimate self-defense, but were clearly excessive. I personally suggest that both parties mediate privately. What do you think? Wang Jiangwo is not a fool. He was also stunned by Qin Yu and Zhao Donglai's reactions. He had heard of Qin Yu's name. Even the big leaders in the city had to be polite to her. Now, even she was so respectful to this poor boy. The origin of that mysterious black card must be so extraordinary that he could not even imagine it. If he continues to make trouble, he might really end up like Qin Yu said, kicking a piece of iron plate that can smash the entire Tianxin group into pieces. He could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter pill with blood. In the end, Lin Feng, accompanied by Qin Yu, walked out of the police station safely amidst the complex gazes of the police officers, which were a mixture of awe, curiosity, and fear. The rising sun stretched his figure very long, as if it had been rimmed with gold. Outside the police station, Qin Yu trotted a few steps and respectfully opened the door of the Porsche 911 for Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Regarding your case, and the subsequent handling of Tianxin Group, we need to discuss it in detail. Lin Feng sat in the soft leather seat of the luxury car and watched the street scene rapidly receding outside the window. He knew that crushing a rich second generation was just the beginning. A real war is about to begin. At this time, inside the police station, Wang Jiangwo stared at the door with resentful eyes, took out his cell phone and made a call. His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from hell. Use all the group's intelligence resources. I want to investigate that little bastard. I want him to disappear from the face of the earth. Chapter 5: The Invisible Cage. It was already early the next morning when all the formalities were completed with Qin Yu's accompaniment. After leaving the police station, Lin Feng refused Qin Yu's offer to take him home. He has no home now. The rental house of less than 10 square meters that he rented with Su Chanxian was full of memories of humiliation and betrayal, and he didn't want to stay there for even a second. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, but every part of his body was filled with an unprecedented sense of strength that seemed to be able to crush steel. He only wants to do one thing now. Say goodbye to your past life completely. Tianhai International Automobile City. All the world's top car brands are gathered here, and it is a place where the rich spend their money. Lin Feng's first stop was the Ferrari showroom. He was still wearing the same ordinary t-shirt and jeans he wore yesterday, which looked out of place in the magnificent surroundings. A young salesperson saw him, a hint of barely perceptible indifference flashed in his eyes, and he just greeted him perfunctorily. Just a quick look, sir? Lin Feng ignored him. His eyes were fixed directly on the beast in the center of the exhibition hall, which looked like a burning flame. Limited edition, LaFerrari. He walked over and spoke calmly. I bought this one. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then a sarcastic expression appeared on his face. Several customers who were looking at cars nearby also cast teasing glances at him, as if they were looking at a clown seeking attention. Sir, do you know how much this car costs? 25 million, and there are purchase restrictions. The salesperson's tone was full of superiority. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took out the pure black card directly from his pocket and gently placed it on the hood of the exhibition car. Swipe the card. Seeing this card, the salesperson wanted to say something else. But the sales manager who was wiping the car nearby jumped up instantly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He rushed over, crawling and rolling, pushed away the blind subordinate, and bowed 90 degrees to Lin Feng, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know it was you who came. This knowledgeable manager once had the opportunity to see this card from a distance at a private party of top wealthy people. He knew that this card represented an energy that was enough to make the entire Tianhai city tremble. The manager hurriedly invited Lin Feng into the top VIP room and personally served him the best coffee. After he verified the card, his already pale face turned even more bloodless. But then, an extremely embarrassed look appeared on his face again. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. He almost knelt down to Lin Feng. Just half an hour ago, we received a notice from the higher-ups. In the entire Auto City, all high-end brands cannot sell you any car. Lin Feng frowned. He realized that something was wrong. After leaving the Auto City, he took a taxi to the top villa area in Tianhai City Yunding Palace. Every villa here is worth hundreds of millions, and the residents are either rich or noble. Having learned from the previous experience, this time the sales lady was extremely respectful after confirming his identity through the internal system. But the answer given is the same. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lin, all the rooms in our Yunding Palace are sold out. Lin Feng stood on the busy street, looking at the tall buildings in the distance. For the first time, he felt that this black card with unlimited credit limit that could be used to buy the entire Tianhai city seemed to be covered by an invisible net. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was Qin Yu calling. Her tone was more serious than ever before. Mr. Lin, something happened. Wang Jiangwo, chairman of Tiancheng Group, has already mobilized all his influence in the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. Just this morning, the Chamber of Commerce sent an internal proposal to all its member companies, including banks, real estate, automobiles, luxury goods, and other high-end consumer sectors. The proposal clearly states that all units are prohibited from engaging in any large transactions exceeding 100,000 yuan with you. Xin Yu's voice was filled with anger. Wang Jiangwo wants to completely isolate you. He wants you to have a mountain of gold but not be able to spend a single cent, leaving you a mere tycoon who is laughed at by everyone. In the rules of upper-class society, you are erased. Lin Feng hung up the phone. He looked at the bright lights of the city, and the coldness in his eyes was enough to freeze the air around him. He understood. Fists can defeat vicious dogs. But the cage-called rules that holds the tiger cannot be broken. The Wang family's revenge was more advanced and deadly than he had imagined. Faced with this dimensionality reduction attack from an entire class, where should he begin his counterattack? Chapter 6, Blueprint of Empire. Wang Jiangwo. Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng stood where he was, chewing over the two names in his mind, the anger in his eyes almost solidifying into substance. However, his brain, which had been transformed by physical strengthening and opening of all meridians, became extremely calm under the burning anger, like the abyss under the snow-capped mountains, without a single ripple. Just then, that familiar voice arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a major development dilemma. Class barriers have formed. God-level selection system has been activated. 3 options, shining with different lights, appeared in his mind again. Option 1, suffer in silence and avoid the spotlight for now. Use cash to purchase ordinary assets, live a low-key life, and bide your time. Complete this option and receive the passive skill God-level forbearance effect, significantly reduce your presence, allowing you to blend in with the crowd. Tolerate? This word has disappeared from Lin Feng's dictionary since yesterday. Option 2, fight tooth for tooth, fight violence with violence. Hire top hackers to attack Tiancheng Group's network, steal its trade secrets, create a financial scandal, and cause its stock price to plummet. Complete this option and receive the anonymous contact information of the world's top hacker ghost. This option is full of temptation. But Lin Feng knew that this was just a show of courage and would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. What he wanted was not to injure Wang Jiangwo seriously, but to uproot him and his Tiancheng Group and grind them to ashes. His eyes fell on the most dazzling third option. Option 3, the way of the king, empire against empire. Since you are excluded by the old rules, build your own business empire and completely crush all opponents based on the rules. Complete this option and reward, God-level newbie gift pack God-level business acumen, complete information on business genius Hanli, and 100 billion in startup capital for Zhongqiang Capital. Seeing this option, Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. Empire versus empire? This is the path he wants to take. I choose 3. He didn't even hesitate as he silently made his choice in his mind. Boom! A torrent of information, 100 times more massive than the one he received when he was indoctrinated with the God-level fighting technique, instantly rushed into his brain. The century-long history of global business changes flashed through his mind frame by frame like a fast-forwarded movie. He has analyzed countless classic business war cases, from malicious leveraged buyouts to sophisticated equity games, and has gained a deep understanding of their essence. In his eyes, the direction of the global market in the next 10 years, from technological trends to geopolitics, has become like an extremely clear map. Finance, capital, human nature, gaming. At this moment, everything was completely integrated with his soul and became his innate instinct. He slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the business logic of the entire world no longer had any secrets in his eyes. The endless stream of vehicles in the city are no longer means of transportation, but flowing symbols of cash. The high-rise buildings that are lined up one after another are no longer made of steel and concrete, but clear balance sheets. At the same time, a man's detailed information appeared before his eyes like a holographic projection. Name, Han Li. Age, 35. Resume, former top star fund manager on Wall Street, managing a multi-billion-dollar fund at the age of 28. Known for his sharp vision and ruthless tactics, he was nicknamed the Wolf of Wall Street. Current status: 3 years ago, refusing to be complicit, he exposed his immediate superior's insider trading activities in collusion with a consortium. He was subjected to a coordinated crackdown and blacklisting by the entire Wall Street capital market, becoming infamous. He now struggles to survive at a small, near-bankrupt investment consulting firm in Tianhai City called Vision Investment. Character weaknesses: extremely conceited, eager to prove oneself, and deeply unwilling to give up. Core demand: a stage free from any constraints, where he can freely display his ambitions, and the capital for revenge. At the end of the information, there is even a detailed record of Han Li's entire life trajectory in the past week, down to which noodle shop he went to for noodles every day. While possessing this God's perspective, Lin Feng's God-level business acumen also began to automatically activate. His eyes swept across the city. In an instant, countless company names, financial statements, equity structures, technology patents, potential values, flashed through his mind like a waterfall, and were automatically analyzed, evaluated, and marked by the system. Tiansheng Group? Market capitalization, 80 billion, debt ratio, 60%, dispersed ownership, numerous internal factions, and its greatest weakness, the arbitrary rule of its chairman, Wang Jiangwo. Replaceability, high. Threat level, low. Lin Feng screened through tens of thousands of company information in just a few seconds. Finally, his eyes were fixed on a small company that looked inconspicuous on the map. Company name: Stardust Technology. Current status: due to excessive investment in R&D for core projects, investors have maliciously withdrawn their capital, causing the company's funding chain to break. The company will declare bankruptcy and liquidation next week. Hidden value: its founder, Feng Wenshan, holds a yet-to-be-disclosed underlying patent called the Honeycomb Protocol. Lin Feng's God-level business sense frantically sounded an alarm to him. This agreement is the key to the future era of the Internet of Things. It is the core cornerstone for connecting all smart devices and realizing the true Internet of Everything. Its value is not tens of billions, not hundreds of billions, but trillions. Wang Jiangwo. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold sneer, like a hunter staring at his prey. You're using your rules to block me? Then I will use my capital to set a completely new rule. A winner-takes-all rule. He took out his cell phone and stopped looking at the expensive luxury cars or the luxurious villas. He called a most ordinary online taxi. Destination Vision Investment Consultants Ltd. The person he was going to meet was the toothless, caged, the Wolf of Wall Street. Chapter 7: The King does not meet the king, but meets the future. The online taxi stopped under a dilapidated office building. Most of the tiles on the building's exterior wall have peeled off, revealing the gray cement inside. This is the old city of Tianhai City, and also a gathering place for losers. Vision Investment Consulting Company, Limited is located on the 8th floor of this building. Lin Feng went upstairs. Before I even entered the door, I heard a sharp roar. Han Li! Han Li! Get the hell out here! A middle-aged boss with a beer belly and hair so greasy that it could be scraped off was pointing at a man's nose and cursing. The man was about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a cheap, shiny suit, with a thin figure and dull eyes. But his spine was straight, like an unyielding javelin. "What the hell is this bullshit plan you came up with? Huh? It's costing the company another client." The greasy boss spitted everywhere and threw a stack of documents hard at Han Li's face. "Do you still think you're the all-powerful Wolf of Wall Street? Wake up! You're nothing but a worthless piece of shit." A homeless dog kicked out by its owner. Papers were scattered all over the floor. Han Li endured all this silently. He just clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, and said nothing. Several colleagues around him looked at him with a gloating look and whispered to each other. The boss was so angry that he turned around and saw Lin Feng standing at the door. He shouted even more impatiently. "What are you looking at? Go beg somewhere else. There's no money here." Lin Feng didn't even look at the greasy boss. He walked straight through the smoky office and came to Han Li. He spoke calmly, his voice clearly echoing in everyone's ears. "Mr. Han Li, I'm here to invite you to be the CEO of my new company." In an instant, the whole office fell into silence. The greasy boss opened his mouth wide, like a duck with its neck strangled. The other colleagues also looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool. "Who is this kid? Are you crazy?" Han Li slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with his numb, empty eyes. He had seen too many people come to him. Some of them wanted to use his past reputation to cheat people. Some want to find a scapegoat, a glamorous white glove. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "Which unlearned young master of a family wants to find a tool to help you play the capital game?" Lin Feng smiled. He did not answer, but asked a question slowly. 3 years ago, you led the Morning Light project on Wall Street, aiming to capture the global new energy vehicle market. Ultimately, it failed due to a broken funding chain. Everyone said you were too radical and a lunatic. But they were all wrong. When Han Li heard the words Morning Light plan, his pupils suddenly shrank. That was the biggest and deepest pain in his heart. It was the beginning of his fall from the clouds to the abyss. Lin Feng did not give him a chance to breathe and continued. "Your general direction is correct, but your entry point is wrong. You shouldn't have started by trying to manufacture complete vehicles. That's a bottomless pit. What you should have really bet on was the core technology of graphene batteries, which was then largely ignored by the market. If you had done that back then, you wouldn't have needed hundreds of billions of dollars, just 5 billion, and you could have leveraged the future of the entire industry. And now, you'd already be at the helm of a company with $1 trillion market value." Boom! Every word Lin Feng said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Han Li's heart hard. His whole body shook violently, as if struck by lightning. This was the only way out of the situation that he had deduced after countless sleepless nights reviewing the situation. How could this young man, who looked no more than 25, know everything so clearly? "I'll give you a stage." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable power, as if he could control everything. "A stage of absolute freedom, without any constraints. I'm going to acquire a small company called Stardust Technologies, which has a patent called the Hive Protocol. I want you to use it to destroy the foundation of Tianqing Group from the front within 3 years. Han Li's breathing became rapid. Beneath the dead ashes in his eyes, a spark was rekindled. He stared at Lin Feng intently, as if he wanted to see through him. "Who are you?" "My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng extended his hand to him. "My company is called Sky Capital. As for the startup capital." He paused, and a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You just need to tell me your dreams, your ambitions, your revenge. How many zeros does it take to carry it?" Chapter 8. The general has arrived. Where is the city? Han Li stared at the hand that Lin Feng stretched out. Silence. There was deathly silence in the office. 3 seconds later. He didn't shake the hand. Instead, he bent deeply towards Lin Feng, his back which had been straight for 35 years. A 90-degree bow. "Han Li, I am willing to die for Mr. Lin." The voice was not loud, but every word was weighty. That was a vow to entrust the rest of one's life, one's ambitions and future to others. He stood up straight, without even looking at Lin Feng again, but turned around and took off his cheap suit jacket in front of everyone. He crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can in the corner with precision, just like throwing away garbage. It was as if he was saying a complete farewell to that humiliating and miserable past. After doing all this, he looked at the greasy former boss who was already stunned and said 3 words calmly. I resign. Then, without looking back, he followed Lin Feng out of the cage that was suffocating him. Downstairs of the office building. The sunlight is a bit dazzling. Hanli greedily breathed in the free air outside, and his entire temperament changed drastically in just a few minutes. In those dim eyes, the flame called ambition was rekindled. It was the look of a hungry wolf returning to the forest. Lin Feng nodded, very satisfied with his changes. He took out his cell phone and called Xinyu. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin, what do you want me to do? Xinyu's voice was still respectful. Lawyer Qin, are you busy? Not busy. Mr. Lin's affairs are always the top priority. Very good. Lin Feng said, help me draft 2 documents. One is a top CEO employment contract, and the other is a letter of intent to acquire the company. Xinyu on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. She thought Lin Feng would choose to lie dormant for a while, or use other means to fight against Wang Jiangluo's blockade. Unexpectedly, he actually wanted to set up a company directly and confront it head-on. Mr. Lin. Xinyu's voice was filled with worry. You want to set up a company? Your opponent is Tiansheng Group, and Wang Jiangluo is deeply rooted in Tianhai City. This requires a very careful plan. We can't rush it. I already have a plan. Lin Feng's tone was filled with unquestionable confidence. Meet me at the One Tao Tea House by the river in half an hour. Half an hour later. One Tao Tea House, an elegant room overlooking the river. When Xinyu pushed open the door, she was once again shocked by the scene before her. Lin Feng was still the same Lin Feng, sitting there calmly drinking tea. But the man next to him was completely different from the decadent and downtrodden Hanli in the profile photo she had just found through the Sky Eye system. Although Hanli was dressed in ordinary clothes at this moment, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, his back was as straight as a pine tree, and the strong confidence and control he exuded was no less than any business tycoon she had ever seen. It was as if a sleeping tiger had awakened. Mr. Lin, this is Hanli, CEO of Songchong Capital. Lin Feng introduced. Xinyu's heart was shaken, but she remained expressionless and nodded politely. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and directly told the two of them the name Stardust Technology. As a top lawyer, Xinyu's work efficiency is astonishingly high. She immediately used the tablet computer she carried with her to retrieve all of Stardust Technology's industrial, commercial, and legal information. After just a few glances, her brows furrowed tightly. Mr. Lin, the situation of this company is very complicated. The company is heavily in debt and on the verge of bankruptcy, but its ownership structure is extremely fragmented, with 7 or 8 shareholders, large and small. According to the information, each of these individuals is highly motivated, hoping to reap every last ounce of profits before the company's bankruptcy and liquidation. Negotiations to acquire patents from them will be extremely difficult, and it's easy for them to work together to raise the price, dragging the process into a protracted tug of war. Hanli, who was standing by, also quickly took on the role of CEO. He quickly browsed through the information on his phone and added in a deep voice, I just looked at the technical data of this company. Its cellular protocol patent is truly a gold mine buried in a garbage dump. But precisely because of this, those shareholders will definitely act like sharks smelling blood and maliciously raise the price. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to complete the normal business negotiations and legal procedures. As they spoke, Xinyu and Hanli began to have a heated discussion from their respective professional perspectives. From complex legal traps to sophisticated equity swap plans. From dividing and disintegrating the shareholder alliance to using public opinion to put pressure on them. The two of them chatted back and forth, and various professional terms and plans emerged one after another, showing the professional qualities of top elites. Lin Feng did not interrupt. He just listened quietly, drank his tea slowly, and looked at the river flowing outside the window. When they had finished their discussion, the voices gradually died down. Lin Feng slowly put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table, making a crisp sound. He spoke. Your plans are all good. But, it's too slow. Xinyu and Hanli were stunned and looked at him in confusion. In their opinion, this is the most efficient and professional solution. Lin Feng did not explain. He looked at the river view outside the window, his voice calm, but with a wisdom that saw through everything. What is the essence of business? It's a deal. What is the essence of the transaction? Its value. When our value is so great that it exceeds the other party's imagination and can even dominate their destiny, all the techniques, all the processes, will become meaningless. He turned his head and looked at Chinyu. Lawyer Chin, please help me get together all the shareholders of Stardust Technology. No one can be left out. The time is tomorrow afternoon, and the location is right here. Then he looked at Han Li again. Han Li, go get ready and change into decent clothes. Tomorrow, you will be the CEO of Songcheon Capital. Show your might. Chapter 9 Cash is King, the Sky is Coming. The next afternoon. In the largest Guanlan box of the Wentao Tea House. The atmosphere is tense and subtle. All 7 shareholders of Stardust Technology were present, each of them bloated and with greed gleaming in their eyes. Opposite them, there were only 2 people sitting. Chinyu and Han Li, who was wearing a crisp Armani suit and had a temperament as sharp as a knife. The leading major shareholder, a bald man named Li, spoke first with a forced smile. Lawyer Chin, President Han, we know that your Songcheon Capital is very sincere. He deliberately drew out his tone. However, our Stardust Technologies Hive Protocol patent is a future gold mine, priceless. Therefore, our offer is 100 million. He stretched out a finger, opened his mouth as loudly as a lion, and directly quoted a sky-high price that was 5 times higher than the current assessed market value of Stardust Technology. Several other shareholders immediately joined in the discussion. Yes, Mr. Li is right. We invested all our savings in developing this patent. Let me tell you, if there hadn't been a problem with our funding chain, we wouldn't have been able to sell this patent. 100 million is too little. I think it should be at least 150 million. The entire conference room instantly turned into a noisy vegetable market. These people are not here to negotiate at all. They are just a group of hyenas that have smelled blood and want to tear off the last piece of meat from the corpse of Stardust Technology. Han Li tried to use the most professional business analysis to explain to them the future value of the patent and the reasonable acquisition price. But the other party didn't listen at all. They just kept crying poor, making empty promises, and bidding against each other. Chinyu also felt extremely troubled. She had handled countless complex business mergers and acquisitions, but this was the first time she had seen such unreasonable and blatant greed. This group of people clearly have them in their sights and are ready to rip them off mercilessly. Just when the 2 sides were deadlocked and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, the heavy wooden door of the box was pushed open from the outside. Lin Feng walked in. Behind him followed 10 burly professional security guards wearing uniform black suits and black sunglasses. The most eye-catching thing was that each of them was carrying a huge silver suitcase that shone with a cold metallic light. This scene brought all the noisy sounds in the box to an abrupt halt. The 7 shareholders looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, not knowing what this young man was up to. Lin Feng walked to the empty chair at the main seat and sat down without even looking at the group of shareholders. He just waved his hand gently. 10 security guards stepped forward in neat steps and placed all 10 metal suitcases in their hands heavily on the huge mahogany round table with a bang. Click. There was a crisp sound of the lock popping open. The first box was opened. What caught my eye were the red banknotes, neatly stacked and so new without even a crease. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng said a word lightly to the security guard. Fall. The security guard did not hesitate, picked up the box with both hands, and threw it onto the table. Crash. Brand new banknotes poured out of the box like a red waterfall. In an instant, a mountain of money, smelling of ink, piled up on the table. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Bang! 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 Before they could recover from their shock, the remaining 9 boxes were opened one by one. Then, they were simply and roughly dumped on the table one by one. 100 million. 200 million. 300 million. In just a dozen seconds, the huge mahogany round table with a diameter of 3 meters was completely submerged by the mountain of cash. You could hear a pin drop in the entire box. At this moment, the 7 shareholders all stopped breathing. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the mountain made of money, their Adam's apples rolled up and down wildly, and their faces were full of greed, shock, and disbelief. This kind of visual impact is 100 times, 1,000 times more shocking than the cold series of numbers in a bank account. At this time, Lin Feng's voice slowly sounded in the room. I don't have the time, nor the interest, to bargain with you. For the first time, his eyes swept across the 7 faces distorted by extreme greed. Here is 300 million in cash. It's 100 million more than the highest price you just quoted. He picked up a stack of equity transfer contracts that Yu had prepared long ago and threw them on the mountain of money like a pile of waste paper. Now, you have 2 choices. First, sign the contract, get the money, and leave. Second, you can continue to sit here and discuss your ridiculous company values. I'll just give you 1 minute to think about it. 1 minute? It doesn't even take a second. The moment the 300 million in cash appeared before their eyes, the psychological defenses of these shareholders were completely broken. The so-called company value and the so-called business negotiations have become the most ridiculous joke in the world at this moment. Greed conquers everything. I sign. I sign. Mr. Li, who had previously clamored for 150 million yuan, was the first to react. Like a mad wild boar, he pounced on it with strange cries and reached out to grab the contract, fearing that if he was a second late, the money on the table would grow wings and fly away. The others also woke up from their dreams and rushed to the mountain of money. Mine. This is mine. Don't fight me. I'll sign first. The whole scene was chaotic and ugly. 10 minutes later. All contracts have been signed. From then on, Stardust Technology and the $1 trillion Beehive Agreement were completely owned by Sky Capital. A business empire that is destined to shock the world is officially born at this moment. At this moment, at the headquarters of Tianxing Group. In the chairman's office. Wang Jiangwo had just received a phone call and his face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. What did you say? That little bastard founded a company called Sky Capital? And you used 300 million in cash to acquire a nearly bankrupt technology company? He hung up the phone with a sneer of extreme disdain on his face. Do you really think that just because you have a little money you can play the game of capital? You're a nouveau riche who doesn't know how to live or die. I want to see how a newborn baby like you can fight a grown tiger like me. He doesn't know. The baby he was talking about was actually a prehistoric dragon that was powerful enough to devour the world. A storm that will sweep across the entire Tianhai business community is about to break out. Chapter 10: Tianxing's Ridicule. Tianxing Group Headquarters. Located on the top floor of a skyscraper in the core area of Tianhai City's CBD. In the chairman's office, behind a rosewood desk worth $1 million, Wang Jiangwo was leisurely sipping a glass of top-quality Huaishan de Hongpo. One of his trusted vice presidents was standing in front of the table, respectfully reporting on his work. Chairman, that kid named Lin Feng has made some moves. There was an unconcealable smile of contempt on the vice president's face. He registered a company this afternoon with a rather intimidating name, Sky Capital. Wang Jiangwo blew on the scalding tea, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Oh? Now that I've blocked your consumer channels, you want to learn how to play the business game? Yes, the vice president continued, and the way he plays it is very unique, or rather, very ridiculous. He used 300 million in cash, set up a table in the tea house, and stunned those money-hungry shareholders of Stardust Technology. In 10 minutes, he completed the acquisition of that shabby company. As soon as the words fell, a burst of suppressed laughter immediately rang out in the spacious office. Wang Jiangwo and several of his confidants were laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Cash? 300 million? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Typical nouveau riche mentality. What does he think a shopping mall is? A vegetable market? Do you really think that just because you have a few bucks, you can call the shots in Tianhai City? How naive. Wang Jiangwo slowly put down the teacup, his eyes full of contempt like a cat playing with a mouse. His purpose for acquiring Stardust Technology is obvious. He's after that so-called Internet of Things patent. He has some vision, but that's all. From a patent drawing in the lab to a product that can actually be brought to market and generate profits, the money burned and the connections needed in between, could a nouveau riche like him even imagine that? Wang Jiangwo leaned back in the comfortable leather chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, like an emperor in control of everything, planning a war that was sure to win. Keep an eye on him. Doesn't he want to play? Then play with him. Have all those subsidiaries prepare. If any of Songchong Capital's products dare to show up, I'll smack them to death. I'm going to make them lose everything. Also, notify the group's technical department. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Jiangwo's eyes. Immediately launch our long-planned Internet of Things Project Skynet. Since he's also optimistic about this track, then we'll use our absolute financial and technical strength to crush him head on. I want him, and everyone in Tianhai City, to see clearly what true industry barriers are. Yes, Chairman. The vice president bowed and took the order and left, with a smile on his face as if he was going to enjoy the show. In his opinion, Sangkong Capital was just an ant that the chairman killed when he was bored. And at this time, the other side. The lights were on in a high-rise office building temporarily rented by Sangkong Capital. Although this place is far less luxurious than the Tianjin Group headquarters, it is full of high morale and hope. Han Li was leading a small elite team that Qin Yu had urgently recruited overnight, and they were excitedly planning the company's future in front of a huge electronic whiteboard. The whiteboard is already filled with various complex business models and technology roadmaps. General Lin's strategy is simply genius. No, it's a miracle. Han Li pointed at the core area of the whiteboard, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. The Wolf of Wall Street has completely awakened. We're not making products. We're building a platform. We're setting standards. We're the operating system for all IoT devices. This means we're setting industry rules. Qin Yu stood aside, looking at Lin Feng, who was sitting calmly on the sofa drinking Coke. Her heart was also in turmoil. This young man seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Every step he took was precisely in line with the pulse of the times. She had a strong premonition that she was witnessing the birth of a business miracle. Lin Feng drank the last sip of Coke and threw the can into the trash can accurately. He looked out the window at the Tianjin Group headquarters building that stood like a giant beast in the night, and said to Han Li lightly, "Wang Jiangwo will definitely snipe us. The target he's most likely to target, and the one that could prove most fatal, is Tianhai City's upcoming Smart City Phase 1 project. That was our first battle, and it was also a battle of life and death." The excitement on Han Li's face froze in an instant. "Smart City project," he cried out. "That's the city government's biggest project this year, with a total investment exceeding 10 billion. Tech companies across Tianhai City are eyeing it. The project has long been secured by Tianjin Group. We're a company that was only established yesterday. We don't even have the most basic qualifications to bid. How can we possibly get a ticket?" The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. "Qualification is earned through strength. It wasn't given by anyone else." Chapter 11 Ticket Selection. A full 24 hours. Han Li and his small but highly combat-capable team stayed in the temporarily converted operations room of Sangkong Capital, barely closing their eyes. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with caffeine, nicotine, and energy drinks. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, but their spirits were extremely excited. With unlimited energy supply and adrenaline, a perfect smart city solution was finally slowly spit out from the printer in the afternoon of the next day. That still warm proposal, with Stardust Technologies' Beehive Protocol as its core framework, creatively proposed a subversive concept called Urban Nerve Center. It is no longer a simple stacking of systems, but rather the integration of all the complex systems of Tianhai City, including transportation, medical care, security, energy, government affairs, etc., into a unified, efficient, self-learning and continuously optimized intelligent platform. This platform is the brain of the city. When Han Li held this plan, which embodied everyone's wisdom and hard work, in his hands, his fingertips trembled slightly. This is no ordinary business plan. This is a work of art. He dared to use his former reputation as the Wolf of Wall Street to guarantee that this plan was at least 5 years ahead of all competitors in the market. He could even foresee what a huge earthquake this plan would bring to the entire industry when it was made public. "Brothers! We did it!" Han Li held up the plan and shouted excitedly to the team members. There was a brief but enthusiastic cheer in the office. However, when Han Li, with the determination to win, personally led his team to the Smart City Project bidding office located in the city administrative center, ready to submit the application materials that could change the future, a basin of ice water was poured over the head. The person in charge of receiving the materials was a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and looking meticulous. He just glanced at the name of their company, Sky Capital, then looked down at the registration information column, and pushed the thick stack of documents back with an expressionless face. "Sorry, your company does not meet the bidding qualifications." His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart in Han Li. "What?" Han Li was stunned. "Why doesn't it match?" According to the regulations of this bidding, the middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, as if he were reciting the provisions. Companies participating in major infrastructure projects like this must have been established for at least 3 years and must have successfully completed at least one major project of similar scale. He pointed to the registration date on the documents and said, "Your company has only been established for less than a month. So, we can't accept your materials." Hanli became anxious and held down the document that was pushed back, feeling a little excited. "Comrade. Rules are dead, but people are alive. We brought the best technical solution. You didn't even take a look at the content, and you're turning us away because of this bureaucratic clause? This is irresponsible to the future of Tianhai City." The staff member raised his head and gave him a cold look. That look was like looking at a fool who was making a fuss. "Rules are rules. If you keep making loud noises here and disrupt our work, I'll call security." Anger, humiliation, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Hanli clenched his fist so tightly that his nails were almost digging into his flesh. He understood instantly. This isn't some bullshit bureaucratic clause. This is the rule of business. It was Wang Jiangwo and his Tianqing group who used their vast and complex network of relationships that they had built over decades to set up the first and most insurmountable obstacle for this group of young inexperienced people within the rules. They didn't even have the chance to sit at the poker table. In the end, Hanli could only return to the company with a dejected team, feeling resentful and aggrieved. He must report this bad news to Lin Feng immediately. Sankong Capital, President's Office. After listening to Hanli's angry and frustrated report, Lin Feng's face showed no surprise. There wasn't even a ripple. All this was completely within his expectations. If Wang Jiangwo doesn't even have this ability, then he is not worthy of being the chairman of Tianqing Group. He just calmly looked at the bustling city scene outside the window, as if he was admiring a painting that had nothing to do with him, or as if he was waiting for something. Finally, that familiar voice arrived as promised. Ding! Detected that the host company is facing a critical juncture in its development. Regulatory barriers have taken effect. God-level selection system activated. Here it comes. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Option 1, follow the rules. Since you don't meet the qualifications, look for a shortcut. Spend time and money to obtain this entry ticket by injecting capital or directly acquiring a shell company that meets all the bidding requirements. Complete this option, and your reward, a shell company with a clean background, perfect qualifications, and ready for acquisition at any time. Follow the rules? That is the helpless act of the weak when they are at their wits' end. Lin Feng's eyes skipped over it directly. Option 2, break the rules. Leverage your media resources to spark a public outcry online against this bidding system. Criticize its provisions for serious loopholes, claiming they are tailor-made barriers for established businesses and stifle the innovative vitality of emerging tech companies. Through public pressure, force the project organizers to reconsider their qualifications to appease public outrage. Complete this option and receive a reward, a top-tier media resource package including in-depth coverage from multiple mainstream media outlets and a certain level of social prestige. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. If used properly, it can kill the enemy. If used improperly, it can backfire on you. Especially in government-led projects, this approach is too radical and can easily backfire. Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on the third option, which was the one with the brightest light and the font seemed to be burning. Option 3, become the rule. Since you can't enter through the main gate, let the rulemaker personally open a window for you. Speak directly with the highest decision maker of this project and ask him to make an exception just for you. Complete this option and receive the following rewards: a chance to have a private dinner with Tianhai City Mayor Zhao Huan and the God-level skill words follow laws elementary. What you say is what you do. When Lin Feng saw these 4 words, his breathing paused for a moment. A line of golden explanatory text automatically unfolds below the option, emitting an attractive luster. Words follow the law basic. Your words are imbued with an irresistible spiritual energy, making them extremely persuasive and appealing. When you present your views to a target, you can easily influence their subconscious judgment, causing them to unconsciously agree with and believe your logic and perspective, and with a high probability of acting in accordance with your wishes. Note, this skill's effectiveness is reduced against targets whose willpower far exceeds that of the host, or for requests that touch upon their core interests. This is simply a magical skill tailor-made for business negotiations. The business world is like a battlefield, and language is the sharpest and most hidden weapon. With this skill, you will be successful in everything, whether it is financing, negotiation, or presentation. I choose 3. Lin Feng made his choice in his heart without hesitation. Selection confirmed, rewards being distributed. Information tip: Tianhai City Mayor Zhao Huan will dine alone at the private restaurant Qingfeng Pavilion in the south of the city at 7 o'clock this evening. Please seize the opportunity. Lin Feng raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It would take an hour to get from here to Qingfeng Pavilion in the south of the city if there is no traffic jam. The timing is just right. He stood up, slowly adjusted the collar of his suit, and brushed off the non-existent dust on his shoulders. In the office, Hanli and Xinyu looked at him with nervous and expectant eyes, waiting for his final decision. Boss Lin, what should we do now? Hanli couldn't help but ask anxiously, should I arrange for someone to screen the market for shell companies that meet the acquisition criteria? Although time is a bit tight, if we spend a little more money, we should be able to. Need not. Lin Feng interrupted him and smiled. That smile held a kind of inexplicable peace of mind, as if the confidence to control everything. Your task is to continue to improve that plan. We must perfect it to the point where anyone who knows the subject can't find any fault with it and might even be amazed by it. As for the admission ticket, he took a step forward and walked towards the office door. I'll get one. A one-of-a-kind VIP ticket that belongs only to our Songchong capital. After saying this, he left the office alone under the confused, shocked and puzzled gazes of Hanli and Xinyu. A dinner that will determine the fate of Tsangdi capital and may even change the future landscape of Tianhai City is about to take place. Chapter 12: Mayor's Dinner. Night falls. South of the city, Qingfeng Pavilion. This is not a 5-star hotel, but just an ancient courtyard hidden deep in the bamboo forest. It is not open to the public and only serves a small group of people at the top of Tianhai City. The security here is even stricter than that of the city government compound. When Lin Feng got out of the taxi and walked to the Vermilion Gate, 2 guards wearing black Zhongshan suits and with eyes as sharp as eagles immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Sir, please stay. This is a private club. Please show us your membership card or invitation. Their voices were cold and emotionless. Lin Feng did not produce any ID. His eyes swept calmly across the faces of the 2 guards. Then, he used that god-level skill. I have an appointment with Mayor Zhao. His voice was very soft and plain, but it seemed to carry a strange magic that directly penetrated the eardrums and was imprinted deep in the minds of the 2 guards. He's waiting for me. A moment. A single, crystal-clear thought flashed through the minds of the 2 guards simultaneously. This person is very important. We absolutely cannot offend him. He's the distinguished guest the mayor is waiting for tonight. This thought came so suddenly and so naturally. They didn't even have time to think before their bodies reacted instinctively. Bang! The 2 men stood at attention at the same time and gave Lin Feng a standard military salute. Sir, please come in. Mayor Zhao is in the top-notch private room. Lin Feng nodded slightly and walked straight in. It was not until his back disappeared into the depths of the courtyard that the 2 guards woke up from their dream and looked at each other with confusion and bewilderment on their faces. What just happened? Led by a manager who was also a little too respectful, Lin Feng soon arrived at the door of the Tian private room. In the private room, Tianhai City's mayor, Zhao Huan, was alone, looking at a table full of exquisite dishes with no appetite at all. He is in his early 50s, in the prime of his life, and is known for his determination to reform and his tough style. He regards the Smart City project as the most important political achievement during his term of office. But this afternoon, after reading the preliminary proposals of all the shortlisted companies, he was filled with disappointment. Tianshine Group, the most powerful company, submitted a conservative, bloated, and unoriginal proposal. It only wanted to make a quick buck by using the project to develop real estate and infrastructure. The other companies are just filling in the gaps and are unable to produce anything truly innovative. Is his grand blueprint going to become a mediocre and shoddy project in the hands of a group of mediocre people? Just when he was upset, the door of the private room was pushed open. Zhao Huan frowned, thinking it was some blind waiter, and was about to scold him. But when he looked up, he saw a strange young man walking in leisurely. Who are you? Who let you in? Zhao Huan's voice carried a hint of the majesty of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Lin Feng did not answer. He walked straight to the opposite side of Zhao Huan, pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked directly into the eyes of Tianhai City's highest administrative officer and used that skill again. Mayor Zhao, my name is Lin Feng, the founder of Songchong Capital. I'm not here for anything else. It's for you, and for Tianhai City, to present a plan that will make this city truly smart. An invisible force instantly calmed the anger in Zhao Huan's heart. Instead, there was an incredibly strong curiosity, and an inexplicable sense of trust. He felt that the young man in front of him was the game changer he had been waiting for, the one who could solve all his troubles. He subconsciously made a please gesture. Please sit down and speak. Lin Feng smiled. He did not produce any documents or play any PPT. He simply relied on the vast knowledge reserves brought to him by his god-level business acumen and used the most refined and provocative language to paint a grand blueprint for Zhao Huan of the future smart city based on the Hive protocol. In the future of transportation, there will be no traffic lights. City hubs will intelligently adjust the routes and speeds of each vehicle based on real-time traffic flow, completely eliminating congestion. In the future of healthcare, every citizen's health data will be uploaded in real time. A central system can provide early warnings before symptoms appear and automatically match them with the most appropriate medical resources. In the future, all government approval processes will be completed online. Citizens will only need one ID to access all public services, transforming going to the government once at most into not having to go to the government at all. Every scenario that Lin Feng described was incredibly accurate, hitting the nail on the head in Zhao Huan's administration and all his ideas for the future. With the effect of words come true, every word of Lin Feng was like the truth, with unquestionable power, deeply imprinted in Zhao Huan's mind. The more Zhao Huan listened, the brighter his eyes became. The more I listen, the more excited I get. He seemed to have already seen that under his leadership, Tianhai City would have a glorious future where it would become a benchmark for smart cities in the country and even the world. Bang! He slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! He excitedly held Lin Feng's hand, his voice trembling. Your idea. Your plan. It's exactly what I've been dreaming of and searching for. Lin Feng saw that the time was right, and at the right moment, he revealed a hint of regret. What a pity. We, Songchong Capital, are a new company that was established only yesterday. We have been blocked from bidding. What? When Zhao Huan heard this, he immediately widened his eyes. This is simply outrageous. Rules are dead. People are alive. Rules are meant to serve development, not to constrain innovation. He made a prompt decision and said in a decisive tone. For innovative companies that are truly valuable and can drive the development of Tianhai City, we must not only welcome them, but also break all conventions to support them. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Tomorrow morning, I will personally give the instructions. A special technology introduction channel has been established for the Smart City project. We open our doors to all truly capable companies that can contribute to Tianhai City. The biggest regulatory hurdle. Lin Feng easily swept it away in the most incredible way, while chatting and laughing. He knows. When Wang Jiangmo sees this news on the news tomorrow morning, the expression on his face will definitely be very, very interesting. Songchong Capital and Tiancheng Group. Finally, we are standing on the same stage. Chapter 13: The Giant's Shock. The next day, early morning. A supplementary announcement issued by the Tianhai City Project Tendering Office quickly spread throughout the business community through major official channels. The announcement was short, but every word was like a bombshell. We have decided to establish a special technology innovation channel for the first phase of the Smart City construction project. Companies with disruptive core patented technologies or the ability to provide revolutionary solutions are welcome to participate in the final proposal review, regardless of company history or past project performance. As soon as the announcement came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone can see that this supplementary announcement almost overturns the original rules and is tailor-made for a specific company. Tiancheng Group Headquarters. Bang! Wang Jiangwo threw his most beloved Yixing purple clay teapot, which was worth millions, to the ground. Tea and debris were splattered all over the floor. Zhao Huan! How dare he! Wang Jiangwo's eyes were red, and he paced back and forth in the office like a completely enraged lion, roaring angrily. The Smart City project is the fat piece of meat that Tiancheng Group is determined to obtain. He had been planning for this for 2 whole years, opening up countless connections, and was just about to get what he wanted, but now a special channel suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He immediately mobilized all his connections to find out. All the responses we received were surprisingly consistent. The mayor makes the final decision himself, and no one is allowed to interfere. Wang Jiangwo was completely confused. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Feng, who was as poor as an ant in his eyes, could have used such extraordinary means to influence the highest decision of the top leader of Tianhai City in just one day. The trusted vice president stood aside, his face pale and his voice trembling. Chairman Dong. Chairman, the latest news. Shangqiang Capital has officially submitted their proposal through that special channel. Their proposal was rated as the highest priority and went straight into the final review phase. Wang Jiangwo stopped, his chest heaving violently. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down from the overwhelming anger. The more times like this happen, the more we must not lose our composure. A venomous, ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Good, very good. Since he wants to get in the ring, I will beat him and his ridiculous sky capital to death right there in front of everyone in the city. He slammed the table and issued new orders. Spread my message. Add another 2 billion to our Skynet project's research and development budget. Invite all the top IoT experts in the country, no matter how much it costs. I want them working around the clock. I want our plan to become an insurmountable mountain. Wang Jiangwo doesn't believe it. He absolutely did not believe that a makeshift team put together by a young man could compare with the huge technology and talent reserves accumulated by his Tianqing Group over 10 years and tens of billions of funds. He will definitely win this war. At the same time, the atmosphere in Sunkong Capital's office was completely different from the gloomy atmosphere in Tianqing Group. Here, morale is high and everyone's faces are filled with excitement and excitement. We won. We got our tickets. It's incredible. President Lin is simply a god. Hanli looked at the young figure who was still sitting calmly on the sofa. In addition to the previous admiration, there was an almost fanatical worship in his eyes. He originally thought that he would have to fight a long and extremely difficult battle. But he didn't expect it. Their emperor actually airdropped directly onto the enemy's city wall and personally opened the strongest city gate for them. Qin Yu was also completely impressed by Lin Feng's mysterious and powerful skills. She now finally understood that the power this man possessed far exceeded the scope of money or even power. It was a kind of power from a higher dimension that she could not understand and could only look up to. Lin Feng remained calm in the face of everyone's reactions. He just looked at Hanli and said lightly, "There are still 3 days until the final plan review meeting. In these 3 days, Tianqing Group will definitely spare no effort to perfect their Skynet project. And what you need to do." Countless data streams seemed to flash across Lin Feng's pupils, and his god-level business sense was activated again. All possible technical optimization directions of Tianqing Group, all possible experts to invite, all their self-proclaimed trump cards. From Lin Feng's god's perspective, everything became extremely clear and full of loopholes. He pointed out all the possible upgrade points of the Tianqing plan and the fatal flaws hidden behind it, and provided Hanli with a battle preparation strategy that could be called its standard answer. A business showdown that will determine the future of Tianhai City is about to take place. But Wang Jiangwo and his Tianqing Group don't know yet. The trump card they were so proud of had long been a useless card in the eyes of their opponents. Chapter 14, Judgment Day. 3 days later. Tianhai Municipal Government Auditorium. The final review meeting of the Smart City project was held here. The venue was packed. All mainstream media in Tianhai City aimed their cameras at the rostrum. Celebrities from the business world and bigwigs from the political arena were all present. This is not just a commercial bidding, but also a grand event that will determine the development direction of Tianhai City in the next 10 years. Mayor Zhao Huan sat in the center of the judge's seat with a serious expression. As the representative of Tianqing Group, Wang Jiangwo wore a neat Mao suit and sat in the most conspicuous position in the first row with high spirits. He smiled and greeted acquaintances around him from time to time, showing the demeanor of an industry leader. The review meeting begins. Tianqing Group's chief technology officer was the first to take the stage. They spent billions of dollars and urgently added another $2 billion to the budget in the last 3 days. They invited the country's top team of experts to polish the entire Skynet project to near perfection. Exquisite PPT presentations, impeccably detailed technical specifications, and grand and spectacular application scenarios. The entire plan, full of a sense of technology and power, drew bursts of murmurs of admiration from the audience. Wang Jiangwo glanced proudly at Lin Feng and Han Li sitting in the corner. Seeing their serious expressions, the smile on his face became even wider. In his view, victory is already in his pocket. Finally, it was Sunkoon Capital's turn. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Li walked onto the podium. But he didn't open any PPT or even take any speech notes. He just stood there quietly, looked around the room, and then spoke calmly. His first words caused an uproar in the audience. Tianjin Group's plan is excellent and grand. But what it has built is a managed city, not a thinking city. Their Skynet, after all, is just a net to capture data and profits. And our sky. Han Li's voice suddenly rose, full of confidence and strength. It's a sky that allows the city to breathe freely and evolve on its own. Before he finished speaking, he began the public execution of the Skynet project according to the script that Lin Feng had already written. First, the Skynet project's underlying architecture utilizes a centralized server model. This may have been mainstream 5 years ago, but in the age of the Internet of Everything, if the central server is attacked or fails, the entire city will be paralyzed in an instant. This is design hubris. Secondly, their data encryption protocol, while seemingly advanced, contains a backdoor vulnerability. This vulnerability cannot be discovered in a laboratory environment, but under the pressure of massive city-level data interaction, it will inevitably be exposed. At that time, the data of all Tianjin citizens will be exposed. Third, every time Han Li pointed out a point, it was like a scalpel, precisely cutting at the core and most deadly lifeline of the Skynet project. On the judging panel, the technical experts invited by Tianjin turned from red to white, and from white to blue, with cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. They were discussing fiercely in low voices, their eyes filled with shock. Because the problems pointed out by Han Li were vaguely noticed by them when they stayed up late to tackle the problems in the past few days, but they were still optimistic and wanted to use their technological advantages to forcibly cover up the past weaknesses. Wang Jiangwo's face was extremely ugly, and his hands, placed on his knees, were clenched into fists. After completely deconstructing the opponent's plan in the most incisive way and devaluing it to nothing, Han Li then began to slowly explain the real plan of Sunkoon Capital. An open, compatible, decentralized urban organism that can self-learn, self-repair, and self-evolve like a neural network. His explanation and every one of his ideas perfectly echoed the magnificent blueprint that Lin Feng had painted for Mayor Zhao Huan in the Qingfeng Pavilion that night. There was a glint in Mayor Zhao's eyes. He looked at Han Li on the stage, then glanced at Lin Feng, who was calm and composed below the stage. He nodded frequently, not hiding his admiration. The final expert Q&A session became a nightmare for Tianjin Group. Their technical director was left speechless and cold sweat soaked his back when he was questioned by the experts on the judging panel about the 3 fatal loopholes. Because those problems hit the weak spots of their plan and there was no way to refute them. The result is no longer a surprise. Mayor Zhao Huan stood up on the spot, picked up the microphone, and announced to the audience in a loud and firm voice. Following the unanimous decision of the judging panel, I declare that the final winner of the Tianjin City Smart City Phase 1 project is Sky Capital. Boom! At this moment, all the flashlights in the venue lit up as bright as day. All the cameras were focused on Han Li, who was standing in the center of the stage like a king, enjoying the glory of victory. And under the stage, Lin Feng stood up slowly and exchanged glances with Wang Jiangwo, who stood in the first row with a dark face and a body trembling slightly with extreme anger. His eyes were calm and indifferent. It's like looking at a loser who has been swept into the garbage dump of history. Under the gaze of all the celebrities in Tianjin City, he lost the business war that he was most proud of and most determined to win. This kind of public and extreme humiliation completely destroyed Wang Jiangwo's sanity. He stared at Lin Feng intently, and a trace of desperate, crazy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Almost at the same time, major financial apps began to push news frantically. Tianjin Group's bid failed, and its stock price plummeted, hitting the lower limit at the opening. What crazy and unconventional means will Wang Jiangwo, who has completely failed in business, use? And what new challenges will Sunkoon Capital, which became famous in one battle and was completely exposed to the spotlight, face from all sides? A bigger storm is coming. Chapter 15, Bloodshed at the Celebration Banquet. Sunkoon Capital, its brightly lit headquarters. The atmosphere of the celebration dinner was extremely warm. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of Tianjin City. And inside the window, there is a carnival for the victors. Come on, Mr. Han. I'll toast you. You are my idol. Boss Han is awesome. Tiancheng Group is nothing. It's no match for you. The huge victory of the Smart City project made the newly born name of Suncombe Capital resound throughout Tianhai City overnight. As the biggest contributor to this battle, Han Li is undoubtedly the most dazzling star in the game. He was toasted one after another by his excited colleagues, and he accepted all of them, feeling very excited. The stray dog who was once ordered around in a small company is now completely dead. Standing in the center of the crowd at this moment is the hungry wolf who is so powerful that the entire Wall Street is taking notice. Lin Feng stood in the corner holding a wineglass, watching all this with a satisfied smile on his face. The dinner is coming to an end. Han Li's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and a gentle smile instantly appeared on his face. The sharpness of a hungry business wolf just now disappeared. Hey, baby, Daddy will be back soon. Is Yaya asleep? She's still waiting for Daddy to tell her a story. Okay, Daddy will be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Han Li walked up to Lin Feng with a smile, a hint of apology. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, my daughter is waiting at home, I have to go back first. Go ahead. Lin Feng nodded and instructed, you've drunk quite a bit of wine, so be careful on the road. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Han Li said goodbye to everyone with a smile, hummed a tuneless little song, and walked into the elevator. He went to the company's underground parking lot and started his Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which served as his CEO's car. The moment he drove smoothly out of the parking lot exit and prepared to merge into the main road traffic, a sudden change occurs. A large truck, which had already turned off all its lights and was waiting in the shadow of the exit like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness, suddenly let out a wild beast-like roar. The extremely dazzling high beam lights up instantly. The huge front of the car was aimed at Han Li's car, and it rammed into him fiercely like crazy. It all happened so fast. Han Li had no time to react at all. His luxury car, worth millions and renowned for its safety, looked as fragile as a paper toy in front of this massive steel truck. Bang! A deafening bang. The Mercedes-Benz was like a fly swatted by an invisible big hand. It was knocked away directly, rolled twice in the air, and then hit the wall heavily on the side. The entire car body was instantly squeezed into a ball of twisted scrap metal. The truck driver looked at the pile of scrap metal indifferently, and without stopping, he quickly reversed, turned around, stepped on the accelerator, and disappeared into the deep night. In the office building, the people at the dinner party were startled by the loud noise and ran to the window to check. When they saw the tragic scene downstairs, everyone's face turned pale. Isn't that Mr. Han's car? Xin Yu was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was the first to react and frantically called the emergency number. Lin Feng also rushed to the scene. When he saw the driver's seat stained with blood and the car body that was no longer recognizable, the joy that was overflowing in my heart just a second ago was gone. Instead, there was a chill and murderous aura that was so intense that it was enough to freeze the soul. He walked closer to the pile of scrap metal, bent down, and his strong perception allowed him to catch a faint and weak breath from inside the car. Still alive. The whistle of the ambulance came from far away. Medical staff used professional tools to cut open the car body and urgently lifted Han Li, who was already covered in blood, onto a stretcher. Lin Feng stood beside the glaring pool of blood, looking like an emotionless sculpture. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It's Zhao Donglai from the West District Police Station. Captain Zhao. His voice was calm, without any disturbance. Help me find a truck that was involved in a hit-and-run accident. I need all its information, including the license plate, the driver, and everything behind it. Immediately. People who knew him well, such as Qin Yu who was not far away, could clearly feel that beneath that extreme calmness was the most oppressive silence before a volcanic eruption. Chapter 16, The Dragon has a reverse scale, touching it will lead to death. Tianhai City, First People's Hospital. Outside the emergency room, there was deathly silence. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant and uncontrollable sadness. I don't know how long it took. The door of the emergency room opened. A doctor with a tired face came out, took off his mask, and gently shook his head at Lin Feng and Han Li's wife who had just arrived after hearing the news and was almost fainting. Sorry. The patient has multiple comminuted fractures throughout his body and severe internal bleeding in his skull and chest. We have done our best. Prepare for the aftermath. Boom. Han Li's wife, a strong woman, felt dizzy the moment she heard these words and fainted from crying on the spot. Lin Feng's eyes turned completely cold at this moment. It's so cold, like 10,000 years of black ice. He didn't go in to take a last look at Hanli. Because he knows. Now is not the time to be sad. It's time for revenge. The cell phone rang at this moment. It was Zhao Donglai who called, and his tone was more serious than ever before. Mr. Lin, I found it. The truck involved in the accident had a fake license plate. The driver, Li Ergu, was a desperado and a top thug for the Black Stone Society, Tianhai City's largest underground organization. The most crucial thing is that we discovered that just an hour before the incident, a huge sum of 5 million was transferred into the account of the Black Stone Society's leader, Shi Kuei, through an anonymous overseas account. And the ultimate source of funds for that anonymous account that sent the funds. Zhao Donglai paused and lowered his voice even more. It's an investment subsidiary of Tiansheng Group. New. Lin Feng calmly hung up the phone. The truth is revealed. Wang Jiangwo. You finally stopped pretending. Ding. Serious infringement of the host's core interests detected. Core members of the host team suffered a fatal blow. The host faces a major route decision. The God-level selection system is activated. Option 1, trust the law. Hand over all evidence to the police, and through the lengthy legal process, bring the murderer to justice. Completing this option will reward you with a law-abiding citizen banner. Law? Lin Feng sneered in his heart. If the law were useful, Hanli would not lie in it. Option 2, trade money for lives. Use your financial resources to post a high-priced bounty in the underworld to hire someone to kill Wang Jiangwo and Shi Kuei. Complete this option and receive a connection to the world's top underworld bounty hunters. Killing with a borrowed knife? It's too cheap for them. What he wants is to crush his enemies with his own hands. Option 3, I am order. Since the rules of the civilized world cannot bring justice, then with iron and blood, forge the strongest shield for yourself, establishing an absolute force that obeys only you and can sweep away everything. Complete this choice and receive a God-level gift package, complete information and location of retired soldier King Sanglong, Grandmaster-level leadership aura, and 10 billion in Dragon Shield security startup funds. I choose 3. Lin Feng let out a suppressed roar in his heart. As soon as the words fell, an invisible aura, carrying the majesty of a king, instantly burst out from his body, flowing into every part of his body, into his every look, every movement. If the previous Lin Feng was a sharp sword hidden in a sheath, so at this moment, he is an emperor who issues orders and controls life and death. At the same time, the image of a man is determined as a knife or an axe emerged in his mind. Name, Lei Yi. Codename, Sanglong. Resume, former ace commando of China's most mysterious Dragonflame Special Forces, the king of soldiers. Once single-handedly wiped out an entire drug trafficking ring abroad. Later, during a hostage rescue mission, he disobeyed orders to save trapped comrades. Although he ultimately rescued the hostages, the mission was botched, forcing him to retire early. Current status, disillusioned and living in seclusion. Currently working as an ordinary porter at the Donggang Wharf in Tianhai City. Lin Feng turned around slowly. He said to Qin Yu, who was already at a loss, in an unquestionable tone. Qin Yu. Use the company's name to set up a fund. Take good care of Han Li's family and ensure they have enough food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Use all your energy to protect their safety. You and a few vice presidents will handle the company's affairs first. All decisions will be made after I return. I need to go out and do something. Qin Yu looked at Lin Feng's back. She felt that he was no longer a fierce sword about to be unsheathed. It was an ancient dragon whose reverse scale had been touched, and which was about to use its thunderous wrath to drag the entire world into blood and fire. Chapter 17, The Dragon and the Wolf on the Dock. Tianhai City, Donggang Wharf. This is the dirtiest corner of this glamorous city. The air is always filled with the salty smell of seawater, the stench of rotten fish, and the pungent smell of cheap diesel. The huge gantry crane is like a steel behemoth, tirelessly moving containers. At the dock, the bare-chested porters shouted hoarse slogans and carried the heavy cargo and their humble lives on their sweat-soaked backs. Lin Feng drove a Volkswagen sedan rented from a car rental company and found his target in the dusty cargo yard. Lei Yi. He was tall, and even through the work vest that was so stained with sweat and stains that its original color was no longer visible, one could feel the bulging, rock-hard muscles underneath. His face was as if carved by a knife or an axe, with firm lines. When seeing Lin Feng's strange car, his eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle and full of vigilance. This is a beast-like instinct honed between life and death. Even though he was carrying 2 heavy sacks and sweating profusely, it could not conceal his unique temperament that was incompatible with the surrounding environment. "Hey! Who is that?" "Lei." A sharp voice broke through the noise of the dock. A foreman with a fat face and wearing a gold chain was standing with his hands on his hips, ordering Lei around. "What are you dawdling for? Haven't you eaten yet? This shipment must be unloaded tonight. Everyone work overtime." Lei put down the sack, wiped the sweat from his face, and said in a low voice, "Foreman Wang, I've already worked 12 hours today. We agreed not to work overtime." "Hey!" Foreman Wang laughed strangely, and immediately behind him surrounded a few hooligans who looked lazy and not easy to mess with. "No overtime?" He poked Lei's chest with his finger. "Lei, don't be so shameless. I let you work overtime because I think highly of you. Otherwise, you won't get a penny of today's wages." Lei's eyes turned cold in an instant. His hands, carrying the sack, had unknowingly clenched into fists strong enough to smash granite. There was a dangerous atmosphere in the air. Those thugs were even frightened by his aura and subconsciously took a step back. But in the end, Lei's clenched fists slowly loosened. He seemed to have thought of something, and the sharpness in his eyes was once again covered by a thick layer of deathly silence. He chose to endure. Just then, a calm voice came from behind them. "His wages, double, payable now." Foreman Wang and those thugs turned around impatiently. They saw a young man who was dressed in ordinary clothes but whose eyes made their hearts palpitate. Lin Feng. He walked over slowly and stood directly in front of Lei, blocking the thugs for him. He said nothing, just looking at Foreman Wang calmly. "Leadership aura, activate." In a moment, Foreman Wang felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric giant beast that had awakened from the ancient abyss. That's not just a look, that's an absolute pressure that's enough to freeze the soul. His mind went blank, his legs began to weaken uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't utter a word. The thugs behind him were even more miserable. Some of them even sat down on the ground, and a foul smell came from their crotches. Lin Feng then spoke lightly. His voice was not loud, but it sounded like a decree from God and could not be questioned. "Also, apologize to him." Foreman Wang was completely out of control of his body due to the huge fear that came from deep within his soul. Trembling, he pulled out a wad of crumpled bills from his pocket and handed it over with both hands, paying the wages and even giving a lot more. Then, he stuttered and squeezed out a few words to Lei. Yes, I'm sorry." After saying that, he disappeared into the depths of the cargo yard, crawling and tumbling, taking those fleeing hooligans with him as if he had seen a ghost. Lei looked at the back of the young man in front of him in surprise and doubt. He could clearly feel how terrifying the pressure that erupted from this young man at that moment was. It is an absolute dominance that comes from the soul and is above all living beings. He had only felt a hint of this kind of aura from the legendary Supreme Commander in the Dragon Flame Brigade who founded the entire army. But the young man before him was 10 times, 100 times, more terrifying than that old general. But San Long of Longyan, the king of soldiers in China, shouldn't be carrying cement here. Lin Feng slowly turned around, looked at Lei, and spoke word by word. Boom! Lei's pupils contracted violently. All the muscles in his body tensed up in an instant. The whole person, like a frightened cheetah, instantly entered the highest level of fighting posture. Dragon Flame. Song Wolf. This is his top secret. After retiring, he never mentioned it to anyone. Who are you? His voice was full of vigilance and murderous intent. Someone who can get you back on the battlefield. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Before he finished speaking, he casually took a step forward. This step, though seemingly slow, seemed to shrink the distance into an inch and span the distance in space. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lei. Quick. Almost as fast as possible. It was so fast that even Lei's battle nerves, which had been tempered through thousands of trials, were completely unable to react. Lin Feng stretched out a finger. With one finger, he pointed at Lei's throat. All of Lei's thoughts of reaction, blocking, dodging, and counterattack flashed wildly through his mind. But his body seemed to be under a spell and could not keep up with the speed of his thoughts. He could only watch helplessly as the finger grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. Finally, it stopped steadily in front of his Adam's apple, less than an inch away. The cold wind from his fingers stung his skin. Lei Yi knew. I am already dead. In front of this young man, all his fighting skills and fighting instincts that he was proud of became a joke. Both strength and status were completely crushed. Silence. There was a long silence. With a thump, this king of soldiers, who once made countless foreign enemies tremble in fear, knelt on one knee in front of Lin Feng. He lowered his proud head, his voice hoarse but extremely firm. Lei Yi, I am willing to serve Mr. Lin. Chapter 18, The Name of Dragon Shield, The Blade Unsheathed. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and helped him up. From today on, you are no longer a retired Songlong. You are the future president of Dragon Shield Security. Your mission is to forge an indestructible sword and an unbreakable shield for me. As he spoke, Lin Feng handed a bank card to Lei Yi. Inside that is the 10 billion startup funds that the system just awarded. This is the startup capital. You can recruit the staff yourself. I have only one requirement, the best of the best. And absolute loyalty. Yes. Lei Yi nodded heavily, and the blazing fire in his eyes that had been silent for 3 years was rekindled. He knew that he had met the person who could make him ignite his life again and realize his ambitions. Lin Feng got into the car and briefly told Lei Yi about Han Li's attack, the Blackstone Society and Wang Jiangwo. Your first mission. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and murderous intent filled him. I want all the information about the Blackstone Society. Every one of their bases, every core member, every illegal business chain. I want to know everything about them. Yes. I promise to complete the task. Lei Yi accepted the order without any hesitation. He demonstrated his terrifying professional ability as the king of soldiers. It only took one day and the huge network of contacts in his mind. The next day, a report that was so detailed that it was outrageous was neatly placed on the desk in front of Lin Feng. This report not only contains detailed information on the distribution of Blackstone's overt and covert strongholds, but also on its core members. Even the addresses of their leader Shi Kuei's secret mistresses, their spending habits, and even the names of their dogs were recorded clearly. When it comes to intelligence, Songlong is the absolute king. At the same time, Lei Yi also used this day to contact and gather 10 retired comrades whom he trusted most and whom he could back up on the battlefield. They were all once the most elite fighters in the Dragonflame Brigade. But due to various reasons, after retirement, he lived in poverty and had no place to display his skills. Tianhai City, suburbs. In a huge secret warehouse rented by Lei Yi overnight. Lin Feng saw these 10 tough guys with eyes as sharp as knives and a strong aura of iron and blood. When they saw Lei Yi's respectful attitude towards Lin Feng, there was a hint of confusion and scrutiny in their eyes. Lin Feng didn't waste any words. He simply activated his leadership aura once again, and then, in front of everyone, he said to Lei Yi, Lei Yi, use your strongest strength to attack me. Lei Yi was stunned, but immediately obeyed the order. He shouted loudly, and his whole body was like a cannonball. A fierce straight punch, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, slammed into Lin Feng's face. But the 10 tough guys present only saw a shadow flash by. Next second. In their hearts, there is a captain who was as powerful as a god and invincible Songlong. The young man had already casually pressed him to the ground with one hand, making him unable to move. In total, there were not even more than 3 moves. The whole audience was in dead silence. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene before them. Lin Feng let go of his hand and didn't say too many passionate words. He just promised to give them wealth and treatment far beyond their imagination. More importantly, it will give them the dignity and glory that they have long lost in this peaceful era. Dragon Shield Security, this armed force is destined to make the entire underground world tremble. Its most core prototype was officially established at this moment. Everyone present looked at Lin Feng with eyes filled with awe and enthusiasm from the bottom of their hearts. With strong soldiers and horses, everything is ready. The night of reckoning for revenge is approaching. And where will their first strike be directed? Is it the Blackstone Society, the cancer entrenched in the underground world of Tianhai City? Is it still the arrogant and self-righteous business giant Tiancheng Group? No. Lin Feng's answer is, he wants them all. Chapter 19, The Guest of the Blackstone Club. The night is like thick ink. Blackstone Club. This den of brothel entrenched in the gray area of Tianhai City is now ablaze with lights and bustling with singing and dancing. In the luxurious office on the top floor, The leader of the Black Stone Society, Shirkuei, was shirtless, revealing his muscular body and ferocious dragon and tiger tattoos. He was hugging two scantily clad beauties in his arms, and holding a top-quality Cuban cigar in his mouth, puffing away at the smoke, looking very happy. The phone on the table just hung up. It was Wang Jiangwo calling. On the phone, Mr. Wang was very satisfied with his clean and efficient work efficiency and transferred another 10 million yuan as hardship fee to his overseas account on the spot. Shirkuei was in a good mood. In his opinion, that Sky Capital is just a baby that has not been weaned. Once the CEO named Hanli fell, all that was left was a group of rabble that was not to be feared. After a while, he even wanted to blackmail that guy named Lin Feng and make some more money. Just as he was enjoying the joy of victory. Bang! The office door was hurriedly opened by one of his men. Kuei, brother Kuei. Oh no! Something big has happened. Shirkuei frowned and cursed impatiently. Why are you so flustered? Did your father die? The subordinate rushed to him, crawling and rolling, his voice trembling. Brother Kuei. We are 7 outlying areas. Just now, in less than half an hour, they were all taken down simultaneously by a group of people. What? Shirkuei suddenly sat up straight and pushed the 2 women in his arms away. Who did this? How many people were there? No. I don't know who they are. The subordinate was about to cry. There were only a dozen of them. But they were all monsters. We had dozens of brothers, but we didn't even have time to react before we were all taken down. They didn't steal money or kill anyone, they just destroyed everything. They smashed all our places to pieces. They also left a message. What did you say? A fierce light flashed in Shirkuei's eyes. They told you to clean your neck and wait in the club, they'll be here soon. Hold. Shirkuei flew into a rage and kicked over the coffee table in front of him. He, Shirkuei, has been active in the underground world of Tianhai City for more than 10 years. He climbed from a small gangster on the street to his current position, relying on the word ruthless. No one has ever dared to challenge him so blatantly. It's a rebellion. It's a rebellion. He picked up the intercom on the table and let out a deafening roar. Everyone! Everyone! Grab your weapons and gather in the first floor lobby. Today, I'm going to let those ignorant idiots know how many eyes the Horse King has. At the command. The entire Blackstone Club instantly transformed from a den of debauchery into a heavily guarded war fortress. Hundreds of core thugs who usually acted arrogantly and had blood on their hands poured out from every corner. In their hands, they held shining machetes, cold steel pipes, and even a few homemade muskets of unknown origin. The entire first-floor lobby was packed with people. Murderous aura instantly filled every corner. Shirkuei changed into a black tang suit and sat on the huge tiger skin sofa in the middle of the hall with his legs stretched out. He put another cigar in his mouth, with a ferocious look in his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the distinguished guest he mentioned. Outside the club, in the darkness 100 meters away. Lei put down the military binoculars in his hand and asked Lin Feng beside him. Mr. Lin, there are at least 120 desperados inside. Thermal imaging shows that at least 5 of them are armed with firearms. The club has only one main entrance, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Our Dragon Shield team will attack from the flank. We are 80% sure that we can eliminate all of them within 10 minutes. Lin Feng looked at the club gate that looked like a monster's mouth and shook his head. Need not. His voice was calm. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? He straightened his ordinary casual jacket and said to Lei calmly. Guard all the doors carefully and don't let even a fly escape. After saying that, in the mixed gazes of awe and worry given by Lei and the 10 members of the Dragon Shield team behind him, he walked alone, slowly out of the darkness, towards the club full of murderous intentions. He pushed open the heavy door. Squeak! The door slowly closed behind him. In the hall, hundreds of ferocious eyes were instantly focused on him. Chapter 20, One Man, One Army. Lin Feng walked into the hall. The glaring spotlight instantly hit him. All around were hundreds of Blackstone Society members, holding weapons, with ferocious faces and eyes full of violence and bloodlust. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, staring at the seemingly weak and helpless lamb that had entered their territory. Shirkuei, who was sitting high on the tiger skin sofa, was stunned when he saw that the person who walked in was just a young man in casual clothes who looked weak and helpless. Then he let out aloud, extremely arrogant laugh that echoed throughout the entire venue. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was some kind of deity, what with all the fuss? After all this commotion, it turns out to be just a brat. He pointed at Lin Feng with the hand holding the cigar, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Boy! It's you who ruined my place. Tell me your name. I, sure, will not kill nameless ghosts with my sword. Lin Feng ignored him. He didn't even look at Shi Kuei. His eyes swept across the audience calmly, scanning every ferocious face and every weapon flashing with cold light. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. It wasn't the tension or fear in the face of danger. It was a kind of indifference, like a king inspecting his territory or a god looking down upon the living beings at his feet. This extreme disregard completely infuriated Shi Kuei. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a ferocious murderous intent. Damn it! You have no shame. He threw his cigar to the ground and let out a hysterical roar. Come on. Chop him up. Chop him into minced meat and feed him to the dogs. At the command. The dozen or so most ferocious thugs standing in the front row roared like wild beasts, waving machetes and steel pipes in their hands, and rushed towards Lin Feng from all directions like a tide. Right at this moment, Lin Feng moved. In the eyes of everyone, his figure seemed to leave behind a series of blurry afterimages. He did not use any weapons. He was just bare-handed, facing a machete coming straight at him, powerful enough to rip open a person's stomach. He simply turned his body slightly and slid past the blade at an incredible angle. At the same time, his elbow, as fast as lightning, hit the thug's ribs hard. Bang! A muffled sound. The burly man seemed to be hit by a speeding truck. He flew out like a kite with a broken string and knocked down 3 or 4 people behind him. A steel pipe hit his head, coming with a whistling sound. Instead of retreating, he advanced and with a swift palm knife, he accurately cut the opponent's wrist holding the steel pipe. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The moment the other party screamed, he had already snatched the steel pipe and swung it backhand. Bang! 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 The heavy steel pipe, with tremendous force, knocked the other 3 thugs to the ground like bowling balls, and they instantly lost their fighting ability. His god-level fighting skill, all martial arts returned to the origin, at this moment, broke out in full force. Each of his moves and each of his styles dispensed with all the fancy moves. What remains is the simplest, most efficient, and most deadly killing technique. Whether it is a lightning-fast elbow strike or a powerful whip kick. Whether it is the tricky and ruthless grappling or the domineering and unparalleled mountain-leaning stance. He used all the fighting techniques perfectly like art. The entire magnificent hall was completely transformed into his own bloody performance stage. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, strolling leisurely amidst the siege of nearly 100 people. Wherever he went, people and horses fell to the ground. The sound of breaking bones and shrill screams came one after another, interweaving into a melody called death. No one can survive a single move from him. No one can see his movements clearly. Less than 3 minutes. Just less than 30 minutes. Those hundreds of Blackstone Society thugs who are domineering and feared in the underground world of Tianhai City. All of them were lying on the ground, wailing in pain, and had completely lost their fighting ability. And Lin Feng. He walked out slowly, step by step, from the groaning crowd. He remained unharmed. Even the ordinary casual jacket he was wearing was not stained with dust or wrinkled. He strolled leisurely to the tiger-skin sofa. He walked up to Shi Kuei, who was completely frightened. The arrogance and ferocity on Shi Kuei's face had long since disappeared. Instead, there is an extreme fear that goes deep into the bone marrow. He looked at this young man who looked like a devil descending from the earth. His legs went weak and he fell directly from the sofa to the ground. He used his hands and feet and trembled as he retreated backwards. You are not human. You are a devil. You are a devil that crawled out of hell. Lin Feng looked down at the frightened underground tyrant from a high position. His voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Han Li. You were the one who heard you? Chapter 21 Blackstone changes hands, Dragon Shield is born. Shi Kuei collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Under the godlike, all-seeing pressure of Lin Feng, his psychological defenses were completely crushed to pieces. He didn't need any interrogation techniques. He just spilled the beans, explaining how he received a call from Wang Jiangwo, how he received a deposit of 10 million, how he planned the accidental car accident, and how he arranged for Li Erge to carry it out. All the details and the whole process were told in detail. Lin Feng listened quietly. There was no expression on his face. After Shi Kuei finished the last word, he slowly nodded. Then he lifted his foot. Crack! 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 For crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out one after another in the silent hall. Lin Feng broke Shi Kuei's limbs in the most decisive and efficient way. This is the interest you inflict on my brother. Shi Kuei was in such excruciating pain that he didn't even have time to scream. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lin Feng looked around the audience. All the Blackstone Society members who were still able to move were frozen in place as if they were under a spell. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. They didn't even dare to breathe as they looked at this killer who looked like he had walked out of hell. Just then, the heavy door of the club was pushed open again. Lei Yi walked in with his 10 powerful Dragon Shield team members in neat steps. When they saw the scene before them that looked like hell, even these tough guys who were used to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield couldn't help but gasp. They were once again deeply shocked by Lin Feng's unpredictable and terrifying personal strength. One person suppresses 100 people. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Lin Feng walked to the center of the hall and stood in front of the huge tiger skin sofa. His eyes swept over everyone present. He announced something to everyone in an unquestionable, king-like tone. From today on, there will no longer be any Blackstone Society in Tianhai City. These words are like a death sentence. All the members of the Blackstone Society looked ashen and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. In their opinion, this demon god wanted to kill them all. But just when they fell into the abyss of despair, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject. But I'll give you a chance to survive. He activated his leadership aura. An invisible aura with the majesty of a king instantly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone inexplicably felt an irresistible awe and submission to this young man from the depths of their souls. From today on, Dragon Shield security is officially established. Lin Feng pointed at Lei Yi beside him. My brother, Lei Yi, will be the president of Dragon Shield Security. Long Dun Security will be responsible for cleaning up all the underground cancer in Tianhai City and eradicating all darkness. Here, we will establish a new order that belongs to us. Those who wish to stay must abide by Dragon Shield's new rules. I can completely wipe out all your previous acts of stealing and oppressing the innocent. Furthermore, I guarantee that you will earn 10 times more than you did in the Blackstone Club. 100 times more dignity. If you don't want to, you can leave now. I won't stop you. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. But, if I see you guys doing evil things outside again, bullying men and women, then your fate will be exactly the same as that dead dog lying on the ground. The entire hall was silent. Under the intimidation of Lin Feng's unreasonable aura, coupled with the iron-blooded aura of a regular army brought by Lei Yi, the former king of soldiers, almost everyone has made a choice in their hearts. Most of them are out there just to make a living. They had long been tired of the days of fighting and killing, living on the edge of a knife, and not knowing whether they would see the sun tomorrow. Now, there is a backer who is stronger, more orderly, and more capable of bringing them wealth and dignity. How could they refuse? I'm willing to stay. I don't know who was the first to shout out. Immediately afterwards, responses came one after another, echoing throughout the hall. I do, too. I'm willing to abide by the new rules. Join Dragon Shield Security. Lei Yi did not delay. He immediately began to demonstrate his terrifying command and organization abilities. He quickly took over all the territories and personnel of the Blackstone Society, and then began a drastic and iron-blooded purge. Those real scum and human beings who commit numerous evil deeds and are extremely unpopular among the people are ruthlessly eliminated, and what awaits them will be severe punishment by law. Those members who still had merit were reorganized into a new structure and received regular military training. It only took one night. The biggest underground cancer in Tianhai City was eradicated. In its place is a brand new violent organization that is beginning to take shape, full of iron and disciplined Dragon Shield security. Lin Feng looked at all this and nodded with satisfaction. He knows. The strongest shield for his future business empire has been initially built. It's time to have a good chat with the person who started this. He took out his cell phone, found the number he had already memorized from the information sent by Qinyu, and dialed it. Tiansheng Group, Chairman's office. Wang Jiangwo was talking proudly in front of his confidants. In his opinion, Shi Kuei must have succeeded by now. Lin Feng, who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, must have turned into a cold corpse at this moment. The cell phone rang at this moment. It's an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone and asked in an extremely arrogant tone. Who? Chapter 22, A Call from Hell. Chairman Wang, how are you? A calm voice with a hint of teasing came slowly over the phone. Wang Jiangwo was stunned at first, then he recognized the voice. It's Lin Feng. How is he still alive? Could it be that Shi Kuei, that loser, had failed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Jiangwo's face was instantly filled with gloom, and he sneered into the phone. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Why are you still calling me? Are you planning to kneel down and beg me to spare your life? Unfortunately, it's too late. His voice became resentful. That shitty CEO of yours, Han Li, should be almost dead by now, right? Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng on the other end of the phone chuckled. To Wang Jiangwo, that laughter sounded so harsh and strange. He can't die. But, your dog, Shi Kuei, may not live long. Wang Jiangwo's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. What do you mean? Lin Feng did not answer. He simply handed the phone to a small leader of the Black Stone Society who was shaking like a sieve and was brought over by Lei Yi. The little leader, trembling, cried desperately into the phone. Wang. Mr. Wang, help me. Brother Kuei, he's finished. His hands and feet are all broken. The Blackstone Society is finished. We are all members of Dragon Shield Security now. Boom. These words, like a thunderbolt from the sky, struck Wang Jiangwo hard on the head. He was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze in place, almost dropping the phone in his hand. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shi Kuei has hundreds of men under his command. And they have guns. Who are you? Lin Feng took the phone back, and his voice became as cold as the Siberian cold wave, icy and biting. Wang Jiangwo. The violence you are so proud of is nothing more than a child's play in my eyes. The business empire you were so proud of was easily destroyed by me in just 3 days. Your last resort, your loyal watchdog, has now become my watchdog. Now, tell me, what else do you have? You have nothing left. On the other end of the phone, Wang Jiangwo's heavy and frightened breathing could be heard. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you something. Lin Feng's tone suddenly became sinister, like the whisper of a devil from hell. My people. We should be at your doorstep by now. Enjoy your last moments in this world. Finished. Lin Feng hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Wang Jiangwo's face turned pale as paper, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and he began to tremble violently uncontrollably. Like a madman, he picked up the landline on the table and called his personal bodyguards. No one answered. He called his son, his mistress. All the calls to people close to him, none of them, could be reached. An unprecedented fear of being completely isolated completely consumed him. Just then. With a bang. The door of his office, which was built with the highest quality bulletproof material, was kicked open from outside. Lei Yi walked in expressionlessly with 2 members of the Dragon Shield team who had cold eyes. Wang Jiangwo looked at them as if he saw a soul catcher crawling out of hell. He pointed at them in horror and wanted to say something, but then he felt dizzy and his vision went black. Ha ha! He opened his mouth, making meaningless roars from his throat, and white saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. Then, he fell headfirst to the ground. The body twitched violently. Lei Yi walked up to him, kicked him with his foot, then leaned over to check his breath. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, the target was so angry that he suffered an acute cerebral stroke. Even if he could be saved, he would be confined to bed as a vegetable for the rest of his life. The Wang family, the once invincible business giant in Tianhai City. Under Lin Feng's thundering rage, he completely fell. An era belonging to Tiansheng has come to an end. And a brand new era belonging to the sky has just begun. However, Lin Feng did not feel much joy when he looked at the message on his phone. The external threat has been eliminated. But in the hospital, his brother's crisis has not yet passed. At this moment, a problem that is more difficult and troublesome than Wang Jiangwo and Blackstone is about to be exposed. Chapter 23. The dust settles and new dark clouds appear. Lin Feng received the message from Lei Yi with no expression on his face. Wang Jiangwo's fate was already determined from the moment he decided to take action against Han Li. Death or a life worse than death, it makes no difference to him. He asked Lei Yi to send Wang Jiangwo to the hospital to receive the best treatment to ensure that he could spend the rest of his life in bed in a sober state and see how the world became more wonderful after he fell. At the same time, he also informed Xinyu. A dragnet jointly woven by Tsunkong Capital and Longdun Security instantly spread to the leaderless business giant Tiancheng Group. Xinyu's legal team, with tremendous force, produced a series of irrefutable evidence that Wang Jiangwo was suspected of planning murder, commercial bribery, and malicious market manipulation, and launched the most fierce attack on all regulatory authorities. Lei Yi's Longdun Security quietly took over all of Tiancheng Group's security systems and persuaded the executives who knew the group's core secrets to actively cooperate with the investigation. One is in the light, the other is in the dark. One who conquers cities and strongholds within the rules of law and business. One is outside the rules and uses the most direct means to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. The once invincible Tiancheng Group collapsed after losing its backbone and could not even survive a day. Its best assets that can lay golden eggs were legally dismembered and acquired by Tsunkong Capital at an extremely low price. Tianhai City's business community and underground world. In just 24 hours, the situation changed completely. Everyone knows two names that make them tremble in their dreams at midnight. Sky Capital. And the mysterious controller who stands like a god behind Tsunkong Capital, Lin Feng. After dealing with all this, Lin Feng drove to the hospital. After the full rescue efforts of the top medical team, Han Li's life was finally saved. But in the doctor's office, the experts looked at his CT scan and shook their heads. Alas, it's a miracle that I survived. Unfortunately, his spinal nerves have been irreversibly damaged, and his legs. Sigh, he'll probably have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Lin Feng walked into the VIP ward. Han Li was lying on the hospital bed, his body full of various tubes, his face as pale as paper. When he saw Lin Feng coming in, a glimmer of light finally appeared in his dull eyes. He wanted to struggle to get up, but was held down by Lin Feng. Take good care of your injuries. Lin Feng looked at him and said calmly. I will heal your leg. Han Li thought that Lin Feng was just comforting him. He already knew his situation, but he had no complaints and was full of gratitude instead. He knew how much trouble Lin Feng had caused outside in order to avenge him. He shed tears of gratitude. Lin Feng asked Xinyu to immediately hire the best rehabilitation therapy team from all over the world. In front of Han Li's wife, he solemnly promised that he, Lin Feng, would be responsible for everything Han Li had in the future of his family. Just then, Han Li's wife, the woman who had been suppressing her sadness and taking care of her husband with strength, received a phone call. Just listened for a few seconds. Her face instantly turned pale and bloodless. The phone slipped from her hand, and she collapsed to the ground, limp, as if all her bones had been pulled out. Xinyu was quick to move forward and support her. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? What happened? Han Li's wife finally broke down. She let out a heart-wrenching cry that was not human. It's it's our daughter yeah. The teacher at school called, saying that she suddenly fainted during class. The hospital just issued a critical illness notice. Lin Feng's brows suddenly frowned. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly surged into his heart. They rushed to the city children's hospital in a hurry. In the corridor, a white-haired old doctor was holding a test report and said to them with a serious expression. The situation is very, very bad. Our preliminary diagnosis is that the child suffers from an extremely rare blood disease called acute myeloid syndrome. Lin Feng could no longer hear clearly what the doctor said next. His gaze passed through the glass window of the intensive care unit and fell on the little girl lying on the hospital bed, wearing a ventilator, her face as pale as paper, and her body so thin that it made people feel distressed. Han Li's daughter, his only spiritual support. Lin Feng knew. The waves that he had just forcibly calmed down were about to set off new huge waves at this moment. And this time the enemy is not a business tycoon or a gangster villain. But it is that which is high above, unpredictable, and controls the joys and sorrows of all beings. Destiny. Can his God-level selection system resist this ruthless destiny? Chapter 24. The Choice of Protection. outside the intensive care unit. Han Li's wife had already cried heart-wrenchingly and fainted several times. In the ward, Han Li, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death, learned that his daughter was critically ill. His eyes, which had finally rekindled a glimmer of light, dimmed completely in an instant. His body had already suffered severe damage. At this moment, this fatal blow to his spirit caused all his will to survive to quickly fade away. Lin Feng watched the scene quietly. There was no anger or sadness in his heart. There is only a cold calm. He knew that this was a test of him by the system. He not only wanted to build an unprecedented huge empire. More importantly, we must protect every cornerstone that supports this empire. And Han Li was one of the most important cornerstones of the empire, personally chosen by Lin Feng. His foundation will never be allowed to be shaken. He walked slowly to the end of the corridor, to an empty corner. His determination was extremely firm. System, come out. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a major guardian decision. Core team members have suffered a devastating mental blow. God-level selection system, activated. Option 1, offer condolences. Immediately provide Han Li's family with a 1 billion renminbi condolence fund and mobilize all resources to arrange for them to receive the best possible medical treatment abroad even though it's known to be ineffective. Completing this option will reward you with the rare title of Benevolent Capitalist. Option 2, search for a miracle. Immediately mobilize Dragon Shield Securities Intelligence Network and all your financial resources to search for those legendary hidden miracle healers or precious treasures that can change fate. Complete this option and receive a vague clue regarding Changbai Mountain Millennium Ginseng. Option 3, I am a god, and I can bring back youth. If fate wants her dead, I will snatch her back from the clutches of Hades. Complete this option and receive the following rewards: Divine Level Medical Skills, Qi Huang Chapter, Constitution Enhancement, Clear Eyesight. I choose 3. Lin Feng didn't hesitate even for a moment. Boom! The vast and endless medical knowledge, like the Milky Way bursting its dam, instantly flooded into his mind. From the ancient Yellow Emperor's internal classic and Shinnon's herbal classic to the most cutting-edge gene editing engineering and cell recombination technology in modern times. At this moment, all the fruits of human medical civilization were completely mastered and understood by him. At the same time, he felt a chill in his eyes. When you open it again, the whole world, in his eyes, has become different. He could see the invisible energy particles flowing in the air. He could see the life energy called qi surging within the human body. He can even see through the root cause of all diseases at a glance. His gaze once again turned to the intensive care unit. The dying little girl, Han Yeye. Under his divine eyes, her illness was clearly visible. It's not just a blood disease. Rather, a core, innate, source of vitality in her body was broken. This is the fundamental reason why all her organs are rapidly failing. Modern medicine is simply unable to observe this kind of damage that exists in a higher dimension. Countless treatment options flashed through his mind in an instant, and were rejected one by one. Finally, a perfect treatment plan is automatically generated. Using the ancient magic needle method that had been lost for thousands of years, the 7-star life-renewing needle, he forcibly locked up her vitality that was about to dissipate. Assisted by the most advanced microcurrent biostimulation technology, it reconnects and activates her broken source of life. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He pushed aside the obstruction of Han Li's wife and doctors, and walked into the intensive care unit filled with despair with firm steps. He walked to Han Li's bed. Looking at this man who had completely lost all hope, he said in an unquestionable voice filled with endless power. Han Li, cheer up. Watch. I promise you. Your daughter cannot die. His words were filled with absolute confidence that was enough to convince even gods and demons. This power instantly infused into the hearts of everyone present, making them excited. The story of the miracle Dr. Lin Feng. Thus, the beginning. Chapter 25, a group of mediocre doctors are qualified to talk about destiny? Lin Feng did not delay. He went straight to the director's office of Tianhai Children's Hospital. The hospital director, Lu Jinyun, is a senior expert in the field of pediatrics who is nearly 60 years old with gray hair. When he saw a young man like Lin Feng rushing in, he thought he was a family member who was desperately seeking medical help for a sick patient, so he said a few words to comfort him. But when the assistant beside him whispered the words Sankon Capital and Mr. Lin in his ear, Lu Jinyun's attitude changed instantly. It has changed from the kindness of an elder to the younger to the cautious respect of a subordinate to a superior. After all, Sankong Capital's position in Tianhai City is now at its peak. And the person in front of you is the mysterious big man standing at the top. But when he heard Lin Feng's purpose, the respect on his face was mixed with a hint of strangeness and embarrassment. Lin. Director Lin, we understand your feelings very well. Mr. Han Li is the most important patient in our hospital, and we will do our utmost to treat his daughter. But, you said you wanted to personally participate in the treatment. This is against the rules. In his opinion, the young Mr. Lin was undoubtedly overwhelmed by great sorrow and was talking nonsense. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain to him. Dean Liu, I don't want to waste time. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Immediately, call a meeting of all the experts involved in Han Ye's treatment. I need to attend the consultation. Lu Jinyun looked embarrassed. Let a layman, a businessman, attend a consultation with the hospital's top experts? If this gets out, it will be a huge joke. But he didn't dare to offend the young man in front of him who had great power. In the end, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. The atmosphere in the expert consultation room was solemn. More than a dozen of Tianhai City's top pediatric and hematology experts gathered here. At the main seat, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant temperament but a hint of arrogance between his brows, was making the final summary. He is the person in charge of this treatment, Zhang Bowen, director of the hematology department of the Children's Hospital. In summary, the patient's condition is progressing at a rate beyond our control. All treatment options, including the latest targeted drugs urgently imported from abroad, have failed. His voice was full of powerlessness. We are at our wits' end. My suggestion is to switch to palliative care and try to relieve the child's pain. There was dead silence in the conference room. Everyone lowered their heads, looking gloomy. Just then, with a bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Lin Feng walked in accompanied by Lu Jinyun awkwardly. Lu Jinyun gritted his teeth and introduced Lin Feng's identity to everyone. Everyone, this is Mr. Lin from Sankong Capital, and also Han Ye's. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Bowen and other experts immediately looked displeased when they heard that Lin Feng, a businessman, was actually going to participate in their professional consultation. Zhang Bowen, in particular, despises the capitalists who think they can do anything just because they have a few bucks. Lin Feng ignored everyone's gaze. He walked straight to the center of the conference room and got straight to the point. His first sentence was like a depth charge that exploded on the calm surface of the lake. Your diagnosis is wrong. Your treatment direction is also wrong. Han Ye's illness. He looked around the room and spoke word by word. I can cure it. The entire conference room was in an uproar. All the experts looked at Lin Feng as if he were a madman. Zhang Bowen was the first one to stand up and slam the table. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and shouted angrily. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Who are you? You're just a businessman. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly here? Do you have a medical license? Can you understand this medical chart? Medicine is a rigorous, sacred science. It's not a game that rich people like you can just use for fun and meddle in at will. The other experts behind him also echoed his words with indignation. This is ridiculous. This is an insult to our entire medical profession. President Liu. Please ask this gentleman to leave immediately. He is not welcome here. In the ward, Han Li and his wife, who had just been supported by Qinyu, heard this and felt that Lin Feng was too worried and confused. Mr. Lin, or, let's just forget it. Han Li's voice was full of despair. Facing everyone's doubts, ridicule, and anger. Lin Feng's face was still calm and composed. He walked slowly to the projection screen and picked up the laser pointer from Zhang Bowen's desk. His eyes fell on the CT scan of Han Ye's brain, which had been magnified several times. Then, he looked at Zhang Bowen, who was furious, and spoke lightly. Director Zhang, you've been practicing medicine for 20 years, haven't you discovered? His laser pen accurately pointed out a light spot on the CT scan that was smaller than a pixel. Is there a congenital shadow at the junction of the patient's medulla oblongata and pons? The words fell. The whole audience was dead silent. All the experts' ridicule and curses were stuck in their throats. They were all stunned. because most of them didn't even notice that almost negligible detail. Zhang Bowen was struck by lightning in frozen place. Because he vaguely remembered that when he was reviewing the film, he seemed to have actually seen such a thing, which he had simply ignored as imaging noise. Shadow. Chapter 26. God said, "Let there be light." Quick. Immediately retrieve the original image with the highest resolution. Zoom in. Use pixels as the unit, and enlarge it to the maximum. Zhang Bowen was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he let out an almost hysterical roar at the assistant beside him. His authority, his knowledge, and the self-confidence he had built up over 30 years of work were being repeatedly rubbed against by that young man in the most direct and brutal way. Soon, a brain image with higher resolution and clearer details was reprojected onto the huge screen. The technician's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, and the image was enlarged frame by frame. When the image is magnified to the limit, even pixels begin to appear. In the conference room, there were sounds of people gasping for breath one after another. That shadow really exists. It is like a piece of dust mixed into a precision lens, a tiny flaw hidden on a complex integrated circuit board. It is so small that it is almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye, but it really exists there. Hidden in a corner that is difficult to detect even by the most sophisticated instruments, it is like a ghost, announcing its existence. Hiss. The blood color on Zhang Bowen's face faded away in an instant, and he became as pale as paper. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. As the attending physician of the little girl Zhao Linger, he actually overlooked such an important detail. This is no longer a simple oversight. This was a major medical accident that was enough to ruin his reputation and even cause him to have his medical license revoked. But he still held on to the last bit of his dignity, his lips trembling as he tried to defend himself. Even if this shadow really exists, it could just be an artifact of the imaging process, or a meaningless calcification. His voice became smaller and smaller, and even he felt that he had no confidence. What does it have to do with blood disease? Artifacts? Calcifications? Lin Feng uttered an undisguised sneer full of disdain. A bunch of quack doctors who can't even find the root of the disease, are they qualified to talk about destiny? The scarlet spot of light from the laser pen in his hand, like a scalpel, precisely drew an invisible line on the huge screen, connecting several seemingly unrelated areas. If I were to put it in words you idiots can understand. Lin Feng's voice suddenly became solemn and grand, like the holy sound echoing under the dome of the church, carrying an unquestionable sense of judgment. This is the BIOS in the brain that controls the activation and operation of all life programs in the human body. BIOS. And the shadow you've overlooked is a congenital, fatal bad sector in this BIOS program. He paused, his cold eyes sweeping over every stunned expert in the room. This bad sector caused an irreversible disruption in the instruction set of her entire life source program. Therefore, her bone marrow received the erroneous instructions to stop working and initiate self-destruction, continuously producing those useless diseased cells. You. Lin Feng's finger almost poked Zhang Bowen's face. Trying to treat her through bone marrow replacement and targeted drugs is like trying to reinstall a crashed operating system over and over again on a computer whose core motherboard area has been physically damaged. Now, tell me, does this work? The last question was like thunder, booming in the conference room. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of all the experts, smashing their pitiful pride and self-confidence into pieces. They were completely confused. They understood every word Lin Feng said, such as BIOS, bad sector and source program. But when these words were combined together to explain the pathology of a terminal illness, they constructed a new medical theory system that they had never heard of before, but it was logically rigorous and could even perfectly explain all clinical symptoms. This theory is like a bridge, seamlessly and perfectly integrating the most cutting-edge modern medical concepts about cell apoptosis, gene transcription, and abnormal protein folding with the oldest Chinese medicine metaphysical theories about Xinting, Yuzhen, and Dumai. Everyone present, from the white-haired Dean Lu Zhenyan to the interns who had just joined the company a few days ago. Everyone was stunned and fascinated by what they heard. They felt like a group of primary school students who had just learned 1 + 1 = 2, looking up at a university professor who was using symbols they could not understand to easily deduce the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Everything Lin Feng said was completely beyond the scope of their knowledge. This is not communication, this is not guidance. This is a dimensionality reduction attack from God on mortals from a higher dimension. In just a few minutes, the expression on Zhang Bowen's face went from initial anger and disdain, to shock and confusion, and then to the current shame and awe from the depths of his soul. He slowly stood up from his chair. His body trembled slightly from excitement and shame. He looked at the man who was younger than his son, and in front of everyone, he deeply bent his once extremely proud head. Mr. Lin. His voice was hoarse, with a hint of suppressed crying. I apologize to you for my previous ignorance, arrogance, and offense. Please tell us how to treat it. Please. Crash. All the experts, professors, and chief physicians behind him seemed to have pressed the same switch. Everyone stand up. They bowed deeply to Lin Feng, to the young man standing in the light and shadow, and in unison, made the most humble and sincere request. Please, Mr. Lin, guide us. At this moment, in this conference room where the elites at the top of the pyramid of Tianhai City's medical community gather. In theory, Lin Feng has become the only god in their hearts. Lin Feng looked at the group of elites in front of him with their heads lowered, his expression still calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. The treatment plan is very simple. He held up 2 fingers. First, repair her BIOS, that is, clear the inherent bad sectors. Second, we need to reinstall her system, that is, rebuild her blood-forming function. Dean Lu Zhenyan took a step forward excitedly, and because he moved too quickly, he almost tripped over a chair. He held onto the table and asked anxiously, then what should we do specifically? What medicine do we need? What equipment do we need? We don't need equipment, but we do need some medicine. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt. I'll do the repair myself. To reinstall the system, I need a prescription as a starter. Fangzi, I can write it to you right now. He walked to the conference table, and Qin Yu immediately understood and handed him a pen and a piece of white paper. Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. The pen moves like a dragon, and the writing is completed in one go. Each and every medicine name, full of ancient Taoist charm but seemingly in line with some modern pharmacological logic, comes to life on paper. Lu Zhenyun's hands were trembling, as if he was receiving an oracle, and he carefully took the prescription that still exuded the fresh scent of ink. He only took one look and felt as if struck by lightning. He was so excited that he almost fainted on the spot. Oh my god. Dragon blood grass, 9 netherflower, purple river placenta. He muttered to himself as if he were mad. The combination of these herbs. It's simply a stroke of genius. Incredible. Incredible. Blending the powerful and explosive dragon bloodgrass with the extremely cold aneme 9 netherflower, using placenta as the main ingredient, this simply breaks the iron law of pharmacology that has been in place for centuries. But, in theory, it's completely valid. Yin and Yang complement each other, breaking down before establishing something new. Theory has been completely conquered. The rest is practice. So how does Lin Feng repair the bad sectors? Can something that only exists in legends and has been lost for thousands of years really reappear in the world? Everyone's heart was filled with extreme anticipation and a hint of indescribable uneasiness. A miraculous treatment that is destined to be recorded in the medical history of Tianhai City and even the entire Longhua. About to begin. Chapter 27: Preparation before the miracle. President Lu Zhenyun's execution ability was fully demonstrated at this moment. He issued a series of instructions on the spot, and the entire Tianhai Children's Hospital, this huge medical machine, began to operate at high speed for the will of Lin Feng alone. The hospital's highest standard sterile operating room number 1, which is usually only used when providing healthcare treatment for national leaders, was immediately emptied and disinfected, and specially vacated for Lin Feng to use at any time. He mobilized all the connections he had accumulated over decades of practicing medicine. For a time, countless calls were made from his office to major medicinal material suppliers and collectors across the country and even the world. At all costs. Just to collect all the legendary and rare medicinal ingredients in Lin Feng's prescription as quickly as possible. Zhang Bowen, the director of the hematology department who had just been taught a lesson by Lin Feng, had already abandoned all personal honor and pride. Like a most devout apprentice, he volunteered to be the chief assistant for Lin Feng's treatment this time, and was on call 24 hours a day, just to observe and learn the miraculous medical skills up close. For all this, Lin Feng only had one request. I need a set of acupuncture needles made of pure gold. He drew 9 needles of different lengths, thicknesses, and specifications on the paper. 9 needles must be made strictly according to my drawings. The error cannot exceed 0.01 millimeters. This request shocked everyone present once again. An error of 0.01 millimeters. This is no longer a medical device. This is the level of craftsmanship that can only be achieved by top-level Swiss watchmakers. They don't understand. But Lin Feng knew. What he was going to do next was to use the qi in his body to control the golden needles and repair the source of life that existed in a higher dimension. Ordinary steel needles are simply unable to bear his overbearing true energy and will turn into ashes in an instant. Only pure gold with the purest texture and the best ductility can barely serve as a conductor of his energy. Lu Jinyun didn't ask any more questions. He immediately contacted the best master jewelry craftsman in Tianhai City, who had passed down the tradition from generation to generation, and issued a death order in an unquestionable tone. At all costs, we have to make this set of gold needles perfectly overnight. During this short day of waiting for the golden needles and medicinal materials to be prepared, Lin Feng has become a legendary figure among the senior management of Tianhai Children's Hospital. Many veteran medical experts and professors have been troubled by various difficult and complicated diseases for half their lives and have never been able to overcome them. They all came to Lin Feng for advice under the pretext of discussing the disease and, like elementary school students, took their own research topics. And the result is without exception. Everyone was deeply impressed by Lin Feng's vast medical knowledge reserves, which spanned both Chinese and Western medicine and even surpassed that of this era. No matter how complicated the problem is, when it comes to Lin Feng, it seems to become as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He always managed to get to the point with just 1 or 2 sentences, and point out the problems that they had been pondering for decades but still couldn't figure out. Everyone who came to ask him for advice felt as if they had been enlightened. The way they looked at Lin Feng also changed from the initial curiosity and scrutiny to the awe and worship that came from the bottom of their hearts, like a god. Han Li and his wife, after experiencing the initial shock and disbelief. At this moment, they have completely regarded Lin Feng as the only, last light and the last life-saving straw in their lives. Their eyes were filled with infinite hope and fanatical worship. The next day, noon. Everything is ready. The set of 9 golden needles tailor-made for Lin Feng sparkled like works of art under the light. And those legendary rare medicinal herbs that were airlifted from all over the world at the fastest speed. All of them have been sent to the #1 sterile operating room. Lin Feng changed into a sterile suit and personally picked up the 9 heavy golden needles, which seemed to still carry the craftsman's body temperature. Then, he took firm steps and walked into the operating room that carried everyone's hopes. Outside the operating room, the huge one-way observation glass is now full of people. Lu Jinyun, Zhang Bowen, and all the medical leaders in Tianhai City who could rank among the top medical experts who rushed to the scene after hearing the news gathered here. All of their faces had a pilgrim-like, solemn expression. They held their breath, ready to witness this sacred moment that might be recorded in the history of human medicine. And in the dedicated family waiting room, Han Li and his wife were holding each other's hands tightly, praying to the figure as quiet as a mountain on the screen with all their faith. In the operating room, Lin Feng walked to Han Ye's bed. He looked at the little girl who was lying quietly like a sleeping beauty. Take a deep breath. Then, he slowly picked up the first, longest golden needle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, where will Lin Feng direct his first needle? How magical is the 9-turn resurrection needle that has been lost for 1,000 years? Next to the bed, on that cold life monitor, what kind of earth-shaking changes will happen to those few lines of data that are already so weak that they are almost a straight line? A miracle is about to happen. Chapter 28, A Needle to Decide the End. There was silence in the operating room. The moment Lin Feng picked up the golden needle, his entire aura changed. He is no longer the ruthless business emperor, nor is he the martial arts master who dominates the entire audience. Instead, it becomes as deep as the sea and as quiet as the abyss. It was as if he and the entire world had become one. The golden needle in his hand is an extension of his will. He is the only god in this operating room. His eyes were focused to the extreme. He picked up the first 3-inch long golden needle and aimed it at the center of Han Ye's head. Bai Hui Point. In the observation room, Zhang Bowen subconsciously whispered to the experts around him and nervously explained. The Bai Hui acupoint is the meeting point of all the yang meridians in the human body. It's the intersection of the Du meridian, the foot Taiyang bladder meridian, the hand Shaoyang triple burner meridian, the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian, and the foot Juyan liver meridian. This acupoint is the human body's heavenly gate. Rushing to insert the needle is extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake can cause a dramatic increase in intracranial pressure, and the consequences are unimaginable. All the Chinese medicine experts present nodded in agreement, their hearts instantly rising to their throats. But just when they were so nervous that they were about to suffocate, Lin Feng took action. I saw his wrist tremble slightly. In the eyes of everyone, the golden needle seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Next second, it has penetrated the Baihui acupoint accurately and without error. Unbiased, neither deep nor shallow. Only a slightly trembling needle tail was left, reflecting golden light under the shadowless lamp. The depth of needle insertion and the angle of needle insertion are perfect. What a fast needle! An old Chinese doctor who has been famous for decades couldn't help but exclaimed. This is not fast anymore. This is a divine skill. It is the Tao. Lin Feng's movements did not stop for a moment. His finger flicked lightly over the needle tail like a dragonfly touching the water. An extremely pure true energy that is invisible to the naked eye flows along the golden needle and into Han Yeye's body. Buzz. The golden needle actually made a faint sound, like a dragon's roar. She reaches the needles, making them ring. The old Chinese doctor cried out again, trembling with excitement. This is the legendary realm that only the ancient miracle doctors can achieve. Immediately following, the second needle, Shinting Point. The third needle, Yuzhen Point. The fourth needle, Mingmen Acupoint. Lin Feng's movements were smooth and flowing, as fast as lightning, and full of Taoist charm and beauty that cannot be described in words. The 9 golden needles seemed to be given life in his hands. It transformed into 9 golden streams of light that traveled through time and space. They pierced Han Yeye's body, the 9 core acupoints that controlled the life and death of the human body. The moment the last needle landed steadily in her dantian chi hai, the 9 golden needles, as if pulled by some mysterious force, began to resonate slightly on Han Yeye's body in an extremely mysterious array. And just at this moment, in the observation room, the young doctor who was in charge of monitoring vital signs looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at the huge surveillance screen in front of him and let out a scream that pierced the sky. Oh my God. Look at the screen. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the huge electronic screen. Then, everyone was completely shocked by the miraculous scene before their eyes. On the screen, Han Yeye's vital signs, already weakened to the limit, seemed like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen saturation. It is rising up madly and savagely at a speed visible to the naked eye that completely goes against the common sense of modern medicine. On the screen, those lines representing various indicators, which had already become so weak that they were almost dying. They are rapidly turning into healthy wavy lines full of vitality. Moreover, it is still continuously climbing upwards. Soon, the standard data of a normal and healthy child was exceeded in all aspects. This means that her vitality is being repaired and rekindled in an explosive way. No, this is impossible. This is unscientific. This completely goes against all the laws of physiology and cytology. A Western medicine expert who returned from studying in Germany and who admired scientific data the most was so excited that he was incoherent. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating. Half an hour later, Lin Feng slowly withdrew the needle. He walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently patted Han Yeye's cheek, which had regained a hint of redness. His voice was incredibly gentle. Little girl, don't sleep. Wake up. Your parents are waiting for you to come home. The treatment is over. But can Han Yeye wake up on the spot as Lin Feng said? Can the terrifying test results from the medical instruments really prove that the disease that has been plaguing her has been completely eradicated? What kind of fanatical attitude will the people who witnessed this miraculous scene have towards Lin Feng? Everything will be revealed in the next second. Chapter 29: The Kneeling Dean. Under Lin Feng's gentle call that seemed to have magic. On the hospital bed, the little girl was in a deep coma and her life was about to end. Han Yeye. Her long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, everyone's breathing almost stopped. Slowly, she opened her eyes. What a pair of clear and bright eyes. There is not the slightest lethargy and turbidity of a person who has been ill for a long time. It is as clean as a newborn baby and as clear as the sky after the rain. She looked at the handsome older brother in front of her curiously and asked in a baby voice. Big brother, who are you? Am I dreaming? I dreamed that so many stars flew into my body. It was so warm. Boom! In the observation room. After more than 10 seconds of silence, thunderous applause and cheers broke out in an instant. He's awake. He's really awake. Oh my God. A miracle. This is a true miracle. I have been practicing medicine for 40 years and have never seen such an incredible scene. Those old experts and professors who are usually highly respected and serious at this moment are all like children, with red faces and dancing with excitement. There were even a few emotional ones who burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably on the spot. They knew that today they had witnessed with their own eyes the greatest moment that would be recorded in the history of human medicine. And in the family waiting room, Mr. and Mrs. Hanley saw their daughter waking up on the huge screen. All the sadness, despair, and pain turned into tears of joy at this moment. They hugged each other tightly, crying. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the operating room. Dean Luzhinyan, Director Zhang Bowen, and all the medical leaders in Tianhai City, who had been waiting at the door, gathered around like a tide. The look in their eyes was no longer filled with awe and worship. It is a kind of extreme piety that mortals look up to gods. Luzhinyan looked at Lin Feng, his lips trembling, and he was so excited that he couldn't say a word. Sudden. With a plop sound. This old dean, who is over 60 years old, holds a high status and is respected in the medical community of Tianhai City. Facing Lin Feng, who is younger than his grandson. He knelt down straight. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. Luzhinyan cried out in a hoarse voice with tears streaming down his face. Please accept my respect. You saved more than just Yeye today. You are for all of us who have been groping in the dark for half our lives. It opens a door to a new world. Behind him, Zhang Bowen and dozens of others are leading experts and professors in their respective fields. They all knelt down in unison without any hesitation. Please, Dr. Lin, please accept our greetings. The uniform shouts echoed in the hospital corridor. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Feng calmly accepted their greeting. Because he knew he could bear it. What he taught was the Tao. What he saved was the future. Then he stepped forward and helped Lu Jinyun up. Everyone, please stand. Doctors have a compassionate heart. We are all here to save lives. Just then, Hanli was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed over quickly by his wife. He looked at Lin Feng, the benefactor who pulled him and his family back to the world from the abyss of hell. He was so excited that he couldn't utter a word. Without saying a word, he struggled to get off the wheelchair and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurried forward and held him down. Brother Han, what are you doing? You are my brother. Your daughter is my niece. This is what I should do. His hand gently rested on Han Li's leg, and a trace of pure true energy silently passed in, exploring his damaged meridians. Your leg is seriously injured. But it's okay. Wait until Yeye is discharged from the hospital. I'll help you treat it in a few days. Lin. Director Lin. Han Li held Lin Feng's hand tightly. This tough guy who had never shed a tear in the face of hundreds of billions of capital on Wall Street was now crying. From now on, my life. It's yours. The subsequent all-round, 360-degree, meticulous inspection results shocked the entire hospital. The results show. All the diseased cells in Han Yeye's body disappeared. The hematopoietic function of the bone marrow has completely recovered to its peak state. Her body's various functional indicators were perfect. In fact, she was several times stronger than most normal healthy children. This is no longer a simple cure. This is a complete transformation. The medical miracle has been thoroughly proven with the most irrefutable scientific data. The name Dr. Lin. Within one day, it spread like a hurricane throughout the upper class of Tianhai City. Chapter 30, Rise to Fame and Undercurrent. The next few days, Tianhai City was in a complete uproar. Countless wealthy and powerful people, top stars, and political bigwigs who are usually elusive. They all tried every possible way, through every channel they could, to frantically try to contact the legendary divine Dr. Lin. They hoped to ask him to help cure them or their loved ones of those difficult and complicated diseases that have been sentenced to death by modern medicine. Some people directly quoted sky-high medical fees of over 100 million yuan. Some people are even willing to give away shares in listed companies under their names. But Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. He just asked Dean Luzhinyan to spread the word. Lin Feng is not a professional doctor. When he takes action, he only considers fate, not money. This kind of mysterious and elusive attitude. It also makes his identity seem even more mysterious and noble in the eyes of everyone. Lin Feng took the time to give Han Li a second treatment. It is still the miraculous technique of acupuncture. He used the 9 turns to rejuvenate needle to reconnect and activate Han Lina's spinal nerves that were damaged and broken in the car accident, one by one. A week later, Han Li threw away his wheelchair and walked out of the hospital at great speed, facing the shocked gazes of all the rehabilitation doctors. Completely recovered. After recovering, Han Li transformed all of Lin Feng's kindness to him into motivation for his work. He devoted himself to the expansion of Sankong Capital with great enthusiasm and almost crazy energy. Under his leadership, Sankong Capital, the business giant that had just swallowed up Tianjin Group, began to extend its tentacles to the whole country and even the world in a more rapid and domineering manner. On this day, Lin Feng convened the first full staff meeting of Sankong Capital. At the meeting, he publicly announced that he would officially promote Han Li to the position of executive president of Sangchong Capital Group and grant him the highest decision-making power in daily operations, second only to himself. When announcing the appointment, Lin Feng's sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, seemingly casually swept across the faces of every vice president present. Most people are happy for Han Li from the bottom of their hearts. They knew that this was the honor that President Han deserved. But, sitting in the corner was Zhao Kai, one of the group's veterans and vice president in charge of the marketing department. There was a glimmer of jealousy and unwillingness in his eyes, which was hard to conceal, even though it was well hidden, but still caught by Lin Feng. Zhao Kai is one of the earliest employees of the company and considers himself to have made great contributions. He has always coveted the position of CEO. But now, Han Li not only holds great power, but also receives Lin Feng's great favor, which is like a rebirth for him. His position in the company is as solid as a rock and cannot be shaken. This made Zhao Kai feel deeply desperate. After the meeting, Zhao Kai returned to his office alone. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. From the deepest part of the drawer, he took out a secret cell phone that he had never used in front of anyone. He hesitated for a moment, but finally, he gritted his teeth and dialed one of the numbers without a name. The call was connected quickly. A cold voice came from the other end. Vice President Zhao, what are your thoughts? Although Director Wang of Tianjin Group has fallen, his allies in the Chamber of Commerce are still there. Mr. Sun from Hongyuan Group is very interested in your Sankong Capital. He's happy to help you replace that Han guy. As long as you. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Done. Han Li has Lin Feng as his backer. Then I will find a new backer for myself. He doesn't know. Right above his office, at the central air conditioning vent, an eavesdropping device installed by Lei Yi himself, which is smaller than a fly and uses the most advanced military technology. Working quietly and faithfully. Although Lin Feng is not so bored as to use a bug all the time to spy on other people's privacy. But he never believed in the so-called absolute human nature. All-round and comprehensive monitoring of all core executives has existed since the first day of Sankong Capital's establishment. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting in his office, wearing a miniature headset. The entire conversation between Zhao Kai and the mysterious man could be heard clearly in the headphones. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold sneer as if he was looking at a dead person. Very good. This poisonous snake hiding in the dark finally came out of its hole. The traitor has been exposed. But Lin Feng didn't plan to take action immediately. He wants to take this opportunity to put on a good show. As soon as it happens, it kills the chicken to scare the monkey, lures the snake out of its hole, and uses the opponent's trick against them. What a good show! And how will Mr. Sun of Hongyuan Group and the remaining forces of Tianjin Group join forces with Zhao Kai, the insider, to set up a self-righteous and deadly trap for Sangchong Capital? A war for people's hearts is about to begin. Chapter 31: New Choices, New Enemies. Lin Feng locked the dirty conversation coming from the headphones and the report recording all of Zhao Kai's unusual movements into the safe. He knew that now was not the time to alert the enemy. A poisonous snake will only expose its most fatal weakness when it thinks it is about to kill its prey with one bite. He has to wait. Wait for Zhao Kai and the so-called new master behind him to dig this trap bigger and deeper. It is big enough to bury themselves and all the forces behind them. A few days later, a piece of bombshell news once again set off the entire business community of Tianjin City. The Tianhai municipal government officially announced that it will open an open bidding for the comprehensive development rights of a piece of prime land located in the eastern part of the city. This piece of land has a unique geographical location and is planned by the municipal government as the core plot of Tianhai City's future new commercial center. The total investment of the entire project is expected to exceed 50 billion yuan, and its future commercial value is immeasurable. As soon as the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone knows that this is regarded as the first major reshuffle of Tianhai City's business landscape in the post-Tianqing era. Whoever can win this project will undoubtedly become the new business overlord of Tianhai City. Sky Capital Headquarters. Han Li immediately rushed into Lin Feng's office with the bidding notice. His eyes burned with an unprecedented, raging fighting spirit. "Boss Lin, we must get the project in the east part of the city. This is the best opportunity for us, Sankong Capital, to announce our arrival as the king to the entire Chinese business community. Only by taking it can we completely establish our unshakable dominance in Tianhai City." Lin Feng looked at Han Li, who was full of fighting spirit, and nodded with satisfaction. Good. He handed over all the preliminary preparations for the project to Han Li. But he added something seemingly casually. "This project is of great importance. Zhao Kai has extensive experience in the market, so let him be your deputy and fully assist you." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Han Li, who had just recovered and was full of gratitude and admiration for Lin Feng, had no doubts about it. He also thought that this was President Lin deliberately testing and training Zhao Kai, a veteran of the company. And the other side. When Zhao Kai received the appointment notice, a burst of ecstasy instantly surged in his heart. He was worried that he would not have the opportunity to access the core secrets of this bidding. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came to me. In his opinion, this was a godsend, a perfect opportunity for him to steal Sankong Capital's business plan and sell it to his new master as a token of his loyalty. Lin Feng smiled and said to Han Li, "Just do it, don't worry about it. On the day of the bidding meeting, you and I will go together." Zhao Kai and his new master, Sun Hongwei of Hongyuan Group, are self-righteously weaving a seamless net that is big enough to swallow up Sankong Capital in one gulp. But they don't know. In the eyes of the chess player, they had already become pitiful prey entangled in the spider web. A fantastic counter-attack drama that will determine the new business landscape of Tianhai City is about to begin. It's late at night. Lin Feng was standing alone in the top-floor office with floor-to-ceiling windows and a 360-degree panoramic view at the headquarters of Zhangsheng Capital. Beneath his feet was the entire Tianhai City, with its myriad lights glittering like a galaxy. He looked back at everything he had experienced in this short period of time. From the very beginning, amidst humiliation and despair, he obtained a god-level selection system. In the end, he crushed all the revenge of the Wang family with the force of thunder. Later, he created miracles of life and was revered as Dr. Lin. His gains were enormous. He gained the unwavering loyalty of Han Li, a business genius. This is the sharpest spear in his future business empire. He gained the absolute loyalty of Lei Yi, the king of soldiers. And the dragon shield security which he built and has begun to take shape. This is the strongest shield of his future business empire. He also gained top connections in the medical community of Tianhai City, and the supreme reputation of Dr. Lin, which was enough to make all the wealthy and powerful people bow down to him. This is his most powerful business card that allows him to penetrate the top circles of this country. He knows. The foundation of his empire is already extremely solid. But he also understood. The more powerful and majestic an empire appears, the more dangerous and deadly the termites that breed within it become. Zhao Kai. Lin Feng whispered the name. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. "I will use your destruction to build my newly born empire. Play the first song, the music of iron and blood." Outside the window, the sky is getting darker. A violent storm that will sweep across the entire business world is about to come. And Lin Feng. He is the one who stands in the eye of the storm and controls the wind and thunder. He slowly turned around and disappeared into the darkness of the office. A new chapter is about to begin. Chapter 32: Golden Land and the Viper's Gaze. After Lin Feng used his miraculous medical skills to create a miracle of life, the reputation of Sankong Capital has reached an unprecedented peak in the entire Tianhai City. And just at this moment, the Tianhai municipal government has once again dropped a bombshell. In the eastern part of the city, the prime land that all developers are coveting will be officially open to public bidding. Whoever can take it will dominate the business landscape of Tianhai City for the next 10 years. Sunkong Capital, high-level conference room. The atmosphere was warm and tense. Hanli, the newly appointed executive president of the group, was the first to stand up. His eyes burned with a raging fighting spirit. Boss Lin. We must win the East City project. And we will definitely win it. He issued a military order in front of all the executives. This is the most crucial battle for our Tsangchong capital to replace Tiancheng and establish its new dominant position. This battle must be won and must not be lost. Lin Feng looked at Hanli, who was full of fighting spirit, and nodded with satisfaction. Good. You will be fully responsible for this project. Then, Zhao Kai, the vice president in charge of the marketing department, also stood up immediately. As one of the company's veterans, he was more active than anyone else in the meeting. He took the initiative to assist Hanli and put forward several very constructive preliminary ideas on project promotion and market positioning on the spot. His statement won the favor of everyone present. Hanli patted Zhao Kai's shoulder with gratitude and said sincerely, "Old Zhao, thanks to you. With you as my deputy, I feel much more at ease." Lin Feng looked at Zhao Kai with a loyal look on his face, and a meaningful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, without commenting. After the meeting, the smile on Zhao Kai's face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a cold gloom. He quickly walked into the underground garage, skillfully opened the door of an inconspicuous black Honda Accord, and got in. Sitting in the back seat of the car was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but his eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. He is the CEO of Hongyuan Group, Sun Hongwei. He was also one of Wang Jiangmo's closest allies during his lifetime. How is it? Sun Hongwei's voice was hoarse and low. Zhao Kai took out a recorder from his pocket and a smug sneer appeared on his face. The fish has been hooked. That idiot Han Li has complete faith in me. I can participate in all the core decisions of this project. When the time comes, I will deliver their final bid price and all the core strategies, word for word, to you on time. Sun Hongwei nodded with satisfaction. He patted Zhao Kai's shoulder as if he was comforting an obedient dog. Don't worry, Lao Zhao, you're doing great. After this is done, I will never break my promise to you. The new owner of Sunkong Capital must be you. Boss Wang is down. Let me help him repay the favors he owes me to that kid named Lin. The two men smiled at each other, their eyes filled with the pleasure of their conspiracy succeeding. They quickly agreed on a detailed plan that they thought was perfect. Before the bidding began, Zhao Kai leaked a real but actually carefully designed floor price of Sunkong Capital to Sun Hongwei. Sun Hongwei will prepare a proposal that seems to be slightly inferior to Sunkong Capital's offer, but the additional contract contains countless deadly traps. They want Sunkong Capital to win the bid. But what was won was not a mountain of gold. Rather, it is a bottomless pit that is enough to drain all their liquid funds in a short period of time and leave them hopeless. Zhao Kai got out of the car and adjusted his tie. The humble and honest smile returned to his face. It was as if the dirty deal just now had never happened. At the same time, the office area of Sunkong Capital is brightly lit. Han Li's team is working hard all night long for this project that they have placed great hopes on. They were completely unaware. A sharp knife dipped in poison was pointed at their backs, ready to give them the most fatal blow at any time. A dragnet woven of betrayal and conspiracy has quietly been spread. Chapter 33: An uneasy premonition and God's choice. The day before the bidding. Late at night, the office area of Sunkong Capital is still brightly lit. Han Li's eyes were bloodshot, but his spirit was extremely excited, like a bull about to rush to the battlefield. He solemnly placed a final plan, which was hundreds of pages thick and beautifully bound, on Lin Feng's desk. This plan can be called a perfect work of art. From macro-level commercial planning of land plots to micro-level future cash flow forecasts, the level of detail in the data and the rigorous closed-loop logic far exceed the highest standards achievable in the industry. Han Li said to Lin Feng in an almost boastful tone. Boss Lin, the plan has been finalized. We've replayed every detail and every piece of data over and over again, no less than 100 times. It's absolutely foolproof. Moreover, he deliberately lowered his voice, a hint of unconcealable pride on his face. I also obtained the highest bid range from our biggest competitor, Hongyuan Group, through an absolutely reliable channel. He turned around excitedly, picked up a whiteboard marker, and wrote a shocking number on the smooth whiteboard. 32 billion. This is the upper limit of their budget. Even one more penny and their funding chain will break. Hanli turned around and tapped the number with a pen, his voice full of confidence that he had won. And our final offer is set at 32.5 billion. Just right, I can firmly suppress them. The victory is subtle and unobtrusive, clean and beautiful. Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the flawless plan to Han Li's face, which was slightly flushed with excitement. He had to admit that from a business and professional perspective, Han Li's team's work was impeccable. But he just felt something was wrong. With his sixth sense that was far superior to that of ordinary people and almost like that of a beast, he always felt that the whole thing went so smoothly that it was a bit weird. It went so smoothly, as if there was an invisible hand behind them, deliberately paving the way for them and luring them towards a seemingly perfect ending. Lin Feng leaned back in the large boss chair, crossed his fingers in front of him, and asked calmly, "Is the intelligence source you mentioned reliable?" Upon hearing this question, Han Li immediately patted his chest. "Mr. Lin, don't worry. This information was obtained by Vice President Zhao through a former contact in the city government. He went through great pains to get it. It's absolutely reliable. That person is quite senior. Many matters at Hongyuan have to go through his hands for project approval. Vice President Zhao Kai." Lin Feng's mind emerged with the image of the middle-aged man who always had a humble smile on his face and did things flawlessly. He nodded without showing any emotion on his face, but just asked Han Li to go back early to rest, recharge his energy and prepare for tomorrow's bidding. After Han Li left with a relaxed smile on his face, the office door closed. Lin Feng walked alone to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bright lights of the city below. His brows were tightly furrowed. He trusts Han Li's professional ability and loyalty. But he never believed in coincidences. Especially this kind of coincidence that determines the flow of tens of billions of funds and the future fate of the group. Just as he was deep in thought, that familiar and cold voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host empire's cornerstone has been detected and is about to face a major potential threat. People's hearts are unpredictable and crises are lurking. Really? Lin Feng's heart sank suddenly. God-level selection system activated. Option 1, trust Han Li's professional judgment. After all, don't employ those you doubt, and trust those you employ. This is the way of a ruler. Sometimes, excessive suspicion can lead to missed opportunities. Complete this option and receive a reward, a memorable business lesson worth tens of billions. Option 2, trust your intuition. Immediately ordered Sanglong to mobilize all of Dragon Shield Security's technical and personal connections to thoroughly investigate all recent secret financial transactions and communications between Hongyuan Group and Zhao Kai. Complete this option and receive a reward, receive some indirect evidence that supports your suspicions. Option 3, insight into the human heart. I am God's will. All schemes, lies, and betrayals will be exposed before my absolute insight. Complete this option and receive the following reward: God-level ability, mind reading range, 10 meters, effect, passively triggered, can be activated or deactivated in the mind. Lin Feng looked at the third option and smiled. The smile was a little cold. Investigation? It's too slow and too troublesome. Moreover, no matter how conclusive the evidence is, it is not as good as hearing the truest voice in the other person's heart with your own ears. What he wants is not tedious verification. What he wanted was to be like a high and mighty god at this very moment, and see through the disguises of all mortals. I choose 3. Without the slightest hesitation. Moment. An extremely cool feeling, like nectar from the sky, or like the purest energy, poured into his Baihui point on the top of his head and instantly penetrated his entire brain. His perception, at this moment, was infinitely magnified. The whole world, in his eyes, became different again. He could even clearly hear that in the office next door, a female employee who was working overtime was complaining in her heart about why her boyfriend hadn't replied to her messages. He could hear the security guard passing by in the corridor thinking about which barbecue stall to go to for a couple of drinks after get off work. These mixed thoughts came like a tide, but they did not make him feel confused. Instead, they were clearly categorized and presented in his consciousness, as if they had been processed by a supercomputer. He knows. I already possess the ultimate weapon to judge people's hearts. Now that he has acquired the ability to read minds, he needs a verification. One that would allow him to confirm that all this was not an illusion. Who will be the first person he wants to listen to? This drama was planned by him personally, but now he discovered that there might be a traitor among the actors. How should he continue? Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the tightly closed door of the office. He picked up the intercom phone on the table. Dial the number representing the Vice President's office. Chapter 34: The Emperor's New Clothes. Lin Feng sat in the large boss chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He pressed the intercom. Ask President Han and Vice President Zhao to come to my office now. A moment later, there was a knock on the office door, and Hanli and Zhao Kai walked in one after another. As soon as Hanli entered the room, the voice in Lin Feng's heart at the moment automatically emerged in his mind. Great! Director Lin must have some new instructions. I must do this project beautifully and absolutely must not let Director Lin down. I want the entire Tianhai city to see the strength of our Songchong capital. His voice was filled with excitement and the loyalty of a man willing to die for his friend. Zhao Kai, who was following behind him, had a humble and warm smile on his face. But what Lin Feng heard was a completely different scene. Humph! This idiot Hanli, does he really think he's the son of destiny? He's just lucky to have Lin Feng as his friend. Just wait, after tomorrow, you'll be the #1 culprit for draining the company's cash flow. By then, I'll see how you can still have the nerve to sit in this CEO position. This position is mine. It can only be mine. Malice, greed, and gloating. Countless dark emotions, like poisonous snakes, intertwined and roared wildly in the depths of his heart. Lin Feng understood in his heart. But his face remained expressionless, and he even showed a smile of approval. I've read the plan, it's very good. Mr. Han, thank you for your hard work. He paused and changed the subject. However, in the final plan, I temporarily thought of adding one more condition. What? Hanli and Zhao Kai were both stunned. This plan is already the most perfect version they can come up with. What else can be added? Zhao Kai's heart was filled with alarm. Adding temporary conditions? Please don't disrupt Mr. Sun and I's plans. But, I don't think he can come up with anything fancy. He's just an amateur guiding the experts, giving blind orders. Lin Feng took in all their reactions. He looked at Hanli and said in an unquestionable tone. I will go to the bidding meeting tomorrow in person. All final decisions are made by me, on the spot. Ah? Hanli was a little surprised, but then he was greatly surprised. Director Lin is personally in charge? That's great. With Director Lin here, we're even more certain of victory this time. Zhao Kai was shocked, but in an instant, it turned into a cruel joy. He's going to? This wasn't part of the plan. But, okay. Let him go. Let him see with his own eyes how his empire is dragged down by a small supplementary contract. The despair of watching everything collapse must be more painful than killing him. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and patted both of them on the shoulders. Okay, all of you go. Tomorrow, let's see how you perform. After seeing the two off, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold in an instant. He picked up the red, encrypted dedicated phone on the table and dialed Sanglong's number. Song Lang. Help me check all of Zhao Kai's recent communication records and financial transactions. Especially, any clues related to the Hongyuan group should not be overlooked. In addition, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Send the two smartest brothers to his car and his office and put some little things in them. Remember, it's the latest, military grade. Yes. Mr. Lin. Sanglong's brief and powerful answer came from the other end of the phone. Lin Gu leaned back in his comfortable boss chair and slowly closed his eyes. He already knew the script of this drama. Now, what he needs to do is to collect all the hard evidence that can nail those two self-righteous actors to the pillar of shame. Make every possible preparation for the final, public trial. He is really looking forward to it. Looking forward to it very much. Looking forward to tomorrow, at the bidding meeting, when he will predict all their conspiracies like an omniscient god. What kind of expression would Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei have on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost? A good show is about to begin. He is both the protagonist and the director. Chapter 35: Gods at the Negotiation Table. The next day. Tianhai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The bidding meeting for the second phase of the Smart City and the Prime Land project in the east of the city was held here. The venue was packed. All mainstream media, business celebrities, and political figures in Tianhai City gathered here to witness this historic moment that will determine the business landscape of Tianhai City in the next 10 years. Lin Feng, Han Li, and the indispensable Zhao Kai, representing the now prosperous Songchong capital, sat in the front row of bidding seats. And right across from them, Sun Hongwei, CEO of Hongyuan Group, also sits firmly on the Daiao Yutai with his elite team. He even exchanged a look with Zhao Kai across the aisle, a look that showed they both understood each other and that everything was under control. The bidding meeting officially begins. After the host finished his lengthy opening remarks, he entered the most exciting part, the live quotation session. Sky Capital offered 28 billion. Hongyuan Group, 28.5 billion. Sky Capital, 30 billion. The two sides exchanged offers, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The price continued to rise and soon broke through the 30 billion mark. Everyone present was excited. This is the real fight between gods. Finally, it's time for the final round of quotations. According to the rules, both parties will submit their final offers and any additional terms. Sun Hongwei was the first to stand up. He adjusted his tie, with a confident and calm smile on his face. He knew that the time had come to close the net. He smiled and, through the microphone, threw out his long-prepared, poisonous trump card to the audience. Our Hongyuan Group's final offer is 33 billion. This price is slightly higher than the previous highest market estimate, which shows its sincerity. He paused, looked in the direction of Lin Feng, and his smile became even warmer. However, we greatly admired Songchong Capital's courage. In order to cooperate with such an outstanding enterprise, our Hongyuan Group is willing to provide a supporting, valuable logistics and warehousing project as a token of our sincerity in cooperation. Also, we promise that we are willing to jointly develop this logistics project with Songchong Capital, and all profits will be split 50-50. We have already brought the relevant additional contracts. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Sun Hongwei's generous behavior. This doesn't look like a commercial bidding at all. This is simply charity. Giving away a multi-billion-dollar project for free, and splitting the profits equally? Han Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He excitedly lowered his head and said quickly in Lin Feng's ear with a suppressed excited voice. Director Lin. What a great opportunity. This logistics project is a perfect complement to our commercial center. With it, we can save at least tens of billions in costs in the future. And it can also generate huge profits. Is Sun Hongwei crazy? Zhao Kai, who was standing by, also fanned the flames at the right moment. Yes, Mr. Lin. This opportunity is rare. We must agree immediately. In his heart, however, he was roaring madly and triumphantly. Sign quickly. Sign quickly. You idiots. If you sign this supplementary contract, you're dead. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng looked across at Sun Hongwei, who was smiling and had an expression that said, I'm sure of victory. In his ears, Sun Hongwei's sinister and calculating voice came clearly without missing a word. Ha 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 ha. They've taken the bait. They've all taken the bait. That idiot Han Li is so excited he's about to piss his pants. Sign it. Sign it now. As soon as you sign this supplementary contract, the 3 hidden exclusivity clauses in it will take effect immediately. By then, all of your working capital for the next 3 years will be tied up in this damn logistics project. By then, forget about development, and even if Lin Feng is powerful, he won't go bankrupt. Today, I'm going to avenge Director Wang. Just as Han Li excitedly picked up the pen on the table and prepared to agree to this great kindness on behalf of the company, Lin Feng gently raised his hand. Stopped him. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly stood up. He smiled, looked at Sun Hongwei opposite him, and said, Mr. Sun's proposal sounds indeed very generous. Everyone thought he was going to agree. But the next second, his tone suddenly changed. But, can I take the liberty of making a guess? Mr. Sun, in this supplementary contract that you have written with such sincerity. Isn't it, on page 7, in the 3rd paragraph, written in the smallest font, during the project cooperation period, all future logistics and warehousing operations of Songchong Capital must be exclusively handled by a subsidiary controlled by Hongyuan Group? Furthermore, in the supplementary explanation on page 12, it also states, all initial infrastructure investment for this project will be advanced by our Sangcheong Capital, and Hongyuan Group will repay it at an extremely high annual simple interest rate of 20%? Oh, right, and lastly, on the last page of the attachment, in that most inconspicuous corner, isn't there a clause that says, during the period of cooperation between the two parties, Sangcheong Capital will no longer independently or with any third party be involved in any other logistics and warehousing related projects? Lin Feng, slowly and unhurriedly, read out the three most hidden and deadly clauses, word for word, clearly in front of everyone present. He said one sentence each. Across from him, the smile on Sun Hongwei's face became stiffer and his complexion became paler. When Lin Feng finished the last sentence lightly, Sun Hongwei's face had turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He was completely frozen there, as if he had been stripped of all his clothes in public and thrown naked into the snow and ice of Siberia. The extreme fear and humiliation of being completely seen through from the inside out almost made him faint on the spot. Lin Feng did not stop. His gaze slowly shifted away from Sun Hongwei. It fell beside me. The one who was already trembling all over, sweating profusely, and looked ashen. On Zhao Kai. A meaningful, devilish smile appeared on his face. Vice President Zhao. You said, I guess. Yes or no? Boom. Zhao Kai's mind was blank. The conspiracy was exposed in public. The entire audience was in dead silence, and then a thunderous roar of disbelief broke out. Lin Feng, how will he clean up this mess and take over this project? And what will be the fate of Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei, these two self-righteous clowns? Chapter 36, Give them a taste of their own medicine. There was dead silence at the scene. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on those three people like searchlights. Lin Feng, who was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Sun Hongwei's face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. And that guy who was slumped in the chair, his face ashen, his expensive suit soaked with sweat. Zhao Kai. Han Li looked at Lin Feng in amazement. His mind was blank. He finally understood why Lin Feng insisted on coming in person. He finally understood the true meaning of Lin Feng's words, let's see how you perform tomorrow. It turns out that he had seen through everything a long time ago. It turned out that the perfect plan that I and the entire team worked on all night long almost became a huge joke. It turned out that I had just walked to the gates of hell. An extreme fear and relief at surviving the disaster instantly overwhelmed him. The host at the venue finally reacted after a few seconds of freezing. He picked up the microphone and used an extremely unnatural, dry voice to forcefully control the situation. It seems the two sides still have some minor disagreements on the additional terms. So, Mr. Lin from Sangcheong Capital, are you still participating in this round of bidding? Lin Feng smiled. He glanced at Sun Hongwei, who was out of his wits and could barely stand, and spoke slowly. Mr. Sun's full of sincerity additional clause just now sounds very good. But I think it's not enough. Not enough? Everyone present thought they had heard wrongly. You've already stripped off her underwear, and you still think it's not enough? Sun Hongwei was wailing madly in his heart. What else does he want? What else does he want? Who the hell is he? How could he possibly know every word in this contract? It's over. This time, Hongyuan Group is completely finished. Lin Feng ignored everyone's shock. He walked to the podium and picked up the contract prepared by Hongyuan Group, which was poisoned. Then, in front of everyone, he picked up the pen. Not a signature. Instead, he just casually made a few strokes on it. Let's do this. Since Mr. Sun is so sincere, we at Sangcheong Capital can't be stingy. We are willing to add another 100 million to Mr. Sun's previous offer of 33 billion. 34 billion. But, this additional clause. A playful smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. You have to change it according to my opinion. He pointed at the contract with a pen and read out the clauses one by one. First, we at Sangcheong Capital are very interested in this accompanying logistics and warehousing project, and we've accepted it. However, the project must be wholly owned by us. Of course, we're not ruthless. Hongyuan Group can acquire shares at fair market value, but the shareholding ratio cannot exceed 20%. Secondly, all the initial construction investment for this project, approximately 5 billion, will be provided to us by your company, Hongyuan Group, in the form of an interest-free loan. After all, this is your way of expressing your sincerity, right? Third, in return, and for the sake of our future long-term cooperation, we at Sangcheon Capital can allow Hongyuan Group priority participation in the development of some downstream, non-core industries in our new commercial center project. For example, property management and cleaning services. Every condition proposed by Lin Feng is like an extremely sharp scalpel. Accurately and fiercely, it hit the vital point of Hongyuan Group. They are now in a difficult situation. They urgently need the huge cash flow and political achievements brought by this project in the East City to fill the huge hole caused by their overexpansion. Lin Feng's plan was to take away the fattest piece of meat, including the skin and bones. Then, they were left with only a little, almost negligible broth to drink. However, they used the promise of allowing you to participate in the development to give them a way out so as not to be disgraced in front of the municipal government and all the media. When Sun Hongwei listened to Lin Feng's conditions, his heart was bleeding. His internal organs were churning. But he knew. He no longer has any negotiation qualifications. Under Lin Feng's godlike, all-seeing gaze, if he dared to say no, it was equivalent to admitting in front of the whole world that he had just signed the contract with ulterior motives and harbored evil intentions. By then, what he lost would not just be a project, but it is the reputation of the entire Hongyuan Group and Sun Hongwei's second half of life. Agreeing to him would only lead to massive losses for the group and serious damage. If you don't agree, you will be immediately ruined and there will be no recovery. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Feng! You devil! Under Lin Feng's calm yet oppressive gaze. After experiencing a struggle between heaven and man in my heart, Sun Hongwei used all his strength to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. We agree with Director Lin's plan. Final. The host picked up the gavel that symbolized the final decision and knocked it down hard. I announce. The final winning bidder for the East City Prime Land project is Sangcheon Capital. The final word. Sangcheon Capital won a great victory in an unprecedented, miraculous, and dimensionality reduction attack method. This thrilling bidding meeting is over. How will Hanli face Lin Feng, who created the myth, and Zhao Kai, the traitor who almost dragged them into the abyss? Back to the company. A bigger and more violent storm is coming. How will Lin Feng deal with this venomous snake that he has already caught at its weakest point? Chapter 37: The Road Back to the Company. The bidding is over. But the shock and waves it brought have just begun. The news that Sangcheon Capital had won a resounding victory in an almost miraculous manner spread like wings to every corner of Tianhai City in an instant. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom returning to the company, the atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Hanli was driving the car himself, and his palms were still covered in cold sweat. From time to time, he would peek in the rearview mirror at the young figure leaning on the back seat with his eyes closed. His eyes were filled with various complex emotions. There is the fear of surviving a disaster. Fortunately, the dust has settled. I feel deeply ashamed for not being able to judge people well. But more than that, it is an incomparable worship to the god. It was not until now that he finally and deeply understood what Lin Feng said that day. The essence of business is transaction, and the essence of transaction is value. He originally thought that Lin Feng was talking about the value of money. But today, he finally understood. What Lin Feng said was a higher dimension, the insight into people's hearts and the control over the overall situation. He was proud of his business talents, precise calculations, and layouts. In the face of the true evil of human nature, we are so fragile and vulnerable. If it weren't for Lin Feng. If it weren't for Lin Feng's final effort to turn the tide. Today, he will become the #1 sinner who destroyed the entire Sangcheon Capital with his own hands. And Zhao Kai was sitting in the passenger seat. It is like a walking corpse with all its souls taken away. His face was ashen, his eyes were empty, and he said nothing. He has maintained this posture since the end of the bidding meeting. He knew he was finished. Completely, it's over. But he couldn't figure it out. He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Lin Feng, how did you know everything? Only he and Sun Hongwei know the secret of that supplementary contract. Could it be that he can read minds? Lin Feng leaned back in the back seat, as if he had fallen asleep. It seemed that the game just now was a thrilling life and death game that was enough to be recorded in the business history of Tianhai City. To him, it was really just an insignificant afternoon tea. He didn't say a word of blame to Hanli. Nor did he say a word of judgment to Zhao Kai. But it is this extreme silence. Han Li was more awed than any wrath of thunder. It also made Zhao Kai feel a boundless fear deep in his bones. The car was driving smoothly. Han Li finally couldn't help it and spoke in a hoarse voice. Director Lin. Sorry. I don't know people well, I almost. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He interrupted Han Li. It's not your fault. No matter how well a venomous snake disguises itself, it is still a venomous snake. You just need to make the sharpest knife in the empire. As for identifying and eliminating those venomous snakes that attempt to erode the empire, that's my business. These words instantly brought a warm feeling to Han Li's heart. He knew that Director Lin did not blame him. Director Lin still trusts him unconditionally. He nodded heavily. At this moment, his loyalty to Lin Feng was enhanced by an additional layer of absolute awe that would last until his death. When Zhao Kai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard these words, the body trembled suddenly and violently. The vehicle slowly drove into the underground parking lot of Sangkong Capital's headquarters. Lin Feng opened the car door and before getting out, he calmly instructed Han Li. Notify all executives at the vice president level and above. Meeting in the top floor conference room in half an hour. Not one less. Then, he looked at Zhao Kai again, who was still in a state of despair, and spoke in a flat tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Vice President Zhao. You come too. The trial meeting is about to be held. Lin Feng, how much fatal evidence do you have about Zhao Kai? In what shocking way will this sudden high-level meeting bring the final curtain to this drama of betrayal? Chapter 38, Judgment. Sangkong Capital, top floor conference room. The atmosphere was solemn and even a little depressing. All executives at the vice president level and above are present. Most of them had just learned from various channels about the miraculous and shocking reversal that had taken place at the bidding meeting this afternoon. At this moment, they were talking to each other in low voices. Looking at the main seat, the eyes of the overly young chairman were also filled with various complicated emotions. There is curiosity, awe, excitement, and also a hint of unspeakable fear. Zhao Kai, on the other hand, sat alone in the corner at the end of the conference table. He lowered his head, his face pale, and his whole body was like a volcano about to erupt, silent and desperate. Lin Feng sat in the main seat and looked around the audience. He didn't say anything, but just gestured to Han Li beside him. Han Li stood up. He told Zhao Kai how he provided him with false information and misled his judgment. How did he secretly collude with Sun Hongwei of Hong Yuan Group to set up that vicious contract trap? And, at the bidding meeting, how Director Lin turned the tide, used the opponent's tactics, and won the whole process. In a calm but fearful tone, he briefly recounted the incident to everyone present. After listening to this narration, there was a sound of people gasping in shock throughout the conference room. All the executives looked at Zhao Kai, who was sitting in the corner, with disbelief and anger. They could never have imagined it. This company veteran who seemed honest and hardworking on weekdays would actually do such a cruel thing and betray the company. Zhao Kai. Are you even a fucking human? The company treats you well. Why are you doing this? You're a traitor. Shameless. Facing the crowd's angry rebuke, Zhao Kai suddenly jumped up from his chair like a madman. He pointed at Han Li, making a final, futile struggle. You are slandering me. Han Li. You are slandering me. You're excluding me. You see, I have more experience than you, so you're looking for an excuse to kick me out of the company. Mr. Sun and I were just exchanging normal business information. You don't have any evidence to prove that I betrayed the company. He still wanted to quibble and try to muddy the waters completely. Han Li looked at his ugly face, his eyes full of disappointment and contempt. He took out a document from the briefcase beside him and threw it on the table. Evidence? This document was recovered overnight by Xanglong using Dragon Shield security, a technology comparable to that of military intelligence departments. It clearly records all the encrypted conversations between Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei in the past month. Also, the complete transfer information of Sun Hongwei depositing 50 million deposit into Zhao Kai's secret account through an overseas account. When Zhao Kai saw this document, his pupils suddenly shrank. A flash of panic flashed through his mind. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and roared fiercely. It's fake. This is all fake. You guys are willing to resort to any despicable means to frame me. Lin Feng has always been like an outsider, watching all this coldly. Until now. He slowly spoke. Evidence? His voice was very soft. But the entire conference room fell silent in an instant. He tapped lightly on the table with his slender fingers. The huge, intelligent projection screen opposite him lit up instantly. A video starts playing on the screen. A video with slightly shaky images but extremely clear audio. The scene of the video is in a black Honda Accord. The protagonists of the video are Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei, CEO of Hongyuan Group. In the video, Zhao Kai's ugly face showed flattery, greed, and viciousness. Every word he said was filled with calculated malice. Every sinister plan he and Sun Hongwei agreed upon. All were displayed to everyone present in their original form and clearly. When the video played, Zhao Kai took the recorder and proudly said, "The fish is hooked." Zhao Kai couldn't hold on any longer. His legs went limp and he collapsed completely onto the chair. All that was left in his eyes was endless despair and disbelief that penetrated deep into his bones. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out. How did this top-secret conversation get recorded? The whole audience was dead silent. All the executives looked in horror at the young man who sat in the main seat and had a blank expression on his face from beginning to end. At this moment, they finally realized it deeply. This young, mysterious chairman. What he possessed was beyond their comprehension, mysterious and powerful means. Any conspiracy, any betrayal, will be exposed in front of him. Chapter 39: The Emperor's Rules. Video finished playing. The huge curtain returned to darkness. Lin Feng slowly stood up from the main seat. He looked around the room. His eyes swept across the faces of every company executive present. Mind reading, turn on. In an instant, everyone's true inner thoughts flooded into his mind like a tide. Executive A's inner thoughts: oh my god. This is terrifying. The chairman's tactics are even more powerful than the CIA's. Fortunately, I've always been loyal. From now on, I must be even more cautious and never have any second thoughts. Executive B's inner thoughts: Zhao Kai is such an idiot. He's more trouble than help. How could he leave such obvious evidence behind when doing something like this? It seems like if I want to make extra money in the future, I'll have to be more covert and careful. Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently lingered on Executive B's face for a second longer. Executive B suddenly felt as if a thorn was on his back and he was falling into an icy cave. He felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. He subconsciously lowered his head, cold sweat instantly breaking out, and he didn't even have the courage to look Lin Feng in the eye. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, and his voice was not loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. At my Sungkong capital, I only set 3 rules. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. First, if you lack the ability, I can teach you, give you opportunities to grow, and pay your tuition. Secondly, if you make a mistake, as long as it's unintentional and done out of a sense of justice, I can forgive you and give you a chance to make amends. He paused, and his tone instantly became cold, like the Siberian wind. Third, betray. Anyone who betrays the company and me, Lin Feng. There is only one outcome. He didn't say what the outcome would be. However, everyone present felt a chill from the depths of their souls. Just then, the heavy door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Sun Long walked in with 2 burly dragon shield security guards with cold eyes. The 3 of them carried an iron-blooded and murderous aura that was honed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All the pampered business elites present felt a sense of difficulty breathing. Sun Long walked up to Lin Feng, bowed slightly, and reported respectfully. Mr. Lin, the person has been brought here. Lin Feng nodded. He took a look at Zhao Kai, who had completely collapsed on the chair like a pile of mud. Calmly, his final judgment was read out. Zhao Kai. You leaked the company's core business secrets and intended to damage the company's significant interests through improper means. The amount involved is as high as tens of billions. Your actions have seriously constituted the crimes of industrial espionage and occupational embezzlement. Lawyer Chen's team will ensure that you receive the most fair and severe legal punishment in prison. The words fell. Sun Long took a step forward and, like picking up a chicken, lifted Zhao Kai from the chair with one hand and dragged him out. No. Don't. Director Lin. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, give me another chance. Director Lin. Spare my life. Zhao Kai cried, struggled, and begged for mercy all the way. But no one paid any attention. What awaits him is a long, cold life behind bars. Lin Feng looked at the remaining executives who were silent as a mouse. Calmly, he said 2 words. The meeting is adjourned. After this, a thunderous and iron-fisted purge. There is no more noise inside Sungkong capital. Lin Feng, the young emperor, his supreme and absolute authority was thoroughly consolidated. Tiancheng Group and its so-called allies, such as Hongyuan Group, were severely damaged by this series of combined punches and could no longer cause any trouble. All wings and internal troubles have been clipped. Next step. It is the final general attack on Tiancheng Group, the big fish that has long lost its claws and teeth. Chapter 40, Layout before the general attack. After the trial that could be described as a bloody purge. There was no more noise inside the entire Sungkong capital. The company's operating efficiency and the cohesion of all employees have reached an unprecedented and terrifying height. Everyone who looked at Lin Feng had eyes filled with absolute awe from the depths of their souls. Han Li works like a workaholic. Not only did he complete all the tasks assigned by Lin Feng with 200% efficiency and quality. What's more, any decision given to Lin Feng must be implemented unconditionally and without any compromise. This afternoon, Lin Feng called Han Li to his office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the master and the disciple stood side by side. Their gaze passed through the rows of skyscrapers and fell on the Tiancheng Group headquarters building in the distance, which was once a landmark of Tianhai City but now seemed to be on the decline. Han Li. Lin Feng's voice was very calm. Now, there is only one enemy left. A raging fighting spirit instantly ignited in Han Li's eyes. Director Lin. Please give the order. All our business units at Sungcheon Capital are already prepared. As long as you give the order, we can launch the most fierce and comprehensive attack on the crumbling Tiancheng Group in all fields, including real estate, retail, technology, and entertainment. I guarantee that within 3 months, I can make it completely bankrupt and liquidate. Lin Feng, however, shook his head. 3 months? Too slow. That's too boring. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the Tiancheng building in the distance, which looked a little desolate in the sunset. I want it. In 3 days. From Tianhai City, from this world, completely wiped out. What? Han Li looked at Lin Feng in shock. He couldn't understand it at all. How could this be possible? Although Tiancheng Group has suffered heavy losses, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. It is still a behemoth with tens of billions of assets and an industrial chain spanning the country. Want to make it disappear completely within 3 days? This is simply a fantasy. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Han Li who was confused, and asked calmly. Han Li, tell me, what is the foundation of a business empire? Han Li thought about it and replied hesitantly. Is it because of its huge real estate and healthy cash flow? No. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes flashing with wisdom that seemed to see through everything. It's faith. It's the confidence of the entire capital market. Once confidence collapses, even the largest empire will vanish in an instant. So, we don't attack its body. We must directly destroy its soul. He turned and walked over to the huge, smart whiteboard in the center of the office. I casually drew a K-line chart representing the recent stock price of Tiancheng Group. Then, he marked several seemingly unrelated key points on the map with his fingers. Immediately mobilize all available liquid funds of the company. Don't hold back. 3 days later, The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold, death-like smile. Short Tiancheng. Han Li looked at the K-line chart on the whiteboard that was marked by Lin Feng. Although, even with his professional vision as the Wolf of Wall Street, he was completely unable to understand what kind of terrifying logic that subverted all financial theories was hidden behind Mr. Lin's seemingly random marks. But he knew. He knew that an unprecedented and terrifying financial storm was coming, enough to make the entire Chinese capital market tremble. It will soon be set off in the blink of an eye by Director Lin. He no longer had any doubts. He nodded heavily, and with all his strength, he replied. Yes. Director Lin. What kind of final, frantic struggle will Wang Jiangwo, who is forced into a desperate situation, and his good-for-nothing son Wang Hao make? It's late at night. The whole city has fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Feng was sitting alone in the office, with an unlit cigarette between his fingers. He reviewed everything he had experienced in this 5th volume. From the initial suspicion of Zhao Kai to the final use of mind reading to confirm everything at the bidding meeting. From the ingenious layout to the earth-shattering, textbook-level, perfect counterattack. From the final, iron-blooded purge to establishing his own supreme and absolute authority within the entire Sunkom capital. His new ability, mind reading, allowed him to truly understand the complexity and darkness of human nature for the first time. He also understood it more deeply. The stability of an empire requires not only sweet carrots that can be shared by everyone. What is needed more is a cold stick that can make all those with evil intentions tremble. An empire not only needs unrivaled generals who can expand its territory but also fight foreign wars. What is more needed are vigilant eyes that can see through everything and monitor internally. He was brought to ruin and disgrace through Zhao Kai. All the executives of Sunkom Capital have learned a lesson about loyalty that they will never forget. It also completely turned Sunkom Capital, this high-speed war machine, into his private property alone. And now, this efficient, loyal, and ruthless war machine. It will be directed at the last and first enemy in this city. Deliver the most deadly and final blow. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated slightly. It was Sunlong, sending an encrypted message. Mr. Lin, Wang Hao appeared downstairs of the company, acting suspiciously. Lin Feng took a look, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. He replied with a few words. Keep an eye on him and let him perform. He knows. A dying beast will often do the craziest and stupidest things. The death knell of the Wang family will not only sound in the cold capital market. In this cruel real world, there must also be an ending that is bloody and perfect enough. He seemed to have seen it. The Wang family father and son had that wonderful, desperate look on their faces when they learned that everything they had was gone in 3 days. This feud started when he was still a delivery man who was bullied by others. It's time. Put a perfect end to it. Chapter 41: The Howling of a Lost Dog. The result of the bidding meeting was like a magnitude 12 earthquake, shaking the entire Tianhai business community to the point of shaking the earth and throwing people to the ground. Hongyuan Group, which was once a close ally of Tiancheng Group, was publicly humiliated by Lin Feng at the bidding meeting and forced to sign a series of humiliating treaties. It was severely damaged and immediately issued a statement announcing that it would completely draw a line with Tiancheng Group. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Tiancheng Group Headquarters Building. This landmark building, which once symbolized glory and power, is now shrouded in gloom and desolation. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Wang Jiangwo lay weakly on a special medical bed, with various instruments inserted into his body. He watched the financial experts on TV news, praising Sunkom Capital and Lin Feng to the utmost. He looked at the bottom of the screen and saw the news that kept scrolling, saying that Tiancheng Group's stock price had plummeted and was on the verge of delisting. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The corners of his mouth, which were already crooked due to a stroke, twitched even more violently, and saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. The company's stock price plummeted like a diving stone. The bank that once chased after him, crying and shouting to give him money, now comes to his door every day to demand repayment like a life-demanding evil ghost. Those shareholders who were once loyal to him were like sharks seeing blood, frantically selling their stocks, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be the last ones to take over. The entire Tiancheng Group, this former commercial aircraft carrier, has its capital chain in jeopardy and may sink at any time. Wang Hao, watching all this. Looking at my father lying on the hospital bed, unable to take care of himself. Look at those close friends who scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. Looking at the shrinking assets in the account. His eyes were as red as blood. He attributed everything, all his hatred, to one person. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. I will make sure you die. I will make sure you die without a burial place. He started selling everything he had, like a madman. The last sports car, the last mansion, the last watch. He exchanged these for tens of millions in cash. Then, he began to frantically contact the people he knew before, those who were in the gray area, all kinds of people. He wants to hire a killer. The best and most professional killer. Go kill Lin Feng. However, when he reported that his target was Lin Feng from Changchun Capital, all the channels he contacted, whether domestic or foreign, fell into deathly silence in an instant. There was only one underground human trafficker who had some friendship with him. After hesitating for a long time, he cautiously replied to his message. Master Hao, listen to my advice and stop. No one dares to take this order right now. The entire Tianhai City underground world now has the surname Longdun. The person in charge of Longduan security is Mr. Lin's gatekeeper. To touch him is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the entire Tianhai City underground world. After reading this message, Wang Hao was completely desperate. He then realized it with horror. The man named Lin Feng has become an unshakable king not only in the bright business world. In this dark and violent world, he also became the supreme god. No one to turn to. The last hope was completely shattered. Wang Hao, completely, fell into madness. Ah! He let out a roar that was not human, full of despair and resentment. Since no one can help you take revenge, then I'll do it myself. He rushed into an outdoor sporting goods store. I bought the sharpest and hardest wilderness survival knife in the store, made in Sweden. Then, he drove a shabby second-hand Santana that he had bought from somewhere. Like a lone wolf who was forced into a desperate situation and is ready to make a last stand. We arrived at the headquarters of Sunkone Capital, a building that towers into the clouds and looks like a temple. He parked the car in a dark, inconspicuous alley opposite the building. His eyes were fixed on the gate of Sunkone Capital. He is waiting. Waiting for Lin Feng to appear. He wants to use the most primitive, stupid, and direct way. Die together with the enemy who destroyed everything for him. What he didn't know was, just across from him, on the roof of the skyscraper, the observation post of Longdun security had already seen his every move clearly through high-powered binoculars. In Sun Lon's office, he looked at the surveillance screen and saw Wang Hao's ugly face, which was distorted by extreme hatred. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold, disdainful sneer. He picked up the encrypted phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Mr. Lin. There's a fly, it flew downstairs. Chapter 42, Punishing People Above the Clouds. After listening to Sanglong's report, Lin Feng's eyes did not show any ripples. It was just the last howl of a stray dog that had been forced into a desperate situation. Not worth mentioning. He said to Sanglong calmly. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him hurt any innocent people. Wait for my order. Hang up the phone. Lin Feng knew. It's time to put an end to this feud that has lasted for so long, starting when he was a delivery man. Put a final, perfect end to it. Ding. Detected that the host's initial enemy has fallen into the final madness. The end of fate is approaching. God-level selection system, activated. Option 1, erase the body, eliminating future troubles. Immediately ordered Sanglong to secretly dispose of Wang Hao downstairs, making him disappear from this world without a sound or a trace. Complete this option, and reward, a moment of peace and quiet. Option 2, conduct a trial according to the law and uphold justice. Have Sanglong restrain Wang Hao and hand him over to the police along with his knife and his foolish attempt to injure others with it. Reward for completing this option, an excellent citizen banner issued by the Tianhai City Police. Option 3, kill the person, and also destroy his heart. In the area where the enemy is most proud, crush him and everything he owns, completely, and destroy him. Let him watch everything he has become in vain before his own eyes. This is the most profound and ultimate revenge. Complete this option and receive the following rewards: God-level financial trading skills and all key global financial information for the next week. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. The life of an ant is not worth it for me to do it myself. But his despair is worthy of my personal appreciation. I choose 3. Moment. An unimaginably huge torrent of knowledge about finance and capital once again poured into Lin Feng's mind. Wall Street, that century-long history of ups and downs. Soros, the elusive quantum fund. Buffett, that seemingly simple value investment. The lifelong wisdom and trading skills of countless financial tycoons have turned into Lin Feng's instinct at this moment. At the same time, several extremely clear, golden messages appeared before his eyes like oracles. Information 1, in 24 hours, a major mining disaster will occur at Vale's Brumadinho iron ore mine in South America, triggering a series of dam collapses. International iron ore futures prices will soar 15% within 3 hours. Information 2, in 48 hours, the European Union Trade Commission will suddenly announce a comprehensive anti-dumping investigation into all photovoltaic industry-related products exported from China. Information 3, 72 hours later, the Federal Reserve will unexpectedly withstand all pressure and announce that it will maintain the current federal funds rate unchanged, breaking the widespread expectation of interest rate hikes in the global market. Each of these three pieces of information is closely related to Tianxin Group's already shaky core business, or the overall market trend of the stock market. This is no longer simple business intelligence. This is a standard answer from the future. A script filled with the secrets of wealth. Lin Feng obtained this script of the final judgment. How will he direct this unprecedented financial massacre? How would he explain to Han Li his precise operations, which seemed like he was possessed by a god? A real, heartbreaking battle above the clouds. It's about to start. Chapter 43, Billion Dollar Gamble, God's Prophecy. Lin Feng did not return to the office immediately. He just asked Sanglong to continue using the highest level of surveillance to keep a close eye on the stray dog that was shivering in the dark corner downstairs. Then he informed Han Li. Highest level, emergency needing. There were only 2 participants. He and Han Li. The atmosphere in the top floor office was solemn. Han Li. Lin Feng went straight to the point. How much liquid funds does the company have available across all its accounts that can be mobilized immediately? Although Han Li didn't understand why Mr. Lin suddenly asked this, he immediately reported a huge number that would make any Forbes billionaire astonished. That was the terrifying cash reserves of Suncon Capital after it acquired some of Tianxin Group's high-quality assets and won the prime land project in the east of the city. After listening to this, Lin Feng nodded. Everything is ready. From tomorrow, the moment the stock market opens. We have only one goal. He looked into Han Li's eyes and said word by word, which made Han Li's scalp tingle instantly. Short selling, Tianxin. What? Han Li, the financial wolf who had caused countless bloody storms on Wall Street, couldn't help but scream out when he heard these 2 words. He immediately reminded. Director Lin. Think twice. Although Tianxin Group is facing numerous crises right now, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Wang Jiangwo still has absolute say in the board of directors. Their base is still there. If we force them to short sell in the secondary market now, they will definitely use all their strength to protect the market at all costs. At that time, this will turn into an extremely brutal war of attrition. Although we have ample funds, if we fight like this, even if we win in the end, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. This is the most rational judgment based on all his professional experience over the past decade. But Lin Feng just smiled. War of attrition? No. This was never a war. This was just a one-sided, precise massacre directed by him. He didn't explain anything to Han Li. He just walked slowly to the huge smart electronic whiteboard in the office that was like a wall. He casually drew a K-line chart representing the trend of Tianxin Group's stock price in the next 3 days. Then, he pressed his fingers heavily on 2 seemingly unrelated points on that line. Tomorrow morning, 10:30 sharp. He pointed to the first one, indicating the turning point of the decline. Right here, without any hesitation, throw all 30% of our funds into the market in the form of short positions. Then, his finger moved to the second turning point, which indicated a cliff-like plunge. The day after tomorrow, in the afternoon, at 2:15 sharp. Similarly, right here, we're going to use all of our remaining funds to short sell. Remember, time must be accurate to the second. After saying that, he casually wrote down a few completely unrelated keywords in the blank space below the chart. Iron ore. Photovoltaic. Fed. Han Li stared blankly at the charts and keywords on the whiteboard that looked like oracles. His mind was blank. All his knowledge and theories about finance and capital markets, which he was proud of, turned into a pile of meaningless garbage at this moment. This does not conform to any technical analysis. This doesn't conform to any logical deduction. This is purely. It's a prophecy. It is the gods who make the final judgment on the fate of mortals. His heart was experiencing a violent tsunami. What exactly is Mr. Lin going to do? Could it be that he can actually predict the future? This is insane. This is beyond human cognition. But. He is my Han Li's benefactor. He is my Han Li's god. I don't need to understand. I just need to believe in him, unconditionally and absolutely. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Han Li, whose expression was changing constantly and whose eyes were filled with shock and struggle. He calmly asked, "Do you believe me?" Han Li suddenly straightened his back. He faced Lin Feng like a soldier about to go to the battlefield, standing at attention and saluting his supreme commander. His eyes were filled with unprecedented, fanatical determination. I believe it. I'll get ready right away. Hanli left without any delay. He immediately drew out an entire team of top traders from Sunkong Capital. In the core of the company's headquarters, with the highest security level and physically isolated from the outside world, in that absolutely confidential trading room, everyone is on high alert. All the traders looked at the battle plan issued by President Han himself, which was like a heavenly book filled with all kinds of incredible instructions. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable and ridiculous. But military orders are as heavy as a mountain. All they can do is execute unconditionally. And under the headquarters building of Sunkong Capital, in that dark alley, Wang Hao was still waiting desperately in his old Santana. He doesn't know. A trial that will determine the ultimate fate of him and his entire family. It is about to happen quietly above the clouds, which he will never be able to reach. Chapter 44, Opening. First Blood. The next day. In the morning, 9:30 sharp. Accompanied by a crisp bell, the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets and its shares officially opened. After experiencing a sharp drop for several consecutive days, the stock price of Tianxing Group has seen a small technical rebound, perhaps because all the bad news has been released. Tianxing headquarters. In the renovated intensive care unit, Wang Jiangwo was lying on the hospital bed, commanding his subordinates, those last loyal traders, at the top of his lungs through a dedicated video line. He mobilized the last huge amount of funds in the group's account to save his life. At all costs, with great difficulty, we maintain the precarious stock price. He wants to prove it to the entire market. Tianxing is not dead yet. Sunkong Capital, in that absolutely confidential trading room. The atmosphere was extremely tense. All traders held their breath and stared intently at the red and green numbers that kept jumping in front of them. Hanli stood in front of the huge electronic screen, his palms full of sweat. His eyes were fixed on the atomic clock on the wall that represented the precise time. Time passes by minute by minute. 9:40. 10 o'clock. 10:20. Soon, it will be the time that Mr. Lin mentioned. But the entire market is still calm and stagnant. There is no news at all about iron ore. In the trading room, some uncontrollable whispers began to appear. What on earth are they trying to do? There's no news at all, and they're just going to short sell like this? Yeah, look at Tianxing. The funds to support the market are pouring in like they're free. If we rush in now, wouldn't we just be throwing our heads in the towel? This battle plan is too ridiculous. Hanli listened to his subordinates' discussions, and he was also under tremendous pressure in his heart. But he still chose to believe. He slammed the table and roared. Shut up, everyone. Trust Director Lin. Prepare to execute orders. The time came to 10 hours 29 minutes and 50 seconds. Now. Hanli gave the order to attack into the microphone. Smash it for me. Moment. The huge short orders worth billions are like precision-guided cruise missiles. He rushed out from the trading seat of Sunkong Capital. It hit Tianxing Group's already fragile stock hard. The stock price fell immediately. But Wang Jiangwo also reacted immediately. More and larger amounts of funds to protect the market are pouring in like a tide. The stock price started an extremely fierce life and death tug of war between the bulls and the bears. Right now. 10:30, 0 seconds. At the same time, a blood-red, urgent international news flash popped up on all financial news clients. Breaking news. According to the latest news from Reuters, a major mining disaster has occurred at Vale's Brumadinho mine in Brazil, triggering a series of dam collapses. Vale's subsidiary, the world's largest iron ore mine, has announced an indefinite suspension of production. International iron ore futures prices skyrocketed 15% following the news. Boom. In the trading room, there was a sudden silence. All the traders looked at the eye-catching news on their phones in horror, as if they were under a spell. In disbelief, he raised his head and looked at the 3 words that Director Lin had casually written on the whiteboard on the wall. Iron ore. God, the oracle, came true. This news is significant for Tianxing Group, which is highly dependent on iron ore for various infrastructure and real estate development projects. Undoubtedly, it was a major negative news that was enough to plunge it into the abyss. At this moment, market confidence completely collapsed. Countless panic-stricken sell orders at all costs poured out like a flood that broke through a dam. Tianxing Group's stock price can no longer be sustained. Like a kite with a broken string, it flies away. And the moment Wang Jiangwo saw this news on the screen in the ward, I just felt a black screen in front of my eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't bring himself to lift the breath. He almost fainted on the spot. Inside the trading room of Sunkong Capital, however, there was a carnival among those who had survived the disaster. Their short orders worth billions of dollars gained a terrifyingly huge profit of over 30% in just a few minutes. Han Li and all the traders looked at the hieroglyphic battle plan on the wall. There was no longer any doubt. Their eyes were like looking up to a god who was all-knowing and all-powerful. God! The first prophecy has been perfectly fulfilled. The second one, the third one, are they far behind? After suffering this first devastating blow, what kind of dying struggle will Wang Jiangwo make? As for the other forces in Tianhai City that were originally watching the fire from the sidelines, how will they react after seeing this scene? Chapter 45, When the wall falls, everyone pushes back. Within just half an hour after the opening, the share price of Tianqing Group was close to the limit down due to a breaking news from South America. This news, like a Category 12 hurricane, instantly swept through the entire financial circle of Tianhai City. Everyone was completely shocked by the miraculous and prophetic operations of Sunkong Capital. Chen's house, in the study. The head of the family, Chen Lixion, looked at the green K line of Tianqing Group that was almost vertically downward on the computer screen. A layer of fine, cold sweat beads appeared on his forehead. His heart was filled with extreme fear and relief, as if he had survived a disaster. He was glad that he did not listen to the nonsense of that idiot Wang Jiangwo and was not used as a gun by him to get involved in the battle with Sunkong Capital too early. Otherwise, today, there might be more than one Tianqing that is hitting the lower limit. He immediately called his son to the study and issued the family's highest order in an unprecedented solemn tone. Mark my words. That Lin Feng from Songchong Capital is not a human, he's a god. He's a demon. He is unfathomable. From today on, everyone in the Chen family, no matter where or under what circumstances, must treat this person with the utmost humility and respect. Absolutely no offense. At the same time, his business sense, as sharp as that of an old fox, also made him smell a once-in-a-lifetime, bloody opportunity. Immediately, notify all fund companies under your control and prepare all the backup funds. The broken ship Tianqing is about to sink. We must make a killing from its corpse before it completely sinks to the bottom of the sea. The other side. In the intensive care unit of the hospital, Wang Jiangwo was screaming madly and hysterically at his already frightened traders in the video. Protect the plate. At all costs. Protect the plate for me. Throw all the company's money into this, including the reserve funds intended for the West City project. Hold on. You must hold on. As long as we can survive this wave today, we can survive. Under his forced orders and the pull of massive funds, Tianqing Group's shaky stock price was finally stabilized temporarily on the edge of the limit down. Wang Jiangwo looked at the K line on the screen that stopped falling, breathing heavily, with a hint of crazy fantasy in his eyes. He believes that all the bad news has been released. As long as we can withstand this wave of panic selling, market confidence will gradually recover. He even fantasized that he could use his abundant funds to blow up all those damn short sellers of Sunkong Capital and make them lose all their money. He doesn't know. This is just the beginning of the trial. The next day, the entire market was shrouded in a strange atmosphere of panic and wait and see. Tianqing Group's stock price continued to fall slightly after the opening, but the downward momentum has obviously slowed down. Both bulls and bears seem to have entered a brief truce. Afternoon. 2:14. Just as the market was about to close, everyone thought that the day would pass smoothly. That, the second god's prophecy from Lin Feng. It came true. The European Union Trade Commission held an emergency press conference in Brussels, officially announcing a comprehensive anti-dumping investigation into all photovoltaic products from China, citing unfair industry subsidies. This piece of news was like a heavy punch, hitting the entire A-share market hard. And Tianqing Group just happens to have a photovoltaic energy subsidiary that plays an important role in the industry and contributes a lot of profits and cash flow to it. If we say that yesterday's news of the mining disaster was a precise, surgical blow to Tianqing, so today's news is an unreasonable and indiscriminate bombardment. It's adding insult to injury. It completely extinguished the last bit of hope in the hearts of all investors. Get started. Han Li followed Lin Feng's sacred instructions. The last second before the news is officially announced. All of Sankong Capital's remaining, even larger funds were transformed into short-selling bombs that were powerful enough to destroy everything. Again, pour out. At the same time, Chen Lixiong and the other hungry wolves who had been standing by, watching with eager eyes and smelling the blood. Finally, they showed their sharpest fangs. They began to frantically sell off all the stocks related to Tianqing Group and related financial derivatives in their hands, regardless of cost. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. A broken drum, thousands of people beat it. Tianqing Group's stock price can no longer be sustained. The K-line representing its lifeline drew a heart-pounding, straight, downward line on the screen. In an instant, it broke through the already precarious limit down. Moreover, it was blocked by massive sell orders that were like mountains. There is no longer any possibility of turning things around. Tianqing Group, the game is over. There is only one step left before a complete and irreversible collapse. And what kind of devastating final blow will Lin Feng's third prophecy bring? Wang Jiangmo and Wang Hao, the once invincible father and son, what will be their final fate? The final judgment is coming. Chapter 46: The Final Judgment. After 2 consecutive limit downs, Tianqing Group, the former commercial aircraft carrier, is now completely on the verge of bankruptcy. The market is full of negative news about it. Debt collection letters from banks flew to Tianqing's headquarters like snowflakes. Partners have terminated their contracts and drawn a clear line. The executives were in a panic and began to frantically look for a way out for themselves. In the intensive care unit, Wang Jiangwo, it's too late to save the situation. His eyes, which were once shrewd and full of calculation, now became empty and lifeless. He was like a gambler who had lost all his chips and collapsed on the hospital bed. His last and only hope is to gamble that the entire stock market will recover. As long as the market can rise, perhaps it can give him a chance to breathe. Day 3. Stock market opening. Tianqing Group, without any suspense, continued to hit the limit down. Millions of sell orders, like an immovable mountain, pressed down on the limit down price. Wang Jiangwo stared at the screen with lifeless eyes. He knows. He has spent his entire life and decades to build a business empire. It's over. Just when he was feeling hopeless and despairing, Lin Feng's third prophecy of God. It came true. Across the ocean, the Federal Reserve, resisting pressure from all over the world, unexpectedly announced that it would maintain the existing federal funds rate unchanged. This news completely broke the strong expectations of interest rate hikes that were prevalent in the market. It is regarded as a major positive by all investors. Moment. Global stock markets surged in response. Shares have also set off a magnificent wave of Jedi counterattack. Countless stocks, from the limit down, rushed all the way to the limit up with unstoppable momentum. The whole market is booming. Everywhere is filled with the atmosphere of carnival after surviving the disaster. When Wang Jiangwo saw this scene, a ray of light suddenly burst out from his dead eyes. He struggled like a madman, sat up from the hospital bed, and burst into crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha. God won't let me go. God won't let me go. The market is going up. My stocks are also. However, his laughter stopped abruptly the next second. Because he saw with horror. The entire market was in a frenzy. There is only one stock. Still, like a cold tombstone filled with ominous atmosphere. It's firmly nailed to that green limit down board, not moving at all. That is Tianqing Group. Its confidence has completely and utterly collapsed. No one is willing to take over the task of this dying man. The crazy rise of the market, on the contrary, further highlights its boundless desolation and sadness. This is a huge and extreme contrast. The whole world is celebrating, but you are the only one in hell, doomed to eternal damnation. It became the last straw that broke Wang Jiangwo's spirit. He stared intently at the screen, at the glaring green 10%. I just felt a black screen in front of my eyes. Puff! A mouthful of hot, bright red blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. It covered the entire screen, showing how his empire collapsed. Then he fell straight back. Completely, fainted. This time, he never woke up again. At the same time, in the trading room of Sankong Capital, all short positions were closed perfectly at the highest point of the market. This battle. Sankong Capital finally made a profit of over 10 billion. Hanli and all the traders looked at the young man who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if he was just playing a game. They gave their most sincere and enthusiastic thunderous applause. And under the headquarters building of Tsankong Capital, in that dark alley, Wang Hao saw the headline news in the largest font on his mobile phone. I saw the news that Tiancheng Group officially applied for bankruptcy protection, and Chairman Wang Jiangwo was vomiting blood in the ward and was critically ill. In his hand was a sharp knife, which he was ready to use to die together with Lin Feng. With a loud clang, he fell to the ground helplessly. His business empire completely collapsed. The arrogant father who protected him from the wind and rain also got the ending he deserved. So, the one who started all this, all the evil, was Wang Hao. How will his final judgment come? What kind of final conversation will Lin Feng have with his first and weakest enemy? Chapter 47. The dust settles. The moment when Wang Jiangwo vomited blood and fainted in the ward. This financial stranglehold war, which took place in the cloud, has come to an end. Lin Feng, in the trading room, accepted the pilgrimage like cheers and admiration from all the employees. Accompanied by Han Li and Qin Yu, he walked out of the magnificent gate of Tsankong Capital. But he didn't get on the bus. Instead, go straight across the road. Walked towards the dark alley opposite, which was full of garbage and stench. He walked towards the second-hand Santana, which was shabby and out of tune with the surrounding prosperity. In the car, Wang Hao, in a daze, sat in the driver's seat. His once handsome face, full of arrogance and domineering, now only had the grayness of a dead person. He saw it. He saw the godlike figure walking slowly towards him. In an instant, all kinds of extremely complex emotions emerged in his eyes. There is a deep, instinctive fear. There is boundless hatred and hatred towards him, wishing to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. There are things that are beyond comprehension, huge puzzles. But more than that, it is a kind of complete confusion that arises after realizing the gap between each other, which is as huge as a chasm. Lin Feng walked to the front of the car. He stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the dirty car window glass. Knock, knock. Wang Hao, like a manipulated puppet, numbly rolled down the car window. He looked out the window with the face that was so handsome that it made him jealous. In a voice as hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, he asked the last and only question in his mind. Why? Who are you? Why, can you do all this? He longed for an answer. Even if, in the next second, I will go to hell. He also wanted to die with a clear conscience. Lin Feng, look at him. That look was as if he was looking at an insignificant speck of dust on the side of the road. Calm, indifferent, without a single ripple. He didn't answer any of Wang Hao's questions. He simply said in a calm, factual tone. Because you were at the global center that day. You shouldn't have broken my hand. Finished. He didn't even look at his original enemy again. He slowly turned around. He walked towards his Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road. That kind of extreme contempt. That kind of complete disregard that comes from the bottom of your heart. This pain made Wang Hao feel more than any vicious humiliation. He finally understood. He finally understood it thoroughly. It turned out that in Lin Feng's eyes, he and his billionaire family, which he once took pride in, from beginning to end, it's just a trivial reason. You don't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Ah! At this moment, Wang Hao's spirit completely collapsed. He let out a roar that was not like a human voice, but full of despair and madness. He picked up the sharp survival knife that had fallen on the seat. Suddenly, he opened the car door and rushed out. He roared like a wild dog that was cornered, and stabbed Lin Feng's back with the knife. But just a second before the tip of the knife was about to touch Lin Feng's body, a ghostly figure appeared beside him silently. Grey Wolf. He had a cold look in his eyes and an expressionless face. He casually chopped Wang Hao's knife-holding wrist with a lightning-fast knife move. Crack! Wang Hao only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. In pain, he could no longer hold the knife in his hand and it flew out of his hand. Then, Sunlong, with a smooth and pleasing movement, easily clamped his hands behind his back and used his knees to press him down on the cold and dirty ground. The whole process didn't even take more than a second. And Lin Feng, from beginning to end, never even turned his head. He simply walked with steady steps and got into the Rolls-Royce, the door of which had already been opened for him. Soon, other personnel from Longdun Security and the police who rushed to the scene handled all subsequent matters. Wang Hao and the video of the entire process of his stupid knife stabbing were handed over to the police. What awaits him is a long, cold life behind bars. There, he will spend the rest of his life repenting for the mistake he made at the Global Center, which changed his life. A few days later, under the leadership of Qin Yu's unstoppable and professional legal team, the bankruptcy acquisition of Tiancheng Group was successfully completed. In the end, Sincon Capital only spent less than 10% of the market price to acquire all of Tiancheng Group's most valuable and core real estate projects and huge business networks. Lin Feng stood alone in the top-floor chairman's office of Tiancheng Group, which once belonged to Wang Jiangwo. He looked out the window at the familiar yet unfamiliar hustle and bustle of traffic. There was peace in his heart. He knows. From this moment on, the delivery man named Lin Feng who was bullied and trampled upon, it had been completely buried by his own hands. The initial hatred has been completely resolved. The door to a brand new, broader world full of infinite possibilities is about to slowly open to him. And when he counts and organizes the huge assets of Tiancheng Group, what kind of unexpected and amazing discoveries are waiting for him? Chapter 48: The Wreckage of the Phoenix. Under the efficient operation of Qin Yu and Han Li, two top business operators, Tiancheng Group, this behemoth, carried out its inheritance division in an orderly manner after its death. Qin Yu's legal team is responsible for perfect division and acquisition from the legal and policy perspectives. Han Li's business team is responsible for quickly digesting, absorbing, and perfectly integrating the acquired high-quality assets into Sincon Capital's increasingly large business empire. This afternoon, Qin Yu, as usual, reported to Lin Feng the latest progress of the entire asset inventory and acquisition. Director Lin, we have successfully taken over all of Tiancheng Group's core real estate projects. We expect them to generate over 5 billion in cash flow in the next quarter. We have also successfully integrated their retail channel network, and our own brand will be fully rolled out within a week. Most of the report content was within Lin Feng's expectations. But at the end of the report, Qin Yu's face showed a rare look of embarrassment. She pulled out a folder covered in dust from a pile of documents that looked like no one had used it. Mr. Lin, the other assets are all of good quality. But there is one thing that is very tricky. This is the worst and most expensive unfinished project under Tiancheng Group. She handed the folder to Lin Feng. The project is called Phoenix Gene. In name, it's a high-end biological genetics laboratory. Qin Yu introduced. Wang Jiangwo invested in this project a few years ago. I don't know which charlatan he was talking to, but he got into it on the spur of the moment. To the outside world, they claim to be researching things like gene recombination and cell regeneration, with the ultimate goal of significantly extending human lifespan. So far, we have burned through more than 1 billion yuan. But, no valuable research results have been produced. Therefore, this project has long been recognized by the entire industry as a complete scientific fraud. Currently, this laboratory still employs a group of so-called researchers. The monthly staff salaries and equipment maintenance are a huge expense. So, my suggestion is. Qin Yu looked at Lin Feng and gave her most professional judgment. Immediately, cancel this project. Lay off all personnel and sell off all that fancy-looking, but actually outdated, equipment in the lab. Stop losses in time. Han Li, who was standing by, immediately agreed. Director Lin, Lawyer Qin is right. Our main business at Sincon Capital is finance and industry. We are completely unfamiliar with biogenetics, a field that is clearly a scam. We absolutely should not invest even a penny in it. After listening to this, Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with Qin Yu and Han Li's judgment. From a purely business perspective, this is indeed the most rational choice. He was just about to agree to Qin Yu's suggestion. But at this moment. Ding! Warning! Warning! The God-level selection system that had not been used for a long time actually issued the highest level red warning for the first time in history at this moment. A high potential, high value, high risk, SSS level target has been detected. Phoenix Gene Core data. This project has enormous potential to subvert the existing world order. The system strongly recommends the host must personally take over this project and retain it. For the first time, the system's prompt tone carried the words warning and strongly recommended. This made Lin Feng's heart move suddenly. He picked up the document again, which was regarded as garbage by Qin Yu and Han Li. He looked at the words on it, which they regarded as a scam. Rejuvenation. Cell regeneration. Gene recombination. In his eyes, these words suddenly took on completely different and extraordinary meanings. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. A moment later, he overturned his previous idea. He looked at Qin Yu and Hanli, who were confused, and said in an unquestionable tone, "We must not only preserve this project. Moreover, we must increase our investment." Qin Yu and Hanli were completely stunned. They even thought they had heard wrongly. Lin Feng looked at their shocked expressions, smiled, and said something that they would remember vividly for many years to come. Sometimes, a golden phoenix can emerge from a garbage dump. He made up his mind. Tomorrow, he will personally go to the laboratory that is considered a scam by the whole world and take a good look. A biological project that everyone believes is a scam. What kind of shocking secrets that could subvert the world are hidden inside it? Why would the system issue such high-level warnings and suggestions? Will Lin Feng's huge business empire open up a new, mysterious technological track leading to the future? It's late at night. Lin Feng, alone, reviewed everything he had experienced from the day he obtained the system to today. The Wang family father and son, Su Chanqian. These were the people who, initially, had left a deep, humiliating mark in his life. Now, they have all turned into the dust of history. He stepped on me harshly. He accomplished everything in the secular sense. He possessed inexhaustible wealth. He possesses supreme power. He possessed a respected status that everyone looked up to. He single-handedly built a huge business empire, Sky Capital. With one hand, he took control of the entire underground order of Tianhai City Dragon Shield Security. In his hands, he possesses the divine medical skills that can reverse life and death. There is a way to see into people's minds, mind reading. Also, there is the god-level trading skills that can control the financial situation. He has undoubtedly stood at the top of this city. But he didn't feel satisfied. On the contrary, deep in his heart, there surged a strong desire for a wider, unknown world. That, the Phoenix Gene Project. It's like a closed door full of mystery and temptation. He had a strong premonition. Behind that door, it seemed, there was a brand new world hidden, one that he had never encountered before, a world that was more magnificent and more exciting. Immortality, regeneration, genes. Lin Feng muttered to himself. There was a bright light in his eyes that was unprecedented. He knows. The story has just begun. The old era came to an end with the collapse of Tiansheng. And a new, great era belongs to Lin Feng in the sky. It will rise from the nirvana of the phoenix that sleeps in the dust. Reborn from the ashes. Chapter 49, Turning Decay into Magic. The next day, Lin Feng did not bring Songlong with him, nor did he notify Qin Yu. He drove alone in the Volkswagen sedan he rented from a car rental agency and followed the navigation instructions all the way to the Phoenix Gene Laboratory in the far suburbs of Tianhai City. The scene before him was even more desolate than he had imagined, even dilapidated. The entire laboratory is located in a desolate industrial area, surrounded by weeds. The half-human high weeds almost cover the road signs. The 5-story main laboratory building looked quite old, and the paint on the exterior wall had peeled off in large pieces, revealing the gray brick walls inside, like a face covered with age spots. At the gate, the metal sign that should have symbolized high technology and the future, Phoenix Genetic Bioengineering Laboratory, has long faded, with spider webs hanging on the corners and even a few clumps of dried bird droppings on it. Rather than saying that this is a top-notch biological laboratory that cost more than 1.5 billion yuan, it is better to say that it is a rural chemical factory that was eliminated by the times and has long been abandoned in the last century. Lin Feng pushed open the glass door that was covered in dust and creaked when pushed, and walked in. The hall was empty and deserted. There was no one at the front desk, only a lonely swivel chair. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with disinfectant and dust, which made people's noses sore. He walked across the hall and headed towards the experimental area. Through the stained glass windows, he saw the so-called researchers who were supposed to be wearing spotless white coats and conducting rigorous scientific research in front of sophisticated and expensive instruments. At this moment, everyone is listless and bored. Some of them are lying on their workstations, openly browsing shopping websites on their computers, comparing which takeout is cheaper. Some people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, holding their mobile phones, shouting and playing the latest online games. Shouts of "fucking nice" came one after another, which was out of tune with the dead silence around them. Some even took off their shoes, put their feet on the laboratory table, put on headphones, and watched TV while eating melon seeds. There is not a trace of scientific research atmosphere in the entire laboratory. Some people just live a life of idleness and wait for death, waiting for the company to go bankrupt and liquidate so that they can get the last severance pay. Only in the room at the end of the corridor, with a sign saying Chief Scientist's Office. An old man with gray hair, wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, who looked to be over 70 years old, was still sighing and muttering to himself as he looked at the pile of complex data in front of him that looked like a heavenly book. He should be the scientist Chin you mentioned, Professor Newbie, who was obsessed with the wrong theory and almost led the entire project into a dead end. Lin Feng's arrival did not attract much attention. Occasionally a few researchers looked up and glanced at him lazily. There was a hint of tacit sarcasm and pity in his eyes. In their opinion, this young man who was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked a bit like a student was most likely the specialist sent by the head office to announce the official dissolution of the laboratory and handle the final liquidation procedures. Another unlucky guy. Lin Feng looked at the mess in front of him that everyone believed was garbage, a scam, and a bottomless pit. He felt a growing excitement in his heart. What kind of project could make a system that has always been as stable as a rock give such a high level of potential threat warning? Bite. Right at this moment. That cold and familiar voice sounded in his mind again on time. Detected that the host is facing a major technological decision. The land beneath your feet could be a massive grave capable of burying billions of dollars and leaving you doomed forever. It could also be the sacred soil that can give birth to miracles that will overturn the world and make you a god. God-level selection system, activated. Option 1, follow professional advice and respect business principles. Immediately shut down this hopeless project, cut losses, and invest all resources in your areas of expertise, finance and real estate. Complete this option and receive a reward, save a significant amount of future unnecessary expenses and receive an additional bonus of plus 5% of Sangxiang Capital's current liquidity. Option 2, keep the project, but don't get deeply involved. Immediately dismiss the current team, which lacks scientific spirit, and hire a new, professional management and research team that meets international standards. Complete the lab and thoroughly restructure and rethink the process. Reward, a mediocre biology lab with standardized management and processes, but no soul. Option 3, transform stone into gold, transform decay into magic. Take charge of the core of this project. From today on, you are the god of science. Complete this option and receive rewards, god-level bioengineering knowledge, Phoenix Gene Core formula incomplete. Looking at the third option, the golden light was so dazzling that it almost pierced through the consciousness. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with unprecedented excitement and passion. Scientific, God? He likes this title very much. I choose 3. Boom. This is another torrent of knowledge that is larger, deeper, and more mysterious than any previous one. Like a sea of cosmic knowledge bursting its banks, it instantly washed over his brain. From Mendel's most basic P hybridization experiment to Watson and Crick's great DNA double helix structure. From the CRISPR gene editing technology, hailed as the God's scalpel, to the incredibly complex mystery of protein folding that has baffled the scientific community for centuries. All of the most advanced knowledge, cutting-edge technology, and all verified and unverified conjectures in the field of bioengineering since the birth of mankind. At this moment, everything was like rivers flowing into the sea, completely integrated into his soul and became his innate instinct. At the same time, an incomplete formula composed of countless complex, mysterious symbols shining with golden light was deeply engraved in the depths of his mind like the most profound brand. No translation is required. No interpretation is required. The moment Lin Feng saw this formula, he completely understood its greatness and true meaning. What it describes is not some bullshit immortality at all. It is a special superprotein that is unique in the universe. After being stimulated by energy of a specific frequency, this protein can actually induce all cells in the human body to perform a miraculous super-speed division and directional repair. Lin Feng understood instantly. That old professor named Lu Mubai, his research direction was completely wrong from the very beginning. His theoretical basis is correct. But he found the wrong key to open the door to the realm of God. This is not some illusory elixir of life at all. This is enough to regenerate severed limbs, regenerate organs, and heal all wounds in an instant. God level. Regeneration potion. After obtaining this oracle-like knowledge and that unique key, Lin Feng's gaze once again swept over this group of lazy and numb researchers, and the stubborn and pitiful old professor who was going further and further down the wrong path. He needed to let them know that God had come. An academic trial, presided over by him personally, which can be described as a dimensionality reduction attack, is about to take place. Chapter 50. I am the chief scientist. Lin Feng did not immediately disturb Professor Newbie, who was thinking hard in the office and almost pulling out all his hair. He just walked to the deserted hall, leaned against the cold wall, and called Xinyu. On the other end of the phone, Xinyu's voice was as capable as ever. Boss Lin, what are your instructions? Send one of your most capable administrative assistants here, immediately. Okay. No unnecessary questions. Half an hour later, a black commercial vehicle stopped in front of the dilapidated gate of the laboratory in an almost drifting posture. A smart and capable female assistant, wearing a slim professional suit and high heels, rushed in. Lin Feng only gave her one command, short and clear. Notify everyone in this lab, whether they are researchers, cleaners, or even the old man guarding the door. Within 10 minutes, go to the largest conference room for a meeting. Not one less. In the conference room, dozens of researchers walked in lazily in twos and threes. Chairs were dragged with a rustling sound, and the sounds of conversation and yawns were mixed together. There was no trace of the tension and seriousness that should be present in a meeting on their faces. On the contrary, there is a sense of relief, even a sense of schadenfreude. In their opinion, this was the final farewell dinner notice. They have even formed a small group in private, and are discussing enthusiastically whether to go to Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand or Europe after receiving the N+1 severance pay. Professor Lu Mobai also walked into the meeting room with heavy steps, holding a resignation letter that he had already written, but the handwriting was a little shaky. He planned to make a final farewell statement for his failed and ridiculous 5 years after Sankong Capital announced the dissolution of the project. Then, he completely bid farewell to this scientific research field that had consumed half his life's efforts and ruined his reputation. Just when everyone was thinking about their own things and waiting for the final judgment to come, Lin Feng walked up to the podium. He didn't say any unnecessary nonsense, no politeness, and no comfort. He went straight to the point, and his first sentence made everyone present think there was something wrong with their ears. Everyone. From today on, the Phoenix Gene Project will not be disbanded. Quite the contrary. Lin Feng looked around the room, his gaze like a sharp sword, sweeping across every stunned face, and announced in an unquestionable tone. I will add 10 billion yuan to this project as the first phase of investment. In addition. He paused, his voice was not loud, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the silent conference room. From this moment on, I, Lin Feng, will personally be in charge of this project. Chief Scientist. As soon as the words fell, the entire conference room fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Then, a burst of laughter filled with ridicule and disdain broke out, which could no longer be suppressed. Ha! Did I hear that right? He wants to be our chief scientist? A capitalist who reeks of money is qualified to talk to us about science? Does he even know what a cell is? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Who does he think he is? Einstein reincarnated? Or God incarnate? Professor Lu Mobai was the first to stand up from his chair. His face, which was full of wrinkles from staying up late for many years, turned red with anger. He slammed the resignation letter he had already written on the table, making a loud bang sound. Nonsense! This is absolute nonsense! He pointed at Lin Feng on the stage, his voice trembling with extreme anger. You're a businessman. A capitalist who only cares about profit. What makes you the chief scientist for this project? This is the most shameless and blatant insult to science. I quit. I can't stay on this project for another day. Right. We're quitting too. It's pure bullshit for an amateur to lead the experts. Can he read a gene map? Does he know what a transcription factor is? This is ridiculous. The other researchers in the laboratory seemed to have found their backbone and started to join in the fun. They may not have good scientific research capabilities and spend their days slacking off, but they still have that pitiful pride of being scientists. Faced with this overwhelming wave of passionate doubts and ridicule, Lin Feng's face was still calm and composed. He just looked indifferently at Professor Lu Mobai, who was shaking with anger. He picked up a whiteboard marker and walked over to the huge white curtain wall that almost took up the entire wall. Professor Lu. The paper you published 3 years ago in the top international journal Cell on the controllability of HeLa cell telomerase reverse transcriptase under specific conditions. I've seen it. The theory is brilliant, even brilliant. However, your entire experimental process has a fatal flaw that cannot be ignored. Newbie was stunned. That paper was his proudest achievement and the pinnacle of his academic accomplishment. It was the cornerstone of all his theories. How could there be a flaw? He was about to open his mouth to refute. Lin Feng didn't give him any chance. He turned around and faced the huge whiteboard, and while speaking, he wrote quickly on the smooth whiteboard. What he wrote was not words. Instead, it is a series of extremely complex gene sequences and reaction formulas that are enough to make any biology PhD's scalp tingle. Your third set of experimental data, which is also the most important one, had a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000 in subsequent repeated experiments. It was even considered academic fraud by the academic community at one point. The reason is very simple. Because you overlooked the fact that during the ultra-high-speed centrifugation process, the Cas9 protein and guide RNA you used would bind together, causing a spatial structural deviation of approximately 0.137 due to the influence of the minuscule van der Waals force. Although this positional deviation is extremely small, it will be infinitely amplified in the subsequent chain reaction. Ultimately, your entire experiment will fail utterly. Lin Feng's speech speed is getting faster and faster. The pen in his hand also left a series of dazzling afterimages on the whiteboard. The formulas he wrote became more and more difficult and mysterious. Everyone in the conference room gradually quieted down. Those researchers who were still booing and laughing. At this moment, they were all like ducks with their necks pinched by an invisible hand. They opened their mouths wide, staring in amazement and horror at the sacred formula on the whiteboard that looked like a heavenly book. Because, what is written, deduced, and solved above? This is what has troubled their entire team for 3 years. It cost the company countless funds and resources. The most core and fatal technical problem that has never been solved. And now, this young man, who in their eyes was full of money. It is using an invincible method that is so overwhelming and can be called a dimensionality reduction attack. For them, a final answer was given that was perfect and like a work of art. When Lin Feng wrote the last mysterious symbol and gently put down the whiteboard pen in his hand, the entire conference room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Newbie was already trembling all over, with tears streaming down his face. He looked at the great formula that covered an entire wall, shining with wisdom. That feeling was like a believer who had been searching for light in darkness all his life, and finally saw the arrival of the oracle with his own eyes. He rushed to the podium in a few steps. Trembling, he tore the ridiculous resignation letter in his hand into pieces. Then, he faced Lin Feng, who was younger than his grandson. Deeply, I bowed. His voice became hoarse and choked due to extreme excitement and shame. Teacher! Please, accept me, this foolish student. After completely conquering the entire scientific research team, how will Lin Feng plan the new and great direction of this Phoenix Gene project? What kind of earth-shaking changes will the huge investment of 10 billion bring to this dilapidated laboratory? The research and development of the miracle drug has officially started at this moment. Chapter 51: The First Cry of the Miracle Medicine. Under the personal guidance of Lin Feng, the new chief scientist, the entire Phoenix Gene Laboratory was completely transformed and underwent earth-shaking changes in just a few days. The huge amount of funds of 10 billion was injected in like the most powerful catalyst. The world's top and most advanced scientific research equipment, many of which are still in the experimental stage and cannot be bought with money, are continuously airlifted from all over the world through the channels of Tsunkon capital. The entire laboratory was completed in just 3 days, undergoing a magnificent transformation from a dilapidated township chemical plant to a world-class biological temple. And those researchers who once lived a life of idleness and waiting for death, after witnessing Lin Feng's godlike knowledge and Professor Newbie's fanatical following, they finally regained their original glory and dreams as scientific researchers. Under the leadership of Newbie, they worshipped Lin Feng as a god. Everyone burst out with 120% enthusiasm for work, working around the clock for 24 hours, immersed in the ocean of science, tirelessly. Lin Feng also officially announced the project's new and correct research and development direction: superspeed cell regeneration. Moreover, he passed on the first half of the Phoenix Gene core formula in his mind to Newbie and his team as the core theoretical basis of the entire project. Under the various critical and incisive guidance provided from time to time by Lin Feng, the prophet with a god's perspective, the research and development progress of the entire project can only be described as lightning fast. Countless technical barriers that have troubled them in the past 5 years have been easily overcome one by one. A week later, Late at night, in the core centrifuge workshop of the laboratory. When Professor Newbie, wearing protective gloves, trembling, took out a small test tube from the ultra-high-precision molecular centrifuge worth hundreds of millions. The entire workshop erupted in thunderous cheers. Success! They succeeded. The first one, cell activity superspeed regeneration and repair fluid, was named Phoenix No. 1 by Linfoam, a preliminary finished product. It was successfully extracted. What was contained in that test tube was not the transparent liquid that everyone imagined. It is a viscous magical liquid with a mysterious, light golden sheen, like the blood of God in mythology. It flows slowly in the test tube, emitting a refreshing and strange fragrance. We did it! Teacher! We did it! Newbie was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He held the small test tube as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. He excitedly suggested to Linfoam beside him, "Teacher! We must immediately conduct comprehensive toxicology and stability testing on Phoenix 1 for at least 3 months to ensure its absolute safety. This is the most rigorous scientific process that any new drug must follow before it is put into use." Linfoam, however, shook his head. It's too late. He knew that this Phoenix 1.0 was a divine formula directly derived from the system, and it was impossible for it to have any side effects. He wants to verify its greatness in the most direct and shocking way. Let's conduct live experiments directly. What? Newbie was horrified. Teacher! This is too risky. What if? Just then, Linfang's cell phone rang. It was Sunlong who called. On the other end of the phone, Sunlong's voice had a subtle, barely perceptible weakness. Mr. Lin, the target has been captured. He's on Interpol's S-rank wanted list, venomous scorpion. But there was a small accident. When I was chasing him, his poison special forces dagger cut a gash on my arm. The wound isn't deep, and the poison has been forced out, so it's not fatal. But I might need to go to the hospital, get dozens of stitches, and rest for a while. A gleam of light flashed in Linfang's eyes. Really, whatever you think comes true. He immediately ordered Sanglong. Don't go to the hospital. Come to the Phoenix Genetic Laboratory immediately. I have something good here for you. Half an hour later, Sunlong came to the laboratory, covering his hideous wound, which had skin and flesh turned inside out and was so deep that the bone was visible. When Linfang told him that he wanted to test a new type of medicine on him that had just been developed and had never been used on a living body, this iron-blooded soldier king nodded immediately without any hesitation. My life belongs to you, Mr. Lin. You use it as you please. In the laboratory, all the researchers were staring at him with complex expressions of nervousness, anticipation, and a hint of fear. Linfang personally used a sterile glass dropper to draw a few drops of golden Phoenix No. 1 medicine from the golden test tube. Then, he gently dropped those few drops of liquid that looked like molten gold onto Sunlong's horrific wound that was still oozing blood. Next second, a miracle happened. I saw that the golden liquid, the moment it came into contact with the flesh and blood of the wound, it's like a red-hot iron touching butter. Sizzle. Waves of fragrant white smoke suddenly emerged from the wound. Right after, everyone looked at them in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. The flesh and blood on the wolf's wound actually expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye that completely defied biological common sense. Start to wriggle, proliferate, grow, and heal madly. Those broken muscle fibers are automatically reconnected. Those damaged blood vessels and nerves are regenerating rapidly. The whole process was as if a pair of invisible hands belonging to the gods were repairing this mortal body at a speed 100 times faster. Less than 10 minutes. Just less than 10 minutes. That wound was so deep that the bone was visible, enough to make any ordinary person faint from the pain on the spot. It has completely disappeared. Instead, there was only a faint pink mark left. Not even a scar was left. Miracle medicine, amazing effect. But, what are its side effects? Can its output meet future demand? Besides the healing of the wounds, what other, more astonishing changes had occurred in Sanglong's body? The appearance of such a miraculous medicine will stir up such a world-shaking storm on this land. Chapter 52, Ticket to a Miracle. It worked. It worked. Oh my God. We did it. We created a miracle. When Sanglong's intact arm was shown in front of everyone, the entire laboratory erupted in a thunderous and crazy cheer in an instant. Lu Mubai and those researchers were so excited that they cried and laughed like children, hugging each other and crying. They know. They knew that they had personally created and witnessed a great miracle that was enough to change the course of human history. As for Songlong, he clenched his arm, which was so brittle that the bone was visible just now, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. He was shocked to find out. Not just a wound, it's completely healed. The strength, speed, and even the reaction ability of his arm are all stronger than when he was at his peak, at least 30% stronger. This is no longer a simple medicine for injuries. This is exactly the elixir in myths and legends that can transform people completely. Lin Feng was not surprised by this. He knows. This is because the current Phoenix One is only the most primitive and unstable primary version. Inside, the violent, uncontrollable life energy partially overflowed after repairing the wound. This resulted in Songlong's arm being passively strengthened as a side effect. He immediately warned Lu Mubai. Let him and his team immediately optimize the stability of Phoenix One and research the mass production process. After all, the current synthesis rate of Phoenix One is shockingly low. Just now, it was only a few drops that saved Songlong. It consumed rare raw materials worth nearly tens of millions. This is simply not possible to achieve real large-scale application. In the laboratory, everyone was still immersed in great joy and excitement. The red encrypted phone in Lin Feng's pocket suddenly and rapidly rang. The caller ID showed that it was from Director Lu Jinyun of Tianhai First People's Hospital. Lin Feng answered the phone. Immediately, Dean Lu's voice, filled with anxiety, fear, and deep despair, came from the other end of the phone. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. Help. Something big happened. Jiang Yunfeng of the Jiang family, just now, suddenly suffered an acute large-scale myocardial infarction, which caused severe heart failure. Our hospital has issued 3 critical illness notices in a row. We are really helpless. Jiang family. Hear this name. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. If we say that Wang Jiangwo's Tiancheng Group is the king of Tianhai City's business sector, then, the Jiang family is the real emperor behind the scenes of this city. It is the one that stands at the top of the pyramid of power, able to decide life and death with a single word, the real, stabilizing force. Lin Feng knew. He has been waiting for the opportunity for a long time. That will allow Phoenix One to enter the stage of history in the most shocking and perfect way. And in exchange for him, it gave him an admission ticket of the greatest value. Here it comes. Lu Jinyun, on the other end of the phone, said in an almost pleading tone. Divine Dr. Lin. I know you're no mortal. You possess the power to see through the heavens and the earth. I dare to beg you, can you allow me to recommend your case to the Jiang family? This may be Mr. John's last chance of survival. At the same time, located in the center of Tianhai City, in the Jiang family manor, which is heavily guarded and looks like an ancient royal palace. The atmosphere was solemn to the extreme. The current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Jinghua, who holds a high position and has a majestic aura, is listening to the final and desperate report made by Dean Lu Jinyun via video call. When he heard that Lu Jinyun was actually going to recommend to him an unknown young man who was only in his 20s. Beside him, a young man wearing a well-tailored military uniform, with a shining star on his shoulders, a handsome face, but his eyes are full of innate pride and sharpness. It happened on the spot. He is the third-generation core of the Jiang family, known as the #1 young person in Beijing. He is only 30 years old, but has already held a high position, Jiang Tianyu. He snatched the phone from his father's hand. Facing Lu Jinyun's anxious face on the screen, he scolded in a cold, strongly dissatisfied tone. Dean Lu. I respect you as a leading figure in the domestic cardiovascular field. But now, this is no time to joke. My grandfather's life is in danger. You're actually going to recommend a young man of unknown origin to us? Are you humiliating the Jiang family's intelligence? Just when Jiang Tianyu was about to hang up the phone and completely block this nonsense old fool, Lin Feng's call went directly to Lu Jinyun's cell phone. And it is set to hands-free mode. Lin Feng only said one sentence on the phone. His voice was not loud, but it came through the receiver clearly and reached the ears of every member of the Jiang family present. That voice was filled with an unquestionable majesty and confidence that seemed to be above all others. I can save him. But my time is precious. I'll only give you 5 minutes to think about it. It's too late, no waiting. Finished. He then hung up the phone decisively. Then, he showed him the complete and miraculous video that Sanglong had just sent him, which recorded the healing of his arm from the moment the bone was visible to the instant healing. Sent it over. Lu Jinyun, trembling, clicked on the video. Then, he showed the phone screen to Jiang Tianyu and his son Jiang Jinghua, who were completely stunned. Seeing that miracle video completely overturned their worldview. How will this father and son, who control the fate of the entire Tianhai city, react? Will they let go of the pride and dignity that comes with being a top-tier wealthy family? Go and beg that young boy in their eyes to help? Lin Feng's first time entering the room. What kind of tests and scrutiny will they face from the top powers? Chapter 53: The Threshold of Power. In the end, reason triumphed over pride. After witnessing that video, which could not be explained by science and was a miracle, the Jiang family, this behemoth standing at the pinnacle of power in Tianhai City, chose to lower their noble heads. Jiang Tianyu is the most dazzling and arrogant general among the younger generation in Tianhai City. He personally drove a red flag car with a very special license plate number but an unassuming appearance to the headquarters building of Sankong capital to greet Lin Feng. The car was driving smoothly on the road. The atmosphere in the carriage was quiet, yet there were undercurrents. Jiang Tianyu looked in the rearview mirror at the young man who was resting with his eyes closed, his expression somewhat too calm. He seemed respectful, but in fact he kept using various words and indirect methods to test Lin Feng's background and master. Mr. Lin, you are truly a promising young man. I wonder which great Chinese medicine master did you learn from? Mr. Lin's medical skills are truly miraculous. I guess he must be from some hidden medical family, right? However, all the temptations were like a drop in the ocean. Lin Feng just casually passed it over with words like and okay without revealing any valuable information. This made Jiang Tianyu feel extremely shocked and confused. The vehicle drove westward, leaving the bustling city and entering a mysterious area that did not exist on the map and was not open to the public. Along the way, there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps. Armed guards can be seen everywhere. The security level here is comparable to that of a real military restricted area. Final. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of a vast Chinese-style manor that looked like an ancient royal palace, simple yet majestic. Above the huge door lintel hangs a plaque carved from rosewood. Above, there are 2 large characters written in a majestic and powerful style. River Garden. This is the base camp of the Jiang family, this huge family. Jiang Tianyu personally opened the car door for Lin Feng and led him into the manor. Inside the garden, there are pavilions, terraces and towers, and every step brings a new scene, full of classical charm. There are small bridges, flowing water, and winding paths leading to secluded places. But beneath that seemingly peaceful and tranquil scenery, Lin Feng, however, could feel it keenly. In the darkness, behind the rockery, trees and eaves, there are countless sharp eyes like hawks. That is the most elite guard team trained by the Jiang family. Each of them is a retired soldier from the top special forces. Jiang Tianyu, while leading the way in front, casually introduced. Mr. Lin, my father and several uncles are already waiting for you in the living room. He paused and added something that seemed ordinary but was actually full of profound meaning. Oh, yes. Mr. Qian, who was specially invited from the capital to treat Grandpa's health, is here too. Old Qian is a well-known doctor in our country's health bureau. He is a true national master doctor. He has been in charge of Grandpa's health for the past few years. This sentence seems to be an introduction. In fact, he was quietly putting pressure on Lin Feng. He wanted to tell Lin Feng, what level of medical authority he would be facing. Lin Feng, listening to Jiang Tianyu's inner thoughts. Who is this guy? That video doesn't look fake. But, he's really too young. I hope he's not a swindler, otherwise, no one can bear the responsibility today. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He still didn't speak. Passing through several courtyards with carved beams and painted buildings, they finally arrived at a grand and solemn living room. The living room is decorated in a simple Chinese style. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit. His face was 70% similar to Jiang Tianyu, but his aura was 100 times more majestic and intimidating without even being angry. He is the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Jinghua. Beside him sat several old men who also had extraordinary bearing and deep eyes. Among them, the leader had white hair and a youthful face, and was in high spirits. Although he was the oldest, his eyes were the sharpest. He should be the one Jiang Tianyu mentioned, the imperial physician, Mr. Qian. When Lin Feng, led by the overly young eldest son of the Jiang family, slowly walked into the living room. Moment. In the living room, everyone's eyes were focused on him like searchlights. That look was full of scrutiny. Full of doubt. It was filled with an almost imperceptible trace of the instinctive contempt of the superiors for the common people. They simply couldn't believe it. I can't understand it either. The miracle doctor who was highly praised by Dean Luzhinyan and could save the life of the old man of the Jiang family. Surprisingly, it would be someone like this, who looks ordinary, even a little too young. A young boy. An invisible and rigorous test from the country's top power. Already, from the moment Lin Feng stepped into this living room. Quietly, it began. Top authorities gathered together. How will Lin Feng deal with this invisible yet huge pressure as heavy as a mountain? That core conflict is about to be triggered by the respected imperial physician Mr. Qian himself. And what kind of harsh and merciless questioning will the Phoenix one that Lin Feng brought, which he has high hopes for, face? Chapter 54: The Imperial Physician's Difficulties. Zhang Jinghua slowly stood up from the armchair made of golden nanmu wood. Although he did not show obvious hostility like Jiang Tianyu. But those deep eyes, like ancient wells, revealed the scrutiny and majesty that are unique to those who have been in a superior position for a long time. But it makes people feel more stressed than any direct questioning. He stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Lin Feng. The voice is calm and powerful. Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your name. This is an urgent situation. Let's get straight to the point. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that in front of this family that truly controlled power, any unnecessary courtesy would seem pale and powerless. Strength is the only pass. He placed the small, temperature-controlled suitcase he carried with him on the 8 Immortals table in front of him. With a click, the box is opened. A glass test tube, fixed in a special groove, lies there quietly. In the test tube, the light golden Phoenix No. 1 potion, like the blood of God, flows slowly, emitting a mysterious and charming luster. This is the thing that can save Mr. Jiang. Lin Feng's tone was very calm. But he spoke with absolute confidence, as if stating the truth. As soon as the medicine comes out. An assistant in a Zhongshan suit who had been sitting next to Mr. Qian with his eyes closed immediately opened his eyes. He walked quickly forward and took out a sophisticated scanning device the size of a mobile phone from his briefcase. He turned on the instrument and performed a professional, non-contact scan and analysis on the test tube. A few minutes later, he walked behind Mr. Qian, leaned forward slightly, and reported in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Teacher. Our instruments are currently unable to analyze the specific chemical composition of this medicine. But what is certain is that its molecular structure is extremely unstable, and it seems to contain an unknown high-energy reaction that we have never seen before. There are risks. Mr. Qian snorted coldly. His eyes, which were originally half open, suddenly opened. Two sharp, tangible rays of light shot towards Lin Feng like lightning. He slowly stood up from the chair. A powerful and authoritative aura belonging to a national master doctor instantly enveloped the entire living room. Young man. You're being mysterious. Mr. Qian's voice was stern and powerful, like the sound of a huge bell, resounding and resounding. I've been practicing medicine for 50 years and have seen countless strange medicines and peculiar prescriptions. But this is the first time I've seen a so-called miracle drug like yours, with no production batch number, no clinical trial data, and no detailed ingredient list. To put it bluntly, this is a completely unqualified product. He suddenly turned to Zhang Jinghua, with a look of grief on his face. Master Jiang. It's not that I am talking too much. Boss Zhang's body is now like a candle in the wind, its fuel exhausted. The functions of his internal organs are as fragile as a piece of porcelain that can be easily broken by a blow. How can we take such a risk with something of unknown origin and composition? If anything goes wrong, who will be responsible? This isn't saving people. This is harming people. This is the greatest disrespect to Boss Zhang's life. Every word that Mr. Qian said was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of every member of the Jiang family present. The Jiang family's uncles who held great power also nodded, their faces showing solemn expressions. They all thought that what Mr. Qian said made sense. No, take the risk. Jiang Tianyu's expression became increasingly ugly. He took a step forward and questioned Lin Feng with an extremely oppressive look. Mr. Lin. We've seen that video, and it's really amazing. But that's just an external injury. Right now, the man lying on the hospital bed is my grandfather. He is the pillar of support for the entire Jung family. I just want to ask you one question. How confident are you in using this medicine? Moment. In the living room, all the pressure, all the eyes, all the scrutiny and suspicion. They were all like mountains, pressing down on Lin Feng alone. Lin Feng looked at this group of condescending and self-righteous people. Listening to their deep thoughts, they were filled with calculations, doubts, and self-preservation. There was not even a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he showed a faint smile that was full of playfulness. He did not answer Jiang Tianyu's question. Instead, he set his gaze on the aggressive and righteous old man, Qian. Mr. Qian, right? Lin Feng spoke. His voice was not loud. But it seemed to have a strange magic. The entire living room, which was originally filled with tense atmosphere, suddenly became quiet. We can put the medicine aside for now. Why don't we talk about it first? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Your medical skills. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. He actually wanted to avoid the debate that was most disadvantageous to him. On the contrary, to challenge the most respected and authoritative person present. A national master doctor? How would he evaluate Mr. Qian's medical skills? A diagnosis that is destined to be earth-shattering. About to begin. Chapter 55, God's Eye. Hearing that Lin Feng, this young man who looked younger than his grandson, was so shameless as to comment on his medical skills. Mr. Qian was stunned at first. Then, he laughed out of anger. Okay. Okay. He said okay twice, and his sharp eyes were full of undisguised contempt and sarcasm. I have been practicing medicine for 50 years and was personally named National Master Doctor by the late Emperor. I have seen countless people in my life, but this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant brat like you. Come on. Tell me about it. What's wrong with my medical skills? He wanted to see what this ignorant boy could come up with. Lin Feng ignored his sarcasm. He simply calmly activated the diagnostic abilities of his God-level medical skills and his mind-reading skills. Moment. The physical condition of everyone present, and even the truest thoughts deep in their hearts. Everything is in his eyes, nothing can escape his sight. He looked at Mr. Qian and spoke calmly. Mr. Qian, you have been treating Mr. Zheng's health recently. I prescribed a modified version of ginseng, aconite, dragon bone, and oyster as the main ingredients, ginseng, aconite, dragon bone, and oyster, correct? As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Qian's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned. Because this prescription was specially tailored for people of Mr. Zheng's level. It is the highest level of secret in the entire health bureau. No more than 5 people know this recipe. This young man in front of me, how did he know? But he still held on, and nodded proudly with the pride of being a national master doctor. So what? This recipe was created by the medical saint Zheng Zhongjing. It's the #1 miraculous recipe for treating heart-yang deficiency and restoring yang throughout the ages. Is there anything wrong with it? The recipe is a good one. Lin Feng nodded. But the next second, his tone suddenly changed. But you added an auxiliary herb to the prescription, stir-fried atractylodes macrocephala, to strengthen the spleen and replenish qi, right? And the dosage you gave was 15 grams. Mr. Qian nodded subconsciously. This is indeed his recipe. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a faint sneer. If this dosage is used on ordinary people, it will indeed strengthen the spleen and replenish qi, and strengthen the body's foundation. But Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose. Using it on a critically ill body like Mr. Zheng's, with his heart-yang weakened and both qi and blood deficient, would not only be of no benefit, but would only aggravate the blockage in his heart meridians, like adding insult to injury. This is the fundamental reason why the old man's condition suddenly worsened drastically around 3:15 yesterday afternoon and he fell into a deep coma. Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. It hit Mr. Qian's crown hard. He was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze in place. His face, which was originally full of pride, instantly turned as pale as paper. Because what Lin Feng said was the time when the disease worsened, and the sudden appearance of symptoms. Exactly the same as the facts. This was the biggest question that he and the entire expert group had been unable to figure out after reviewing the case for a whole night. Lin Feng did not stop. His gaze turned to the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Jinghua, who was already shocked and speechless. Master Jiang. Mr. Jiang, at this moment, is in the ward and in a coma. But, if you send someone in right now and gently press the Jinjing point on his left side, the Mingmen point on his lower back, and the Yongquan point on the sole of his right foot, he will definitely show an extremely painful reaction. It was a sharp, dull pain, like a burning sensation from a needle. Furthermore, I dare to assert that this kind of pain cannot be detected by all of your most advanced and sophisticated Western medical instruments, correct? Zhang Jinguo was horrified. He jumped up from the armchair. Because, just this morning, when the old man was briefly conscious, he did mutter something incoherently. He said that there were several places on his body that felt like they were being pricked by needles and were very painful. But at that time, all the doctors used instruments to carefully examine the patient several times. Can't find any problems. They all thought that it was a neurological illusion caused by the decline of the body functions of a seriously ill old man. But now, Zhang Jinghua, I don't dare to think about it anymore. He immediately said to his younger brother, Zhang Jinjuan, in a trembling voice, anxiously. Second brother. Quick. Go in and take a look. Do as Mr. Lin says. Yes. Big brother. Zhang Jinjuan had already been frightened by Lin Feng's miraculous method, which could be called remote diagnosis. He rolled and crawled into the inner ward. A moment later, he ran out in panic again. His face was filled with extreme, unbelievable, and shock. Big brother. You got it all right. I just touched Dad's Jinjing acupoint lightly, and he was in so much pain that his whole body was twitching. The whole living room. At this moment, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes looking at Lin Feng have completely changed. From the beginning, scrutiny, suspicion. At this moment, I am shocked and horrified. Even a deep awe of the unknown power. This is no longer medical skill. This is divine magic. It is the magical power that only the immortals on earth possess in the legend, which can reach the sky. Mr. Qian's face had long been turning blue and white. His lips trembled as he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Then, he faced this young man who was even younger than his grandson. He bent deeply, his proud waist, which had never been bent to anyone in his life. No. Gentlemen. His voice was filled with endless shame and admiration. Sir, this is amazing. This is amazing. It's me, the old man, who can't recognize the great mountain and is just looking at the world from a well. I am convinced. I am convinced from the bottom of my heart. I am convinced. Zhang Jinghua also stepped forward quickly. He also bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin. It's us who failed to recognize the great man and neglected this miraculous doctor. Please save my father. Lin Feng accepted their gift calmly. He knew this was what he deserved. He looked at these powerful people in front of him who had finally put aside all their arrogance. Calmly, he said. Now. Okay, let me see the patient. Lin Feng has completely conquered the second generation of the Jiang family with his miraculous medical skills. But the real test has just begun. The final test came from Mr. Jiang, the sober lion who once dominated the world and dominated an era, lying on his sickbed. Would this former stabilizing force easily hand over his life to the hands of such a mysterious young man? Chapter 56, Chess Game at the Bedside. Lin Feng was allowed to enter the ward of Mr. Jiang, Zhang Yunfeng, alone. This ward is not so much a ward as a sick room. It is better to say that it is a small, top-level ICU. All kinds of the world's most advanced life-sustaining medical equipment are available. However, the decoration of the room is simple and elegant, full of a heavy sense of history. On the wall hangs several long out-of-print calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. The air is also filled with a light, soothing scent of sandalwood. On the hospital bed, there lay an old man with a haggard face and bony body, wearing an oxygen mask. He is the Jiang family's mainstay, the lion of a generation who could change the situation in China with just a stomp of his foot, Zhang Yunfeng. Although, his body had been tortured by illness and was exhausted. However, his half-open eyes were still as sharp as an eagle, flashing with a terrifying light of wisdom and majesty. Obviously, he had already learned from his son everything that had happened in the living room outside. Seeing Lin Feng, he walked in slowly. Zhang Yunfeng gently waved to the nurse beside him. The nurse immediately and respectfully withdrew and closed the door. The old man used all his strength to slowly take off the oxygen mask on his face. He looked at Lin Feng and spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and weak. But every word carries the unquestionable power of the superior. I've heard everything that happened outside. Young man, good tricks. Much better than my good-for-nothing sons. His hawk-like eyes stared straight at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to see through his soul completely. Go ahead. What do you want? Yes, a fortune that rivals a nation's? Or, a position below one person? Or maybe, my Jiang family will use all our strength to accomplish something for you? In his cognition, there is no free lunch in the world. There is no kindness without reason. Lin Feng, risking the chance to offend the national master Dr. Chen Lao and gamble his newly established reputation as Divine Dr. Lin, came here to extend his life. Of course, there must be a purpose. Moreover, the goal is very big. Lin Feng smiled. He activated his mind-reading ability. In an instant, he clearly heard the most real and strongest cry from the old man's heart. I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. I have spent my entire life in the military, conquering this land. I have yet to watch it reach its most glorious peak. I can't die. I absolutely can't just lie here like a useless person, powerless, waiting to die. Power, strength. I need time. I need a healthy body. As long as it allows me to stand up, no matter the cost. I can pay it. Lin Feng saw through everything. He did not answer any of Zhang Yunfeng's questions. Instead, he asked, Mr. Jiang, you have spent your entire life in the military, overcoming all difficulties and obstacles to create the Jiang family's decades of glory. You are really willing to just lie here like this? Like a powerless bystander abandoned by the times. Watch helplessly as the world outside surges and tumbles, the tides ebb and flow? Boom! These words were like an invisible hammer. It hit Zhang Yunfeng's heart hard. This is exactly what he feels most unwillingly, deep down in his heart. Lin Feng didn't give him any chance to breathe. He continued, in a voice full of allure. What I bring today is not a one-time, short-term treatment, but a new, great possibility. I brought this project called Phoenix. Once it can truly succeed, then, it can bring you more than just a lingering survival. But, healthy and energetic, for 10, 20 years, or even longer. It can allow you to stand up from this bed again. It will allow you to take back the supreme scepter that rightfully belongs to you. I will allow you to witness with your own eyes the empire you built, under your leadership, march towards an even more glorious and greater future. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes became extremely deep, like the starry sky. So, what I want is not the tiny, insignificant reward from your Jiang family. His voice became solemn and full of power. What I want is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Together, let's witness this world being completely changed by us. Ally. Ally. Hear these two words. In Zhang Yunfeng's hawk-like eyes, which were already a little cloudy. For the first time, an extremely strong and brilliant desire to survive and the light of hope burst out. He stared at Lin Feng intently. There was silence for a long, long time. The only sound in the entire ward was the gentle beeping of medical equipment. Finally, he used all his strength and said in a deep voice. Good. Nice one, ally. Rule. Use your medicine. Use your method. Go ahead and treat it boldly. His skinny hands tightly grasped the bed rails. No matter, success or failure. My Jiang family will forever remember this great favor of yours. Lin Feng knew. This moment. He not only obtained the final authorization to treat Mr. Jiang. He, moreover, won the true equality of this great man who had experienced ups and downs in his life. Respect. However, just as Lin Feng was about to start the treatment, he used his God-level medical skills to carefully examine Mr. Jiang's physical condition. His brows, however, wrinkled slightly. He discovered a new and difficult problem. The Phoenix No. 1 potion, though, can repair Mr. Jiang's already declining source of vitality. However, due to years of old injuries and illnesses, the old man's 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians in his body had long been congested and blocked, unable to bear the heavy burden. If so, forcefully inject that extremely overbearing medicinal power into it. Not only that, it cannot be fully absorbed by the body. On the contrary, the impact of the medicine will cause the meridians to be severed and the person to die on the spot. I must clear his meridians first. Open up all the roads leading to a new life in this body. Chapter 57: The Missing Medicine. Lin Feng walked out of the ward. Jiang Jinghua, Jiang Tianyu, and Mr. Qian and others who were waiting outside immediately surrounded them. Their faces were filled with expressions of extreme tension and anticipation. Mr. Lin, how is it? My father. Jiang Jinghua asked anxiously. Lin Feng nodded. Mr. Jiang, I agree. However, treatment needs to be done in 2 steps. As he spoke, he took out a set of silver gleaming acupuncture needles from an antique wooden box he carried with him. He said to the crowd. Now, I need to first stabilize Mr. Jiang's heart, which is about to fail. No one is allowed to disturb me while I am giving you acupuncture. After saying that, he walked into the ward again. This time, he didn't close the door. This allows Jiang Jinghua and others to clearly see everything inside from the outside. Just see. Lin Feng came to the bedside and concentrated his energy on his dantian. He picked up a silver needle as thin as an ox hair, and his movements were as fast as lightning and as steady as Mount Tai. With incredible precision, he pierced the Tanzhong point on Mr. Zhang's chest. Immediately following, the second needle is at Shinmen acupoint. The third needle is Naguan acupoint. What he used was not some astonishing magic acupuncture technique. It is just a set of the most basic and common acupuncture techniques in the divine level medical skills used to stabilize the heart meridian. But, even so, under his miraculous and exquisite technique, likewise, it has an immediate and magical effect. I saw Mr. Jiang lying on the hospital bed, his face as pale as gold paper and dying. His face actually began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. His breathing, which was so weak that it was almost disappearing, gradually became steady and powerful. Next to the bed, the curve representing the heart rate on the life monitor has also returned to a relatively safe and stable fluctuation range from the previous dangerous state that could turn into a straight line at any time. This is a miraculous scene. This greatly boosted the confidence of the Jiang family members guarding outside the door. The way they looked at Lin Feng also changed from the doubt they had before to complete conviction and admiration without any disguise. Half an hour later, Lin Feng put away the needle and walked out of the ward. He said to Jiang Jinghua, who was very excited. The first step, protecting the heart meridian, has been completed. But there is another, more difficult problem. Mr. Jiang, due to his early military service, has many old injuries and hidden illnesses. Coupled with years of hard work, his meridians have become severely congested and blocked. It's like an ancient river that has been blocked by silt and garbage for decades. If we were to use Phoenix number 1 right now, this miraculous medicine with incredibly powerful medicinal properties would be a miracle drug. Then, more than 90% of the medicinal power will be wasted due to the blockage of the meridians. It could even cause irreparable secondary damage to the old man's body because the medicine is too strong and he's too weak to take it. Jiang Jinghua's face changed when he heard this, and he asked hurriedly. Then what should we do? Mr. Lin, you must have a way, right? Lin Feng nodded. Of course there is a way. I need to first use a set of acupuncture techniques called Dragon Tiger Crossing Evil Needle to forcibly open up all the blocked meridians for him. But this set of acupuncture techniques is extremely overbearing. When it is performed, it is like a fight between dragons and tigers, causing a huge impact on the heart meridians. So, we must have a special, extremely cold, anine herb as a guide. When performing acupuncture, use it to protect the old man's heart meridian to ensure that there is no risk of failure. This medicinal herb is called. Lin Feng looked at everyone and slowly uttered 3 words. Green frost grass. Green frost grass? Jiang Jinghua nodded immediately. Okay. I understand. I will immediately mobilize all the power of the Jiang family to search for this medicine worldwide. The power of the Jiang family, this behemoth, is extremely terrifying. At Jiang Jinghua's order, countless calls were made from Jianyuan. All of the Jiang family's connections, channels, and resources around the world were completely mobilized at this moment. Less than an hour. All known rare medicinal material markets around the world, big and small, have been turned upside down by them. But in the end, the feedback they received made the hearts of all Jiang family members sink to the bottom. Green frost grass. In the entire secular world, it has been completely extinct for at least 50 years. Just when everyone fell into deep despair. In the ward. That old man Jiang who had been lying quietly on the bed. But he spoke slowly through the intercom at the bedside, using a voice that was weak but full of wisdom. In the secular world, not. That doesn't mean that place doesn't have it either. Jiang Jingguo was stunned at first. Then, he immediately understood what his father meant. His expression instantly became extremely solemn. Zhang Yunfeng asked the nurse to shake his bed. He looked at Lin Feng and explained in an unprecedented serious tone. Mr. Lin. This world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Outside of our mundane society, which is dominated by mortals, there are still some hidden sects that have been passed down for thousands of years and possess extraordinary powers. We, collectively, refer to them as ancient martial arts world. They are a group of powerful warriors who have transcended the limits of mortal bodies through the practice of special internal skills. They are a world of their own, with their own code of conduct and value system. And they extremely reject us, ordinary people who, in their eyes, are powerless and helpless. As far as I know. Zhang Yunfeng looked at Lin Feng and expressed his last hope. It's right here in our Tianhai city, on the Qingcheng mountain, which is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. There's an ancient martial arts sect called the Qingcheng sect entrenched there. The climate and geographical environment there are very unique. It's the only place in all of China where green frost grass might still grow. The problem of saving lives, at this moment, starts from a simple medical issue. It has escalated into a diplomatic, even military issue that is full of unknowns and dangers. Even the Jiang family, a powerful and wealthy family, finds it difficult to deal with, and even the ancient martial arts sects are unwilling to provoke them easily. How arrogant and powerful will it be? Lin Feng, the identity of a wealthy man, and worldly power. In front of these outsiders with extraordinary strength. Is it still useful? How will he obtain the life-saving key medicine from these arrogant and xenophobic ancient warriors? Chapter 58, Difficulty Entering the Mountain Gate. Bid farewell to the worried Jiang family members. Lin Feng did not delay. He rejected Jiang Tianyu's suggestion to send a team of bodyguards to escort him, and simply changed into casual clothes that were convenient for movement. Then, alone, driving a black off-road vehicle prepared for him by the Jiang family, which had powerful performance but an extremely low-key appearance, he followed the map marked Top Secret and rushed towards Qingcheng Mountain, which was full of mystery in the eyes of the locals in Tianhai City. The off-road vehicle was driving smoothly on the winding mountain road. As the altitude continues to rise, the surrounding environment becomes more primitive and quiet. The hustle and bustle of the city is completely isolated behind us, and the air seems to carry a refreshing feeling that is completely different from that at the foot of the mountain. It was a smell filled with an energy called aura. Finally, when the vehicle reached the end of the winding mountain road, the road ahead was blocked by an ancient and timeless mountain gate. The mountain gate is built with several huge bluestones weighing hundreds of tons and several huge logs that require several people to hug together. A black plaque hangs directly above it, on which are written two large characters in ancient seal script in a flamboyant style. Qingcheng. The handwriting was as smooth as a dragon and as graceful as iron and silver. Each stroke seemed to carry a mysterious Taoist charm, which made people feel awe at the first glance. In front of the mountain gate, two young disciples wearing green Taoist robes stood quietly. They looked to be in their early 20s, but their expressions were unusually cold, without a trace of the youthful vigor that young people should have. Their temples were bulging high, and they stood there, as solemn and majestic as mountains, with a long breath. Obviously, they are all real martial artists with remarkable internal skills. Lin Feng stopped the car. He pushed open the car door and walked calmly towards the mountain gate that represented another world. Stop. Standing on the left, the disciple with a slightly longer face, Zhang Yun, stretched out his hand to stop him. His voice was cold and emotionless. Qingcheng is a forbidden place for cultivation, no one is allowed to enter. Lin Feng stopped. He looked at the two arrogant young Taoist priests in front of him and said calmly, "My name is Lin Feng. I'm here to pay my respects to the Jiang family down the mountain, at the request of Mr. Zhang Yunfeng. I hope to ask your sect for a medicinal herb called green frost grass." As he said this, he handed over the visiting card that the Jiang family had prepared for him. It was made of extremely exquisite materials and written by a contemporary calligrapher. No matter what, courtesy must be exercised. The disciple standing on the right, Li Hu, who was more burly, reached out and took the visiting card. He just glanced at it casually and sneered. Then, in front of Lin Feng, he casually threw the visiting card, which could be collected as a work of art in the secular world, onto the dusty ground. Jiang family? Never heard of it. Li Hu's tone was filled with undisguised, naked disdain and contempt. It's just that there are a few nouveau riche people with dirty money among the mortals down the mountain who are blinded by worldly desires. Are you worthy enough to come to my Qingqing immortal mountain to pay homage? Zhang Yun on the side also immediately echoed. Our headmaster has already issued a decree not to see any lay visitors from the mountain. Boy, considering that you know nothing about our Qingcheng, we will not bother with you today. Get down the mountain. Otherwise, don't blame us brothers for being rude to you. Their eyes are filled with the innate sense of superiority that they have over ordinary people as outsiders. It's like a god, looking down at the ants under his feet. Lin Feng looked at the visiting card on the ground that had been accidentally stepped on by Li Hu with his cloth shoes. His eyes gradually turned cold. He understood. It's useless to reason with these people. In their eyes, the so-called etiquette, the so-called respect, the so-called tremendous power of the Jiang family. It's all just a ridiculous, insignificant joke. They only believe in one thing. That is, absolute strength. In that case, Lin Feng no longer had any more nonsense. He lifted his foot. He walked straight ahead, ignoring the two mountain guarding disciples who were still shouting. He walked into the ancient mountain gate that was full of Taoist charm. The protagonist ignored all warnings and chose the most direct and toughest way to break in. How would the two self-righteous disciples guarding the mountain treat him rudely? Lin Feng's strength has already reached the pinnacle. When he faces these so-called real ancient warriors for the first time, what kind of devastating and absolute crushing will he show? And what kind of new and bizarre world is hidden behind that mysterious mountain gate? Chapter 59. You are not qualified. Court death. Seeing Lin Feng, a mortal like an ant in their eyes, actually dared to ignore them like this. Zhang Yun and Li Hu were furious. As the mountain guarding disciples of the Qingqing sect, although they are only outer disciples, in this small piece of land of Tianhai City, no matter how high-ranking the official or how rich the tycoon, who would not treat them with respect and courtesy? Have you ever suffered such a great humiliation? The two looked at each other and saw the cold murderous intent in each other's eyes. They attacked at the same time. One left, one right. Like two cheetahs jumping out of the forest. There was an extremely sharp palm wind on both palms, and they grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders together. What they performed was the most basic and most widely spread entry-level palm technique of the Qingqing sect, the green pine palm. Although this set of palm techniques is only basic, but with the blessing of Qingqing internal energy, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is already as fast as lightning and as powerful as 1,000 pounds. It is enough to easily smash a hard bluestone into pieces. They want to teach this ignorant lunatic a bloody lesson that he will never forget. However, facing this fierce attack from both sides, Lin Feng didn't even turn his head. He still walked at that steady, unhurried pace. Continue walking towards the ancient mountain gate. It was as if the two aggressive enemies behind him did not exist at all. Just when Zhang Yun and Li Hu's hands, full of grins and about to succeed, were about to touch Lin Feng's shoulders. Lin Feng's god-level fighting technique, all martial arts returned to the origin, which had long been integrated with him, was like a godlike martial arts aura, passively and naturally released outwards. An invisible, yet indestructible aura instantly formed around his body. Protective energy. Bang! There was a dull sound, like rotten leather being hit by a heavy hammer. Zhang Yun and Li Hu only felt as if they were not holding onto the same person. Instead, it crashed heavily into the front of a heavy truck that was traveling at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. It was as if an invisible huge hammer hit his chest hard. A seemingly gentle, but actually irresistible, terrifying force like a tidal wave came instantly. The two of them didn't even have time to scream. They all looked like two scarecrows blown up by the wind. He was shocked and flew back 7 or 8 steps. Then, he fell heavily on his butt onto the cold, hard ground. Puff! The two of them only felt the blood surging in their chest and a sweetness in their throats. A mouthful of boiling hot blood spurted out uncontrollably. They looked up in horror, looking at the figure walking away without even stopping. His eyes were filled with extreme, unbelievable horror. They can't figure it out. They racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. How on earth did I lose? The other party didn't even move his hands. This has completely exceeded their understanding of martial arts. Li Hu struggled to get up from the ground. He knew he had met a tough opponent. They encountered a terrifying existence that they could not match at all. He rolled and crawled to the mountain gate. Using all his strength, he struck the huge bronze bell hanging on the doorpost. When? 3 rapid, warning bell sounds instantly broke the tranquility of the valley. It continues to echo among the towering Qingqing Mountains. This is the Qingqing sect's highest level enemy attack alert. And at this moment, Lin Feng had already slowly walked into the ancient mountain gate. The scene before me suddenly became clear. It is an extremely vast square paved with huge, complete bluestones. At the end of the square, there are continuous palaces with flying eaves and brackets. Magnificent buildings full of Taoist charm are hidden in the swirling clouds, appearing and disappearing. It's like a paradise on earth. This is the Real Mountain Gate of Qingqing sect. The urgent sound of the alarm bell obviously alarmed the disciples who were practicing in this fairyland. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of figures wearing the same green Taoist robes were like sharks smelling blood. They rushed over quickly from various palaces in all directions. They surrounded Lin Feng, the uninvited guest, in the center of the square. Everyone had a bad look on their face. Just then, "Get out of the way!" A cold rebuke full of majesty rang out. The onlookers immediately retreated to both sides like a tide, making way for a passage. A deacon wearing a dark-colored robe that represents a higher status. A man in his 30s, with a sinister face and eyes like a venomous snake, separated from the crowd and walked out slowly. He is the outer sect deacon of Qingqing sect, Song Qingshu. He is also the strongest and most ruthless among this generation of outer disciples. Song Qingshu first glanced at Zhang Yun and Li Hu, who were guarding the door with pale faces and blood at the corners of their mouths. They looked miserable. Then, his eyes fell on the Zhang family's visiting card, which was covered with dust and footprints. His face instantly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He slowly raised his head and stared at Lin Feng with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. "Your Excellency, you are so majestic." First, he injured the mountain guarding disciple of my Qingqing sect. Then he forced his way into the mountain gate of my Qingqing sect. His voice was filled with undisguised murderous intent. "Today, if you don't give us an explanation that satisfies the Qingqing sect, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this mountain gate upright." The conflict officially escalated at this moment. What started as a personal conflict between 2 mountain guarding disciples turned into a matter of face for the entire sect. What kind of rules of the Qingqing sect will Song Qingshu, the outer sect deacon who looks like he is not easy to mess with, use to deal with Lin Feng, the intruder who he considers to be ignorant of life and death? A battle to establish prestige at the Qingqing sect's martial arts training ground. Coming soon. Chapter 60. You all, come together. Lin Feng ignored the dozens of hostile and murderous gazes around him. His eyes fell calmly on the leading outer sect deacon, Song Qingshu. "I'll say it again. I came here to seek medicine." "Get the medicine. I will leave naturally." His voice was not loud, but he carried with him an innate, unquestionable majesty of a superior. A sinister and cold light flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. He said with a forced smile, "Seeking medicine? Sure. However, our Qingqing sect is a martial arts sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. Here, everything must be done according to the rules of our martial arts world." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the center of the square, where there was a wide training ground paved with huge bluestone slabs. "Sir, since you are so skilled, you must be one of my kind. As long as you can defeat any disciple of our Qingqing sect in this martial arts arena. Then, regarding your request for medicine, we can naturally sit down and have a good talk." He hadn't finished speaking. Among the crowd, a young disciple with a tall figure, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, who looked handsome, let out a long and clear roar. He tiptoed on the ground and tapped it lightly. The whole person, like a rock with its wings spread, lightly leaped into the field. Qingqing sect, chief disciple, Lu Chongfeng. He held a 3-foot-long sword that shone with green light, and the tip of the sword pointed at Lin Feng from afar. His eyes were filled with the absolute pride of a genius and a burning desire to fight. He is the Qingqing sect's martial arts genius, a rare talent in a century. At the age of only 25, he has already cultivated the Qingqing sect's internal skills to the 6th level and is about to break through to the 7th level. Deeply loved and respected by the master. known as the strongest contender for the next generation leader. They saw that the eldest brother, who was like a god in their minds, took action personally. The Qingcheng sect disciples around them immediately burst into thunderous cheers. Big brother is mighty. If senior brother takes action, he will definitely be able to take down this ignorant lunatic. Right. Teach him a lesson. Let him know how powerful our Qingcheng sect is. Let's restore our sect's reputation. In their opinion, there is no suspense in this battle anymore. However, Lin Feng looked at Lu Chengfeng in the field, who was full of fighting spirit and high spirits. But, disappointed, he shook his head. In his vision of god-level fighting technique, all martial arts returned to the origin. The one in front of me is the so-called genius of the century. The internal force in his body is thin and complex. The energy around him is filled with all kinds of fatal flaws, big and small. He is even more vulnerable than those so-called external martial arts masters at the foot of the mountain. Too weak. It's really too weak. Lin Feng didn't even have the interest to fight with him. His eyes slowly swept over Song Qingshu, who was standing on the sidelines, with a look of anticipation. He scanned the surroundings again, those ordinary Qingcheng disciples who were still shouting. Then, he spoke in a calm tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You. Let's go together. I'm in a hurry. Boom. This sentence is like a meteorite from outer space weighing tens of thousands of tons. It crashed heavily into the calm lake surface. In an instant, the whole audience exploded. Arrogant. Court death. So arrogant. Who does he think he is? Big brother. Stop talking nonsense to him. Destroy him. Tear his mouth apart. All the Qingcheng disciples were extremely excited and felt that they had suffered an unprecedented humiliation. Lu Chengfeng, who was standing in the middle of the field, felt that his dignity was being harshly trampled on and ruthlessly crushed by the opponent. His handsome face turned red in an instant. Madman! Die! He shouted angrily. Look at the sword. His body moved suddenly. Take a step with mysterious steps. With the long sword in his hand, he instantly unleashed the most exquisite and fierce sword technique of the Qingcheng sect, the 9 turns of the wind sword technique. In a moment, I saw that the green sword light, like a violent storm, turned into an impenetrable, dazzling light curtain. All the vital parts of Lin Feng's body were completely covered. He used all his strength in this sword strike. He wanted to use the most gorgeous and cruel way to completely kill this arrogant guy in front of him with his sword. However, in Lin Feng's martial arts vision, which is like a god, this sword technique seems to be extremely gorgeous and impenetrable. But it is still full of various ridiculous flaws, big and small. Slow. Too slow. It was even slower than the wooden swords swung by old men and women in the park during their morning exercises. Facing the overwhelming sword light, Lin Feng neither dodged nor avoided. He didn't even move his feet. However, at that moment, the tip of Lu Qingfeng's sword, which was infused with all his internal strength, was about to hit his body. He stretched out his right hand like lightning. Extended index finger and middle finger. Then, gently, pinch it. Bite. An extremely crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. Moment. The entire audience, all the sounds, disappeared. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Just see. Lin Feng's 2 fingers looked white and slender. Surprisingly, with incredible precision, it caught Lu Chengfeng, who was stabbing at him at an extremely high speed. Tip of the sword. No matter how Lu Chengfeng activated the internal force in his body, no matter how he did it, his face was flushed and veins bulged. The long sword in his hand was made of refined steel. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. Not moving at all. The whole audience was in dead silence. How will Lin Feng end this battle that has already left no suspense? The leader of the younger generation of the Qingcheng sect was defeated so easily and humiliatingly. In the sect, there are the real big shots, the elders who live in seclusion, and the high and mighty leader. Finally, is he going to show up? Facing these more powerful enemies, Lin Feng, can he still be as relaxed and carefree as he is now? Chapter 61 Elder, just one punch. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene. Focusing on the tip of the sword, which was easily clamped by 2 seemingly slender fingers. Lu Qingfeng's handsome face had long been twisted and deformed due to extreme shock and humiliation. He doesn't believe it. He is unwilling to accept it. He is the Qingqing sect's most talented genius, the one that appears once in a century. How could he be defeated in such a ridiculous and humiliating way by an unknown mortal from down the mountain? Ah! He let out a roar of unwillingness. He mobilized the Qingqing internal force that he had cultivated for more than 20 years without reservation and madly. His right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, had bulging veins and knotted muscles. He wanted to pull his sword out from those two fingers that were as motionless as iron clamps. However, Lin Feng looked at his futile struggle. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes. His fingers just flicked lightly. Buzz. A force that seems weak, but is actually extremely overbearing and powerful. In an instant, it passed through the sword body that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Ah! Lu Qingfeng only felt a terrifying force that he could not resist at all, surging from the sword. He let out a shrill scream. The base of his right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, was instantly shaken, bleeding, and torn. He could no longer hold the sword in his hand. The whole person, including the sword, seemed to be hit head-on by a prehistoric beast charging at high speed. He was violently shaken and flew out. In the air, it drew a messy parabola. Finally, he fell heavily onto the hard bluestone slab 7 or 8 meters away. Puff! He spat out a large mouthful of hot blood in a panic. Then, his eyes rolled back, and under the extreme physical and mental double blow, he completely fainted. The whole audience remained silent. All the Qingqing sect disciples who were shouting wildly just now. At this moment, they all looked like ducks whose necks were being strangled by an invisible big hand. Everyone opened their mouths, but could not make any sound. They looked in horror at the young man in the field who had remained calm and composed from beginning to end. His eyes were filled with fear that went deep into his bones. Standing on the sidelines was the outer sect deacon Song Qingshu. His face, which was originally gloomy, had now completely turned from gloomy to a bloodless pale color. He knows. Today, their Qingqing sect hit a wall. Moreover, it was a piece of 10,000-year-old black iron that was enough to smash their entire sect into pieces. Stop! Just then, the entire martial arts arena fell into an eerie silence. A roar filled with supreme majesty and old age, like thunder, came from the distant, most magnificent, Master's Hall. Immediately following, the third Taoist, wearing a dark gray robe that represented the status of an elder, had white hair and beard, and looked like an immortal. Just like the legendary land immortal. Stepping on the breeze, a few steps seem slow, but in fact, they rise and fall as fast as ghosts. Then, they crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. Appeared on the training ground. They are none other than the most respected elders in Qingqing sect, the law enforcement elders, the skills transmission elders, and the alchemy elders. He is the true backbone of the entire sect. The leader was the law enforcement elder with a serious face and a majestic aura. He glanced at the unconscious chief disciple Lu Qingfeng in the middle of the field. He took another look at the two disciples guarding the mountain who were still trembling at the door. Finally, his eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Lin Feng. "Sir, who are you? Why do you have to use such a heavy hand on my Qingqing sect?" Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His expression remained indifferent. "I said, I'm here for medicine. It was your people who repeatedly provoked us." "Good. What a sharp-tongued and arrogant young man." At the side, the elder who was the most burly and had the hottest temper shouted angrily. "Let me weigh you myself and see how much you weigh," he said. The body shook suddenly. The whole person appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant, as if teleporting. His skinny right hand turned into a terrifying flesh palm that was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks. One move, the Qingqing sect's secret, top-notch martial art, heart-destroying palm. Then, with a whistling and sharp palm wind, he slapped Lin Feng's chest hard. The power of this palm. Compared to the so-called chief disciple Lu Qingfeng's flashy swordsmanship, it was 10 times stronger. More than that. However, Lin Feng was still too lazy to even move. He was just there, at that moment when the palm wind containing terrifying internal strength was about to touch his body. In the same casual and light manner, he met the attack with a palm. Bang! There was a dull, terrifying sound, like two high-speed trains colliding head-on. The elder who was passing on the skills only felt a terrifying force that he could neither understand nor resist, like a landslide or tsunami, surging from the other party's seemingly light palm. He was struck by lightning. The piece of clothing on his entire arm that he used for attacking, along with the protective chi that he had cultivated for decades, were completely shattered into dust in this instant. He groaned. The whole person, kick! 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 In a row, he retreated more than 10 steps. Every step he took left a clear footprint half an inch deep on the extremely hard bluestone slab. Finally, he managed to stand firmly. And from the corner of his mouth, a trace of bright red blood was flowing out uncontrollably. The other two elders were all shocked when they saw this. They knew that the elder who taught them the skills had the most profound skills among the three of them. But now, unexpectedly, he couldn't even take on the opponent's light palm. The two of them looked at each other. They all saw it from each other's eyes and were horrified. They no longer hesitated and attacked at the same time. One left, one right. Attack Lin Feng from two of the most tricky angles. This time, Lin Feng finally moved. His figure swayed slightly. The whole person was like strolling in the garden, moving easily and leisurely amid the violent siege of the two elders. His hands, casually, blocked and slapped. Seemingly nonchalant. However, every attack was just right, hitting the opponent's most uncomfortable and fatal flaw. Only 3 moves. In the eyes of ordinary ancient warriors, those two elders were like gods, unattainable. Lin Feng easily caught the flaw. One man was hit by a seemingly slow, but in fact, lightning-fast hand knife, which cut into the vital point on the back of his neck. One person was hit in the knee joint by a whip kick that seemed light but was actually extremely powerful. The two of them didn't even have time to hum. They both lost all their fighting power and collapsed to the ground. From beginning to end, Lin Feng seemed to be at ease and relaxed. It was as if he was not fighting a life-and-death battle with 3 highly respected elders of the sect. He was just playing and having fun with 3 children who had just learned to walk. Even the elders of the sect are not his match. So, is the last face and the last trump card of Qingqing sect that mysterious and almighty leader about to make his official appearance? Facing the siege of the strongest fighter in the entire sect, Lin Feng, can he still be as relaxed as he is now? An ultimate showdown that will truly determine the fate of the entire sect is about to take place. Chapter 62, A Shocking Punch. Just then, the 3 elders were defeated to the ground easily by Lin Feng like 3 helpless chickens and dogs. That's enough. An old, yet full-bodied roar filled with supreme majesty, once again resounded from the most magnificent master's hall. This time, the sound was very close. The current leader of the Qingqing sect, Taoist Ling Shuzi, walked out slowly from the main hall with the last 2 elders with white hair and beards. Ling Shuzi looks like an immortal with a gaunt face. However, in his eyes, there was a gleam of light as deep and terrifying as the stars. Every step he took seemed to be in perfect harmony with the pulse of the entire world. It gives people a sense of unity between man and nature, and a sense of mystery. His expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He looked at the young man who had remained calm and composed from beginning to end, standing with his hands behind his back. In a deep voice, he asked, "Your Excellency's strength is already beyond the ordinary. We admire you. But, you were so aggressive in my Qingqing sect today. What exactly do you want to do?" Lin Feng looked at him, his expression still indifferent. "I've said it 3 times. I'm looking for medicine." Ling Shuzi took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't come up with a reasonable solution today, the reputation of their Qingqing sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, would be completely destroyed. In order to maintain the sect's last, pitiful dignity, he said loudly to Lin Feng, "Good. Since you are here to ask for medicine, then, today, I, Ling Shuzi, on behalf of the entire Qingqing sect, will make a bet with you. As long as, Your Excellency, can take 3 of my moves head on. After 3 moves, if you are still able to do so, stand here. Then, the green frost grass you requested, from the Qingqing sect, will be presented to you with both hands. Furthermore, we will apologize to you for everything that happened today." Hearing this, the master who was like a god in his heart took action personally. All the Qingqing disciples present held their breath. The flame of hope was rekindled in their eyes. They firmly believe that their leader would be able to defeat this madman and regain all the ground for the Qingqing sect. However, Lin Feng, after listening to Ling Shuzi's bet, which seemed fair but was actually full of arrogance. But, once again, he shook his head in disappointment. Then, he said something that made everyone present almost faint on the spot. 3 moves? Too long. Yeah, that's too troublesome. Still, let's decide the outcome with 1 move. His eye slowly swept over the imposing headmaster Ling Shuzi in front of him. He glanced at the 4 elders behind him who had just gotten up from the ground. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were still full of unwillingness. He said in a tone that was so calm that it was almost contemptuous. You. And you guys. Let's go together. If I take half a step back. Even if I lose. You bastard. You. Are so arrogant. Ling Shuzi was completely enraged by Lin Fang's undisguised and extreme humiliation. His image of being an immortal is gone. All of his Qingcheng internal energy exploded madly and without reservation. An extremely powerful aura rose into the sky. Good. 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 He laughed out of anger and said okay 3 times in a row. Since you're so determined to die, we'll grant your wish today. Cloth. He let out a roar that shook the entire valley. 5 elements sword formation. Moment. Ling Shuzi and the 4 elders behind him quickly stood in accordance with the directions of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 long swords with green blades, shining with different luster, were unsheathed at the same time. Buzz. 5 extremely powerful sword energies shot up into the sky, connecting with each other in mid-air and echoing each other. In an instant, a terrifying sword formation with doubled power and murderous aura was formed. Lin Feng was completely enveloped in it. But just when they were about to launch the most powerful attack that could destroy the world, a long, older and more distant howl suddenly came from the forbidden area in the back mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Wait a minute. How can such a grand event be missed? Where is I, an old man? Before he finished speaking, a skinny, ghostly figure, like a big blackbird, flew out from the top of the mountain behind. In just a few takeoffs and landings, they covered a distance of several thousand meters. Silently, it landed on the training ground. The person who came was a skinny Taoist who looked as if he was about to die. But his eyes, sunken in his eye sockets, were like lightning in the dark night, sharp and full of wisdom that saw through everything. He was the real Ding Heishenzhen of the Qingcheng sect, who had been in seclusion for decades. Everyone thought he had passed away long ago. The Supreme Elder, Taoist Kurumu. Taoist Kurumu didn't look at anyone after landing. His eyes were just fixed on Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. He directly joined the battle, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ling Shuzi and others. Your Excellency, your strength is profound and unprecedented. Today, our Qingcheng sect will uphold the highest standards of our sect. Come, let me show you your extraordinary skills. 6 top masters. The strongest existing fighter in the entire Qingcheng sect. At this moment, gather together. Facing this siege of a terrifying lineup that is enough to sweep across the entire Chinese ancient martial arts world. Lin Feng's face had always been calm. Finally, a serious look appeared on his face. He just calmly raised his right hand. Then, move forward. Slowly, he threw a punch. This punch. No earth-shattering noise. No, there are no gorgeous and cool lights and shadows. Ordinary and unpretentious. It was as if an ordinary person casually pushed forward. But, this is just a seemingly ordinary punch. But it seems to contain some kind of supreme truth between heaven and earth. It locked onto all the energy of the 6 masters with incredible precision. He also locked onto the incomparably powerful power of the 6 of them, and the point at the center, which was also the weakest. 1 point. What will be the final outcome of this earth-shattering punch? After the strongest fighter of the entire sect was defeated head-on by this punch, what kind of shocking reaction would they make? After completely conquering the entire Qingcheng sect, what kind of unexpected and huge gains will Lin Feng get from them? Chapter 63, The Collapse and Rebirth of Martial Arts. When Lin Feng's seemingly ordinary punch was slowly thrown out, standing opposite him, Ling Shuzi, Taoist Kurumu and other 6 top masters, all had an unprecedented and extreme sense of crisis in their hearts at the same time. They felt as if they were being locked down by an invisible, terrifying beast from ancient times. No matter how they move, they dodge. There is no way to escape from the lock of that punch. Not good. Taoist Kurumu, an old monster who had lived for more than 100 years and was accustomed to the ups and downs of life and death, was the first to react. He let out a roar of horror. Join forces. Combine all your strength into one place. Stand your ground. No need for him to remind you. Ling Shuzi and the other 5 people had already made the most correct choice at the first opportunity. They mobilized their extremely pure internal energy that they had cultivated for dozens or even hundreds of years throughout their lives without reservation and madly. 5 dazzling sword energies. A palm force as strong as a mountain. 6 terrifying forces that were enough to split mountains and stop rivers merged together perfectly at this moment. In front of them, a translucent energy shield was formed, which was made up of sword energy and palm power and had almost solidified into substance. They were going to use the strongest force of the entire Qingcheng sect to confront this seemingly ordinary, but in fact, earth-shattering punch. Lin Feng's seemingly slow fist. However, the latecomer arrives first. Ignore the distance in space. With incredible precision, it was imprinted on the center and weakest point of the energy shield that was jointly built by 6 masters. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. The whole world has lost all sounds and colors. No, there was not the earth-shattering and terrifying explosion that I had imagined. There is no gorgeous, cool, energy collision. Just a sound. Dull and distant, as if an ancient bronze bell, dusty for thousands of years, was being gently struck. Bang. Next second. An overwhelming and terrifying force that cannot be described in any words. With Lin Feng's fist as the center. Just like the singularity of the Big Bang, it suddenly exploded. Crack crack. That was an indestructible energy shield that gathered all the strength of the 6 top masters of Qingcheng sect. At this moment, it was like a fragile eggshell hit by a sledgehammer. It is covered with spider-web-like, dense cracks. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, it shattered with a loud bang. Ling Shuzi, Taoist Kurumu and other 6th grade masters, with their swords made of fine steel that had been tempered 100 times, could not even last for a second. Just break into pieces. It turned into metal fragments all over the sky. The 6 of them only felt as if they were hit head-on by an invisible ancient sacred mountain descending from the sky. The protective true qi that he had cultivated for 100 years and was so proud of was as fragile as a paper lantern. It was torn into pieces so easily. Puff. Almost at the same time, 6 people spat out a large mouthful of hot blood that looked like a blood-red lotus. They were like 6 kites with broken strings, blown up by the strong wind. Flying backwards. He fell heavily onto the hard bluestone slab more than 10 meters away. Everyone was seriously injured. Everyone is in a mess. The entire huge training ground fell into deathly silence once again. All the Qingcheng sect disciples present, including those who had been injured by Lin Feng before, Lu Chengfeng, and several elders. They all used the same eyes as those used to look at gods, demons, and monsters. Horrified, I looked at that person, still standing with his hands behind his back. From beginning to end, the mysterious young man did not even move the corner of his clothes. Their pride. Their inheritance. Their self-righteous, superior, martial arts beliefs. At this moment, all of them were destroyed by Lin Feng's casual yet earth-shattering punch. It was beaten to pieces and nothing remained. The Supreme Elder, Taoist Kurumu, struggled and used his still trembling hand to support his upper body. He looked at Lin Feng, and there was no longer any hostility in those eyes that had been as calm as a well after living for more than 100 years. All that is left is endless shock and deep confusion. What kind of boxing is this? Why, can this old man, from your punch, sense the legendary truth of the ultimate simplicity, the unity of all things? The leader, Ling Shuzi, also held up the broken sword, which was only half left, and smiled miserably. His face was filled with bitterness and loneliness. My Qingcheng sect has been sitting in a well, looking at the world from afar, arrogant and conceited for 100 years. It turns out that the world outside this mountain has already given birth to a great existence that we cannot even imagine. They all know it well. Lin Feng, that punch just now, if it was really fatal. So at this moment, this is the Qingcheng sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. It can be officially declared. The whole family was wiped out. Lin Feng slowly retracted his fist. He took a step forward, one step at a time, and came before the 6 top leaders of the sect who had completely lost all their power to resist. He looked down at them from above. Calmly, he asked, "Now. Okay, let's talk about the medicinal herbs?" His voice. In the ears of all the people from Qingcheng sect present. No longer provocative. No longer arrogant. Rather, it is like something sent down from the gods, unquestionable, sacred. Legal decree. In terms of force, it has been completely conquered. Lin Feng's purpose is not to make enemies, so how will he deal with the aftermath? After experiencing this day of collapse of faith, how will the attitude of the Qingqing sect towards Lin Feng undergo a dramatic 180-degree change? Except for the life-saving green frost grass. What unexpected and huge gains will Lin Feng get from this ancient sect that has completely surrendered to him? Chapter 64, Kindness and Power, Convinced. Ling Shuzi and the Supreme Elder Taoist Kurumu, with the help of their disciples, struggled to stand up from the ground. They looked at each other. They saw in each other's eyes endless bitterness and deep relief at having survived a disaster. Then, they tidied up their Taoist robes, which had already become a mess. He took heavy, staggering steps, step by step, and walked in front of Lin Feng. Facing this young man who was many generations younger than them, he performed the highest level of kowtow in the ancient martial arts world, expressing submission and awe. We are short-sighted and fail to recognize the great man. Sect leader Ling Shuzi said in a deep voice, with a tone full of shame and awe. Thank you, senior, for showing mercy and leaving this tiny bit of incense for our Qingqing sect. He knows. They all knew it. Lin Feng, that earth-shattering punch just now was already a huge mercy. If so, he really had the intention to kill. At this moment, the entire Qingcheng mountain would probably have been a river of blood, with no one left alive. Lin Feng accepted their gift calmly. He didn't say any unnecessary nonsense, but just said calmly, "Take me to the herb garden." Yes. Yes. Please, senior. Ling Shuzi, don't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He didn't even bother to deal with his own injuries, and personally led the way for Lin Feng in front. A group of people walked towards the misty mountain behind. In the back mountain of Qingqing sect, there is a valley with the most abundant spiritual energy. There is a magical medicinal garden that is listed as a forbidden area for the sect. Under the personal leadership of Ling Shuzi, Lin Feng successfully found those plants in the deepest part of the herb garden. They were emitting a faint, ice-blue light and were over 100 years old. Green frost grass. He carefully picked the 3 best growing ones. So far, the purpose of his trip has been successfully achieved. After getting the life-saving herbs, Lin Feng did not turn around and leave immediately as everyone imagined. Instead, he returned to the devastated training ground. His gaze fell on the former chief disciple, Lu Chengfeng, who was looking at the broken sword in his hand in a daze with a blank look in his eyes, as if even his heart for martial arts had been completely destroyed. He casually gave a pointer. Your swordsmanship is too focused on the subtlety and variety of your moves. But, instead, it has lost the sharpness that the sword should have, the power to move forward without hesitation and break through all obstacles. Remember, the sword is a killing skill. No, it's for showing off your gorgeous dancing moves in front of others. He took another look at the elder who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently practicing internal energy to heal his wounds. There's a big problem with the way you use your heart-destroying palm to generate power. Qi and blood are severely congested in the meridians of your forearm. If this continues, within 10 years, your entire right arm will be completely crippled. Lin Feng, just a few words. It seems, and it sounds, like nothing happened. However, every word he said was like the morning bell and evening drum, and the thunder of the gods. It hit Lu Changfeng and the elder who passed on the skills hard on their hearts. Because, Lin Feng pointed out these 2 problems. It is precisely the most core bottleneck that they have each practiced hard on their own martial arts path for decades, but they still cannot figure out or break through. Boom! Lu Chengfeng and the elder who taught them martial arts only felt as if a flash of lightning had passed through their minds. Before, there were all obstacles that I couldn't figure out or see through. At this moment, everything became clear. At first, the 2 of them were stunned as if they had been hit hard. Then, an expression of endless ecstasy appeared on his face. They didn't care about their image at all, and rushed to Lin Feng, rolling and crawling. They kept bowing and thanking him. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Thank you for your guidance, senior. A word from the senior is worth 10 years of hard work. I will never forget your kindness. Lin Feng's method is to give a slap and then give a sweet date, using both kindness and force. All the Qingcheng sect disciples present were stunned. Then, the way they looked at Lin Feng changed completely. If before, it was simply awe caused by fear. So at this moment, In their awe, there was an added touch of sincere gratitude and fanatical worship from the bottom of their hearts. They finally, thoroughly understood. In front of me, this mysterious young man. His strength, vision, and breadth of mind far exceeded the limits of what they could imagine. He is a true god. The Supreme Elder, Taoist Kurumu, looked at the dramatic scene before him. His wise eyes, which had lived for more than 100 years, were shining with increasing awe and excitement. He walked forward cautiously. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng again. Then, he asked in a tentative tone, with a hint of pilgrim-like anticipation. "Senior, may I ask, you? But, from that place? That place? A huge, beautiful misunderstanding is about to occur. And how will Lin Feng take advantage of this huge misunderstanding? A completely new, grander, higher-level, mysterious worldview. It will soon be slowly revealed in the mouth of Taoist Kurumu, an old monster who has lived for more than 100 years. Chapter 65 The Legend of the Dragon Group. Lin Feng looked at the person in front of him, the Supreme Elder Taoist Kurumu, whose attitude was extremely respectful, and even had a hint of pilgrim-like fanaticism in his eyes. He activated his mind-reading ability. In an instant, he heard the extremely excited and certain guess deep in the heart of this old monster who had lived for more than 100 years. He's so young, yet he possesses such unfathomable, godlike strength. This absolutely cannot possibly be something cultivated by those reclusive ancient martial arts families. The only possibility is that he must be from that legendary, mysterious supreme being who guards the destiny of the entire Yanxia nation. Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. But he remained calm on the surface. However, he asked in a pretentiously profound and playful tone. "Oh? Where?" Taoist Kurumu saw Lin Feng and did not deny it directly. In my heart, I became more and more certain of my guess. In his opinion, the reason why the senior said this must be to test his own knowledge and loyalty. He quickly lowered his voice and said in a reverent, sacred tone that only the two of them could hear. "Of course, it's the one who stands above all of us secular and outside forces, responsible for protecting the entire Yanxia national destiny and handling all matters concerning us outsiders. Dragon Group." Dragon Group? Hearing this, the name is full of power and mystery. A huge wave rose in Lin Feng's heart. Although he had already known through the system's god-level ability that this world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, this was the first time he heard from others about the specific, organized existence of supernatural powers in this world. However, on the surface, he still maintained that calm and composed look. And his attitude is so unfathomable. In the eyes of Taoist Kurumu. That's it, it's accepted. That is, a young, respected, peerless genius from the Dragon Group who plays around in the mortal world. Taoist Kurumu became more and more respectful and excited. He hurriedly continued to explain, fearing that he might appear to be insufficiently loyal and valuable. "Senior, you don't know something. These so-called ancient martial arts sects, although they claim to be secluded and not involved in worldly affairs. However, we also vaguely know that in our Yanxia, there has always been a most mysterious and powerful force directly controlled by the country behind the scenes. Its name is Dragon Group. It's said that every official member of the Dragon Group is made up of our country's top, rare ancient martial artists, and those psychics who only exist in legends and possess all sorts of incredible abilities. They are the patron saints of the nation. They are responsible for handling all supernatural events that our mortal forces cannot handle. They are responsible for maintaining the fragile balance between the secular world and our supernatural world." Taoist Kurumu looked at Lin Feng, whose face looked a little too young. His eyes were filled with infinite admiration and yearning. "Senior, at such a young age, you possess such immense, godlike strength that is enough to suppress our entire Qingqing sect with a single punch. Except for the legendary dragon team that has devoted all of the nation's top resources to cultivating peerless geniuses. As an old Taoist, I really can't think of any other possibility. I believe, Senior, that you came down the mountain this time to follow the Dragon Group's instructions and come to this mortal world to undergo the necessary training, right?" Lin Feng listened quietly to Taoist Kurumu's words, which were full of imagination and speculation. He just smiled calmly. Neither admit it. Also, no denying. But it was his unfathomable attitude that seemed to have everything under control. All the speculations in Taoist Kurumu's mind were completely confirmed. He became more respectful and excited. He knew that this was the greatest, only and greatest opportunity their Qingqing sect had encountered in thousands of years. as long as I can get in touch with this promising young figure from the dragon group. Then, in the future, the status of their Qingcheng sect in the entire ancient martial arts world will rise dramatically and will never be the same. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng once again. Excitedly, he signed his own letter of allegiance. From today on, we of the Qingcheng sect are willing to serve you at your service. In the future, senior, if you have any orders. From the people of Qingcheng to the people, no matter how dangerous the situation, we will never give up. Lin Feng looked at the old fox in front of him who had lived for more than 100 years and was completely convinced. He nodded in agreement. Take care of yourself. He knows. From this moment on, I have one more person who is powerful, has a deep foundation, and is considered a mainstay in the entire Chinese ancient martial arts world. Vassal forces. The purpose of this trip has been exceeded. Lin Feng no longer has any more stops. He was under the gaze of all members of the entire Qingcheng sect, from top to bottom, who were looking at him with the utmost respect, as if they were bidding farewell to a god. Floating down the mountain. Looking at Lin Feng, his back gradually moving away. The sect leader, Ling Shuzi, with lingering fear, walked up to Taoist Kumu and asked in a low voice. Uncle Master, do we really have to become his vassal? Taoist Kuruma looked at the sword in his hand, which was the master's sword that had been passed down for hundreds of years and only had half of the hilt left. There was still a deep, indelible look of horror in his eyes. He sighed deeply. That punch he just delivered already had a glimmer of the legendary martial arts grandmaster who has reached the ultimate limit of martial arts and is powerful enough to shatter the void. Facing such a person, all we can do is prostrate ourselves, look up, and pray for his mercy. No choice. Lin Feng brought with him the key life-saving medicinal herb green frostgrass. He also went down the mountain with important information about the dragon group and the superpowers. After returning to Tianhai City, a true, great medical miracle that will shock the world is about to be officially staged. The emergence of the dragon group also foreshadows Lin Feng's future enemies and stage. It will no longer be limited to Tianhai City, and this place. A brand new world, bigger and more exciting, has opened its doors to him. Chapter 66 The King Returns. When that low-key black off-road vehicle drove away from the misty Qingcheng Mountains, once again, it merged into the wide, secular highway leading to Tianhai City. Lin Feng's mood was quite complicated. This time, it's a trip to Qingcheng sect. To him, it means something extraordinary. It not only gave him a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the true strength of his god-level fighting technique, all martial arts return to oneness. Moreover, he knew that outside this seemingly peaceful world, there was a hidden extraordinary world called ancient martial arts world. And that mysterious, supreme existence that stands above all supernatural forces and protects the destiny of the entire Yanxia nation, the Dragon Group. For the first time, he realized it with incredible clarity. This world is much bigger than he had imagined before. Also, much more exciting. He no longer hesitated. He took out the red encrypted cell phone and dialed the number of Jiang Jinghua, the head of the Jiang family. The call was answered almost instantly. From the other end came Jiang Jinghua's voice, which was full of anxiety and anticipation, with a hint of hoarseness. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? It's me. Lin Feng's voice was calm yet full of power. Master Jiang. I've already got the medicine. Now, notify the hospital. Get ready and start the second step of treatment. What? Jiang Jinghua on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard these words. The whole person feels like being electrocuted. All his composure and calmness as a top-level superior disappeared at this moment. He was so excited that he almost jumped up from his chair. Real. He actually, in just less than a day, had obtained the legendary, long-extinct miracle medicine? Just to what unimaginable degree have Mr. Lin's power and methods reached such a terrifying level? Good. 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 Jiang Jinghua was so excited that he said good 3 times. He immediately issued a series of top-level instructions to the secretary beside him. The entire, huge Jiang family started running at high speed again because of Lin Feng's brief phone call. Jiang family manor immediately entered the highest level of alert in history. All the core members of the Jiang family who are outside, no matter where they are or what they are doing, must return immediately within the shortest possible time. Welcome, the one who is about to return is the king. Mr. Lin. Lin Feng, the news that he is about to go down the mountain. through the Jiang family, the channel at the top of the power pyramid. It was like a Force 12 typhoon. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire Tianhai city and all the top upper circles. All the wealthy and powerful people, politicians and business leaders who heard the news. No one was not shocked and horrified. They all knew, more or less, from their own channels that old Master Jiang was critically ill, and that the Qingqing sect was a transcendent and powerful existence. They thought that this time, even the Jiang family would be helpless. But they never expected it. This mysterious divine Dr. Lin who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Actually, really, relying on one's own strength. It was done, even a behemoth like the Jiang family was helpless. His energy. His methods. His background. It has completely exceeded the imagination of everyone present. When Lin Feng drove the black SUV slowly into the urban area of Tianhai City, he could feel it, clearly. The whole city looked at him differently. It was a look that was a mixture of awe, worship, fear, and a hint of pilgrimage-like fanaticism. He knows. From today on. From the moment he cured Jiang Yunfeng. He will no longer be the so-called new rich in Tianhai City. He will become the undisputed, only king. A grand coronation banquet prepared just for him. It's about to begin. Chapter 67: The much-anticipated return. When Lin Feng, driving the black SUV, just drove off the highway and entered the urban area of Tianhai City. News of his return. It was already like a magnitude 12 super tsunami that swept through all the upper circles of Tianhai City. Jiang Family Manor. This center of power is usually heavily guarded and full of mystery and majesty. At this moment, the inside and outside of the place were shrouded in a solemn and extremely tense atmosphere. In front of the manor's vermilion gate, which looks like an ancient royal palace, there is an extraordinary grandeur. All the core members of the Jiang family, from the white-haired elders to the third generation who have just reached adulthood. Led personally by the current head of the family, Jiang Xinghua. Everyone stood here solemnly, waiting respectfully. They are waiting for the return of the god who will bring new life and hope to their Jiang family. And, what is even more shocking is, at the Jiang family's place, there was a row of red flag cars with special license plates. Surprisingly, there were several cars parked there, which were also very valuable and represented different top families, such as Rolls-Royce and Bentley. The head of the Chen family, one of the four major families in Tianhai City, is the shrewd Chen Lixiong. Zhang Wanshan, once the richest man in Tianhai City, is now a business legend who has retreated to the second line but still has a huge influence. Normally, any one of these top figures, who are as elusive as a dragon, could make Tianhai City tremble with just a stomp of his foot. At this moment, unexpectedly, all of them came in person like primary school students. Willing to stand at the gate of this manor with the children of the Jiang family, braving the scorching sun, waiting quietly. They are not fools. They all knew it very clearly. What does today mean? Lin Feng, if this trip is successful, then, the Jiang family, which was already extremely powerful, will become even more stable and unshakable after Jiang Yunfeng, the mainstay of the family, is reborn. And the one who created this miracle was Lin Feng himself. There will also be a mysterious Dr. Lin and a rising newcomer. With one leap, he became the real one in this city, above all the rules. Sky. I was able to witness this historic result with my own eyes at the first time. And express your most sincere and timely goodwill to this new sky. This is the only thing that these smart people can and must do now. In the afternoon, at 3 o'clock sharp, a black off-road vehicle, slightly covered in dust, approached slowly, neither fast nor slow. Moment. The gazes of everyone present were like iron filings attracted by a magnet. All of a sudden, they focused on the past. That look was filled with awe, curiosity, envy, and a hint of indescribable enthusiasm. Under the gaze of countless complicated eyes. Car door, open. Lin Feng, that tall figure, pushed the door and got out of the car. Mr. Lin. Jiang Xinghua, the first one, stepped forward quickly. He, the head of the Jiang family, holds a high position and great power in the entire Yanxia country. At this moment, he bent down deeply, deeply towards Lin Feng. Thank you for your hard work. His voice was filled with endless gratitude and admiration from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. Chen Lixiong, Zhang Wanshan, and other top bosses also stepped forward quickly to greet him. Their usually arrogant attitude was now very low. His face was filled with a humble yet enthusiastic smile. Lin Feng just nodded slightly to everyone. He didn't say much. He just took it out from the ancient wooden box made of thousand-year-old dark wood that he carried with him. He took out the plant he had just picked from Mount Qingcheng. It was enveloped in a faint, visible spiritual energy. It was crystal clear and emitted a faint, ice-blue light. Miracle medicine. Green frost grass. The moment when I saw this miraculous medicine that only existed in legends and had been extinct for 100 years. A burst of extremely ecstatic, brilliant light burst out from the eyes of all the Jiang family members. Jiang Jingguo was so excited that his whole body was trembling slightly. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng again. Then, he personally led the way for Lin Feng in front. And Jiang Tianyu, the once extremely arrogant general. At this moment, he was like the most respectful follower. He followed Lin Feng closely, not even daring to breathe. Under the envious and awe-inspiring gazes of all the top family representatives present, Lin Feng was welcomed like a star to the Jiang family manor, which symbolized the pinnacle of power. And those were once the representatives of the second and third-rate families that were considered powerful in Tianhai City. At this moment, he didn't even have the qualifications to come forward and say a word to Lin Feng. They could only stand far away on the periphery of the crowd. With eyes filled with endless envy and desire, he looked at the young figure who was welcomed into the manor like an emperor. This moment. No need for any extra words. There is no need for any deliberate display. Lin Feng's status has already surpassed that of all living beings in Tianhai City. The final and most critical treatment is about to begin. This battle combines the magical herbs from the ancient martial arts world with the miraculous medicine from future technology for the ultimate treatment. What kind of shocking and magical effect will be produced, where 1 + 1 is far greater than 2? The Jiang family's mainstay, old man Jiang Yunfeng. Can it really be as everyone expects? The dead tree comes back to life, the king returns? Chapter 68, Dead Trees Resurrect, Miracles Appear. In the Jiang family manor, there is the number 1 medical room, which is usually used only when Mr. Jiang is receiving top-level healthcare. At this moment, everything is ready. The National Master Dr. Mr. Qian and his team of imperial doctors represent the highest medical standards in China. At this moment, everyone stood aside respectfully like elementary school students. Prepare to assist Lin Feng, the young man who was like a god in their eyes. Lin Feng ignored them. All his attention was focused on the preparations ahead. He first slowly crushed the green frost grass that exuded a faint chill using an extremely special and ancient method. Then, take the emerald green juice. Then, carefully integrate the extremely pure true energy in your body into it. Finally, it was blended into a dark green, sticky medicine that exudes a strange herbal fragrance. He calmly explained to the stunned crowd on the side. Treatment is divided into 2 steps. First, I will use acupuncture to open up Elder John's meridians, which have been blocked for decades. For him, open all the gates of heaven leading to a new life. To activate the only remaining trace of life in his body. As he spoke, he took out a sword from a long sword case that Sanglong had prepared for him. He took out a 3-foot-long sword with a green glow all over it and 2 ancient seal characters engraved on the sword. Qing Cheng. This is exactly the sword that was seized from the Qingqing sect's leader Ling Shuzi, and has been passed down for thousands of years. Lin Feng just shook his wrist. The sword light flashed like lightning. He took out a piece of wood made of 1,000-year-old lightning-struck peach wood that he had prepared long ago. In an instant, it was cut into 981 crystal-clear wooden needles of different lengths and thicknesses. Then, he used the wooden needle as a guide. He performed a set of lost ancient acupuncture techniques that were more profound and mysterious than any acupuncture techniques he had performed before on Mount Qingcheng. Green Emperor's Longevity Needle. Moment. The entire medical room seemed to be enveloped by a green light that was filled with endless vitality. Countless crystal-clear wooden needle afterimages were flying up and down in his hands, like a group of living blue elves. Then, with incredible precision, he pierced into all the key acupuncture points, big and small, all over Mr. Zhang's body. He took the great medicinal power of the magical medicine King Xuanko picked from the Qingqing Fairy Mountain as his guide. Driven by his own extremely domineering and powerful true energy. Forcibly, the meridians in Mr. Zhang's body, which had long been decaying and withered like a dry riverbed, were opened. Inch by inch, reactivate and expand. Next to the bed, on the cold life monitor. The data representing Mr. Zhang's vital signs once again soared wildly in a barbaric and irrational manner. In fact, it was because the true energy that Lin Feng brought in was too powerful. The instrument simply cannot understand this high-dimensional energy fluctuation that is beyond its programming. There was even a series of garbled characters appearing on the screen. A shrill, short-circuit alarm sounded. Standing aside were Mr. Qian and others. I have been watching it for a long time, as if I were fascinated and intoxicated. They know. They are witnessing with their own eyes the birth of a brand new and great miracle that is enough to subvert the entire modern medical system. An hour later. Lin Feng slowly retracted the needle. At this moment, Mr. Zhang's body has been adjusted by him to the best condition to be able to withstand the extremely powerful effect of the Phoenix No. 1 medicine. Lin Feng took out the light golden mysterious potion that looked like the blood of God from the incubator. Then, he slowly injected it into Mr. Zhang's vein. Step 2. His voice was solemn and sacred, like the judgment of God. Phoenix Nirvana. A dead tree comes back to life. The moment when the golden potion was completely absorbed into Mr. Zhang's body. The ultimate, great miracle that is enough to drive the whole world crazy. It happened. Under the gaze of everyone present, who was so shocked that they almost stopped breathing and lost their voices. On the hospital bed. Mr. Jiang's hair is as white as dead grass. Surprisingly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from the bottom of the hair roots, inch by inch, it turns black and shiny. Those ugly age spots on his face and hands represent aging and death. Just like the melting ice and snow in spring. Quickly, fade away. Disappear. His skin is dry, like old tree bark. Also restored healthy radiance and firm elasticity. Just half an hour later. That old man who was lying on the hospital bed, dying and at the end of his life. Judging from his appearance, he looks like he is only about 60 years old. It was as if time had gone back for him, a full 20 years. Sudden. The old man on the hospital bed suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, those already cloudy eyes burst out with a sharp, terrifying light like lightning. He pulled off the troublesome pipes on his body. Then, sit up directly from the bed. Turn over and get down to the ground. He stretched his muscles and bones, which were filled with explosive power. The whole body, up and down, made a series of crisp crackling sounds, like frying beans. He felt that he had never been so good as he was now. How will Mr. Jiang, who has been reborn, thank Lin Feng for this great favor that is like a rebirth? What kind of unimaginable and huge rewards will this kindness bring to Lin Feng? And the miracle of rejuvenation once spread out of this room. What kind of huge waves will it cause in this world? Chapter 69 Tian Hai's Crowning. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A loud roar, as loud as a bell, filled with endless joy and dominance, rose into the sky from the medical room. The windows of the entire Jiang family manor were buzzing due to the vibration. Jiang Yunfeng, the lion who once dominated the world. After experiencing a miracle like a dead tree coming back to life or a phoenix rising from the ashes. The king is back. He slowly turned around. Look at the mysterious young man who gave him a second life. Then, facing Lin Feng, he bent down deeply and solemnly. This is the most noble gift a student can give to his teacher. Mr. Lin, I will never forget your kindness in giving me a new life. From now on, my life, Jiang Yunfeng, belongs to you. Behind him, Jiang Jinghua, Jiang Tianyu, and all the core members of the Jiang family present. They all bowed deeply to Lin Feng without hesitation. Okay, this is the etiquette of a disciple. At this moment, Lin Feng's status in the Jiang family has surpassed all his benefactors and allies. He is like a god, requiring the entire family to look up to and worship him. Belief. 3 days later, Tianhai City has the top-notch state guesthouse, which is usually only used to receive foreign heads of state. The Jiang family held an unprecedented and grand thank you banquet for Lin Feng. This banquet invited all the top figures from all fields in the entire Tianhai City. From business giants to political figures. From a leading figure in academia to a star in the literary and art world. Even Sanglong, the president of Longdun Security, which represents the entire underground world of Tianhai City. He, representing the outside world, is the head of the Qingqing sect, Ling Shuzi. They all came in person to congratulate. You can say that. Tonight, anyone who can walk into this banquet hall, just a stomp of his feet can shake the entire Tianhai City. The banquet officially begins. Under the watchful eyes of the public. That old man Zhang, who should have been on his last legs and dying soon. Jiang Yunfeng. He was wearing a neat, specially made Zhongshan suit. With vigorous spirit and rosy complexion, he appeared in front of everyone in person. He looked, as if, in an instant, 20 years younger. His steps are even stronger than those of a middle-aged man. His eyes were as sharp and bright as an eagle's. All of this was broadcast live by all the media on the scene. It was clearly presented to all those who were paying attention to this matter. In an instant, it exploded all the news and public opinion. Miracle, confirmed. Jiang Yunfeng was stared at by everyone in the audience with shocked eyes, as if he were a god. He walked quickly to Lin Feng. Very affectionately, he took Lin Feng's arm. Then, in front of everyone, he was invited to sit at the main table, the main seat that symbolized the highest status. This scene made everyone present understand completely. Starting tonight, the real power structure in Tianhai City has completely changed. Jiang Yunfeng looked around the audience. He picked up the microphone and, in a loud and majestic voice, solemnly announced to everyone. Dear guests, dear friends. I, Jiang Yunfeng, am here today to announce something to everyone. From today on, the person beside me, Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, is me, Jiang Yunfeng, and our entire Jiang family's most honored benefactor. And the closest and only ally. His business is my Jiang family's business. His words are my words, Jiang Yunfeng. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Mr. Lin will be an enemy of my entire Jiang family. We will fight to the death. Immediately following, he dropped another bombshell that made everyone in the audience go crazy. To thank Mr. Lin for giving my Jiang family a new life, I, Jiang Yunfeng, make this decision. The Jiang family's most core and profitable commercial real estate project, the Universal Trade Center, with a market value of over 50 billion. All its shares and assets. From this moment on, all of this will be transferred, free of charge, to Mr. Lin's Zhongchong capital. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. 50 billion. This is not a small amount. This is almost 1/3 of the Jiang family's wealth. The Jiang family is using the most direct and shocking way to announce to the world the unbreakable and close alliance between them and Lin Feng. Then, under the personal instructions of the Jiang family, Tianhai City, top bosses from all walks of life. They lined up one after another and came forward to toast Lin Feng. Their faces were filled with the most humble and sincere smiles. Their words were filled with utmost awe and loyalty. Lin Feng, in the spotlight, in the overwhelming praise and admiration. He slowly stood up. He picked up the microphone. Calmly, he announced to everyone a piece of breaking news that would completely change the future of Tianhai City. From now on, Sangqiang Capital, Longdun Security, and Phoenix Gene Research Institute, 3 companies, will be officially integrated. Established, Sky Group. My most trusted brother, Mr. Hanli, will serve as the group's first CEO. This declaration. It symbolizes an unprecedented and terrifying behemoth that combines wealth that rivals that of a country, military force that can sweep away everything, cutting-edge technology that will lead the future, and supreme connections that reach all corners of the world. Officially born in Tianhai City. And, the one who created this behemoth was Lin Feng. From this moment on, this city is the undisputed, only king. However, it was in the most inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall. A handsome young man, wearing a well-tailored white suit, with an outstanding temperament, who seems to be out of tune with the noisy atmosphere around him. Holding a glass of red wine. Looking with great interest at Lin Feng, the only focus of the whole audience. His eyes were playful, yet filled with a hint of fighting spirit, as if he had met a worthy opponent. He is not on the invitation list for tonight. Who is this mysterious uninvited guest? Where does he come from? Chapter 70, Provocation from the Provincial Capital. The banquet is over. The guests gradually dispersed with their hearts filled with shock and endless imagination about the future. Zhang Tianyu walked quickly to Lin Feng's side. His face, which had always been full of confidence and sharpness, now had a hint of unprecedented solemnity. He calmly pointed at the mysterious young man in white who was standing alone in the corner, sipping red wine. Mr. Lin. Zhang Tianyu lowered his voice and spoke in an extremely serious tone. That person came here on his own. He is not on our invitation list for tonight. Our people wanted to step forward and question him just now, but they didn't dare to stop him. Lin Feng followed his gaze and looked over. Zhang Tianyu continued to add. He is the eldest grandson of the Yi family, the largest family in the provincial capital, Jiangnan City. Yi Fan. The Yi family's influence in the entire Jiangnan province is far beyond the reach of our Tianhai Jiang family. They are the ones who truly stand at the top of the power pyramid in our province. He came uninvited this time. Most likely, he came because of the rumors about your miracle medicine, but he who comes here has no good intentions. Jiang Tianyu's words had just fallen. The young man in white clothes named Jifan was already holding a wineglass in his hand, walking with an elegant step that was full of the calm demeanor of a superior. He walked straight towards Lin Feng. Behind him, there were two tall, calm bodyguards in black with bulging temples. With every step the two men took, they seemed to merge into the ground, silently and soundlessly. Obviously, he is also an ancient warrior with considerable strength. Yi Fan came in front of Lin Feng. He didn't look at Jiang Tianyu beside Lin Feng. His eyes, with a hint of undisguised, innate arrogance, looked up and down at Lin Feng. It was as if he was examining a piece of merchandise that interested him. You are Lin Feng? He spoke in a condescending tone, as if he was talking to his servants. I heard about you. Very interesting medicine. He elegantly took a sip of the priceless 1982 Lafite in the glass. Then, in a tone that was almost commanding and unquestionable, he said, Name your price. Sell me the formula of your so-called miracle medicine, Yi family. As long as you agree. My Yi family can promise to make you our exclusive agent in Tianhai City. I promise you a lifetime of wealth and glory. He said this as a matter of course. He totally didn't take Lin Feng, the newly crowned king of Tianhai, seriously. It was like an emperor who was high above everyone else, casually rewarding a meritorious minister whom he valued highly. Jiang Tianyu's expression changed in an instant. He was just about to take a step forward and start to attack. As the host, he would never allow anyone to humiliate the most distinguished guest of the Jiang family in this way on his territory. But Lin Feng smiled. He was even too lazy to take another look at the self-satisfied so-called young master of the Yi family in front of him. He was just looking at the wolf standing quietly beside him like a javelin. He said softly, Oh, it's late. The banquet is over. See a visitor out.